Chapter 175 Clear Void Sect. Chapter 175. Clear Void Sect. After he clearly saw the two people's appearances, Han Li inwardly sighed. They were unexpectedly the same as him, disciples who have cultivated to the 11th layer. One appeared old, but his eyes showed a trace of cunning. The other appeared honest and naive. It was clear that he was an inexperienced youngster. This strange pair had sought him, causing Han Li to truly feel a bit surprised. However, Han Li faintly guessed their purpose in coming after some slight thought. Is there something on these senior martial brothers' minds? Han Li coldly asked from courtesy. But he used an unintimate tone, undoubtedly revealing his attempt to have them retreat from an awkward situation. Clearly, this senior martial brother Xiang's face was far thicker than Han Li imagined. Not only did he not mind Han Li's 1,000 miles distant tone, but actually used a familiar and enthusiastic tone. Hee, does junior martial brother Han have a good plan for tomorrow's trip to the forbidden area? Our magic power is quite meager. It's quite possible that we will be the first to fall in a fiery melee with the other sects. Wouldn't it be better for us to negotiate and think of a countermeasure? When Han Li heard this, he blinked his eyes several times and didn't speak. Nevertheless, he was completely certain of the other party's intentions. Their words were pretty close to his own guesses. It seemed this old schemer planned to rope in a few disciples with feeble magic power and have them move and fight together, increasing security by much as well as greatly increasing their odds of survival. However, Han Li clearly understood that this action came with both advantages and disadvantages. If people were to concentrate in one place, the area they could search would be considerably less, greatly decreasing the amount of spiritual medicines they could find. As for how the spiritual medicines would be distributed in the end, that was also hard to say. It would probably be decided by strength. Han Li naturally hadn't the slightest interest in an alliance. Not only would there be no advantages, but he was also more than likely to be used as cannon fodder. As for this old schemer, he probably held no good intentions and was certain to take advantage of a crisis for personal gain by resorting to self-serving manipulations. The old man saw that Han Li remained speechless after he finished speaking. He couldn't help but feel anxious, so he flusteredly said, I actually have an idea. Perhaps junior martial disciple has heard these words before, but this idea will absolutely ensure that everyone survives safely through the trip. The old man put up a profoundly mysterious expression and squeezed the wrinkles on his forehead for a moment. Han Li found his appearance to be quite humorous. The yellow-haired youngster next to him seemed to greatly admire this old schemer. Although he didn't say anything, he exposed an expectant expression towards the old man. Since he absolutely wasn't going to join their alliance, Han Li was unwilling to be tangled any further and bluntly rejected. I am sorry. My humble self is not accustomed to working with others. I also do not intend to do so this time as well. If senior martial brother wishes to join hands with others, then it would best to look for other junior martial brothers. Han Li spoke very straightforwardly and incisively. Han Li knew that only by clearly showing that he wasn't an inexperienced novice would he able to make the other party give up and not continue to tangle with him. Otherwise, if this senior martial brother Xiang felt there was the slightest chance to convince his fellow sect member, he would mostly likely continue to pester him. Han Li did not want to be bothered by this person. When old man Xiang heard this, he realized he sought the wrong target. Although the person before him seemed quite young, his words were practiced and careful. He was clearly an experienced person who had passed through trials and hardships. The old man spoke no more rubbish and took his leave with a slightly angry appearance. Han Li saw them head in the direction of another disciple who was currently meditating on top of a rock. Han Li faintly smiled and turned his body back, continuing to observe the several noteworthy fellow sect members. However, this time he saw junior martial sister Chen, and a woman of a common appearance standing next to her. There were a few talented and handsome men faintly gathering nearby. The corner of Han Li's mouth moved several times. Although he did not know why, he felt unfavorably towards those few men. He finally decided that what was out of sight was out of mind, and looked for an uninhabited area to close his eyes and rest. Like that, the next morning had arrived. All of the disciples arrived at the mountain peak once more and stood in orderly rows, waiting for the arrival of the other immortal sections. After waiting for several hours, they had yet to see a single person, causing Han Li to inwardly rain endless curses. He almost suspected that the other sects were doing this deliberately as to consume the physical strength of everyone from Yellow Maple Valley. However, what caused Han Li to feel even more distraught was that, as chance had it, junior martial sister Chen had been assigned to stand to his right. With the familiar scent of her body occasionally entering his nostrils, his imagination was somewhat let loose as if he was returning to that extremely alluring night. In order to cover up the oddities from his face, with no better option left, Han Li lowered his head and feigned the appearance of great unease. However, his heart was filled with great and unending complaints. She was a pretty woman, but could her beauty go as far as for him to lose his self-control? However, this martial ancestor Li, whom Han Li greatly admired, stood at the very front. He stood with his face to the sky and was able to stand in such a manner for an unexpectedly long amount of time. It was unknown whether or not he went on a mental journey or if he was pondering about something. Suddenly, Han Li felt a disturbance in his surroundings. It seemed that something happened. He could not help but raise his head. His fellow sect members all looked up toward the sky without exception and looked toward the horizon. Han Li also followed their gazes. He saw that there were several star-like twinkling streaks of light in the deep blue sky, gradually growing larger. A short moment later, a series of black dots also appeared. Underneath the black dots, the silver lights flashed. It seemed the black dots were riding the streaks of starlight across the sky. Seeing this marvel, everyone became even more restless. Quiet. What kind of children are you? This is the Clear Void Sect's flying magic tool, the Rainbow Snow Silk. Do not make a fuss and lose face for our Yellow Maple Valley. A short and stout middle-aged steward turned his head to give several reprimanding words with a dark complexion. Those words were quite effective. The restlessness was immediately settled, and after that there were only occasional whispers. At this moment the black dots already became clear. Each of them was a cultivator wearing grey Daoist robes. The majority of them were true Daoist priests, each holding a horsetail whisk with their hair tied up into a bun. However, those who did not wear Daoist robes appeared to be mortals, as if they were sheltered children who had yet to leave home. Han Li and the others clearly saw that the stars beneath their feet were actually a stiff white rainbow bridge covered with dazzling specks of silver-white light. It was unknown how the specks of light were embedded within the object. As Han Li carefully watched the scene, the white rainbow bridge carrying the Clear Void Sect's members descended onto the mountain and landed across from the members of Yellow Maple Valley. Their leader, a middle-aged Daoist priest, lightly moved his hand and the white light flashed. The Rainbow Snowsilk's rainbow bridges disappeared, and in his hand appeared a brocade object. I didn't think that Benefactor Li would be leading this time. This humble Daoist Fu Yunzi greets you. This Daoist priest walked several steps to the front of martial ancestor Li and spoke with radiant happiness. From his tone it seemed they were acquaintances. Humph. If this old facetious Daoist could come, then why couldn't I come? Martial ancestor Li bluntly said with both hands behind his back. Hee, within each sect we've entered core formation the latest. If we didn't do these errands, who would? The Daoist priest didn't mind in the least, and he swung his horsetail whisk with a constant smile. This old facetious Daoist is wily and cunning. Last time you brought suffering upon me. Don't think you will get the chance to do so again. What is Benefactor Li talking about? Recognizing lost bets is a right and proper matter. Who is possibly wronged? The Daoist priest laughed. When martial ancestor Li heard this, a cold light flashed through his eyes. It seemed that he was about to be angry, but he immediately thought of something and stepped down with grandeur, unwillingly saying, after that chunk of iron essence was refined into your great azure sword, its power greatly increased. This Li spent 10 years purifying it but nonetheless had to cheaply give it away to this old facetious Daoist. His words contained great grievances. It was clear he felt much heartache over that iron essence. So it turns out that the renowned immortal Master Li actually cared so much about a mere piece of iron essence. Fine, this time I will produce another item, one definitely greater than that iron essence. If you win this bet you will be able to make up for your previous loss. The Daoist priest said with a smile as he twirled his beard. Chapter 176 Making a Bet. Chapter 176. Making a bet? No bet. Absolutely not. Do you think that I would do the same thing twice? Martial ancestor Li shook his head as if he were beating a drum and voiced his refusal. No bet? Benefactor Li's standards are actually so high. Does the blood from the inner core of a demonic flood dragon not even enter his eyes? The Daoist priest wore an astonished expression as if he couldn't believe it. However, when Han Li saw his expression, he felt it was very false. Blood from a flood dragon's inner core? Although martial ancestor Li originally intended to absolutely refuse to be pulled into a relationship with the Daoist priest, when he heard the name of the item, his expression abruptly changed and his words somewhat trembled. Yes. If Benefactor Li wants to know about this item, I shall explain. 30 years ago, at the dangerous rapids of the state of Yuanwu's coiling dragon river, I paid a great price for this item so I could procure it for Benefactor. The Daoist priest calmly and leisurely said while eating up the other party's expression. Impossible. How could the blood of a flood dragon be acquired, not to mention blood kept in its inner core? This is not something that can be said without thinking. Are you making fun of me? Martial ancestor Li sobered up from his excitement and exposed an appearance of doubt. Is this humble Daoist not a monk? I would not lie. Benefactor can take a look for himself. The Daoist priest did not want to waste time explaining and merely flipped his hand, revealing a white sphere filled with wisps of blood. Martial ancestor Li's eyes widened, wishing he could rush over and grab it. If Benefactor's horned silver python were to consume this core and undergo secluded cultivation for 10 to 20 years, in all likelihood it would leap from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the late stage. With another 100 years of bitter cultivation, it wouldn't be impossible to enter core formation. The Daoist priest's words were filled with enticement. When martial ancestor Li heard these words, he coldly snorted and stiffened his face. It seemed he was unmoved, but his indefinite and flickering gaze exposed the restlessness of his heart. With such a rare wager, why is Benefactor hesitating for so long? Could it be you truly don't think very highly of the strength of your valley's disciples? The Daoist priest curled his lips, goading him to accept. To say the disciples of our Yellow Maple Valley are inferior to those of your Clear Void sect is overcritical. Martial ancestor Li wore a displeased expression. He swept his eyes past the party behind the Daoist priest and immediately gained a rough estimate of the Clear Void sect's disciples. Their strength was about the same as that of the Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. Fine, I will gamble. However, what treasure of mine would you have me wager? After a moment of consideration from martial ancestor Li, he felt that his odds of winning were 50%. With the addition of his extreme longing for that inner core, he eventually nodded and agreed. However, he still cautiously asked that question. This humble Daoist isn't interested in any of Benefactor's other treasures. If he happens to luckily win, then he desires Benefactor to give this humble Daoist 2 equivalent chunks of iron essence 20 years from now. The essence of Benefactor Li's true fire is clear. It is quite famous among the 7 great sects. For you, this is surely a trivial matter. The Daoist priest said with squinted eyes and a smile. Even so, a faint trace of treachery was contained within his words. You want 2 equivalent chunks of iron essence? Martial ancestor Li's complexion was unsightly and he almost jumped immediately after hearing these words. You old facetious Daoist, you plan to have me toil bitterly. How is that? So long as you win, you aren't required to. This is the inner core of a grade 2 demonic beast, equivalent to that of us initial core formation stage experts. It is absolutely worth the price. The Daoist priest said while shaking his head. Martial ancestor Li's complexion grew uncertain. After a moment, he eventually extended his palm and coldly asked, Are we following the same rules as last time? Which sect gathers the most spiritual medicines, followed by the quality, and lastly the number of people who leave the forbidden area alive? Of course, it will be the same as before. The Daoist priest was greatly happy and hastily extended his palm. He struck it against the other parties, officializing the bet. A sharp pop. Sound out. Although the Daoist priest struck his palm, he wasn't happy in the least and was actually grieving. The palm he struck was not martial ancestor Li's, but rather a different, filthy hand. This hand strangely appeared between the two and was covered with grease and filth. Nobody knew when it had last been washed. 2 sect's disciples who had been closely paying attention to the 2 martial ancestors' dialogue were stunned by this ghostly scene. Senior Cheong. The Daoist priest and martial ancestor Li yelled at the same time with a green complexion. Who is a senior? I don't dare to be regarded as such. I am at core formation much like yourselves. It's just that I happened to enter it a few years earlier. The lazy voice that came from between them was spoken by a queerly dressed man. This person wore a blue garment with several patches and had short hair that was several inches long. He had an azure cloth bag at his waist that had been washed pale. Even though his bag made it seem like he was a person who loved cleanliness, his face was smothered with dark grease to the point where his true face could not be seen. A few years? More like several hundred. After clearly seeing the person's appearance, martial ancestor Li and the Daoist priest bitterly smiled. They both let out a regretful sigh. It was this person as expected. However, they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Not only was this eccentric a step into the nascent soul stage, but his age alone was large enough to scare people. Furthermore, his self-created incorporeal evasion technique had shaken the cultivation world and was well known in the cultivation sects of nearby countries. It was unknown whether it was because his death was imminent or if he was unable to enter nascent soul, but in the past 100 years he had become more and more eccentric and became very fond of teasing other core formation experts. Nearly all of the tens of these high-level experts had been pranked to exhaustion. However, there was nothing even his sect's great martial ancestors could do to him. With regards to the deepness of his magic power, this person was number one among core formation experts. As for background, he was a member of the strongest sect among the 7 great sects, the Masked Moon sect. If one were to look for one of the sect's nascent soul authorities to lecture him, these authorities were likely to ignore those people as they were unwilling to invite trouble over such trivial matters. As it was, this person was among the higher powers in the cultivation world, known for being an evil tyrant and a hoodlum. Essentially, whoever saw him was subject to the whims of fate. They could only hope that his mood for the day was good, else suffering from his small tricks would be unavoidable. When this senior suddenly graced them with his presence, how could martial ancestor Li and the Daoist priest not be startled and feel their stomachs grow restless? These two people have already suffered from his torment. Since you've made a wager just so that you're not too lonely, count this rotten old man in as well. This great senior's mood seemed to be quite good. However, his words caused the two to complain incessantly. Senior must be joking. How could the disciples of our sects compare to the Masked Moon sect's brilliant students? We would be certain to lose, so there is no need to gamble. We respectfully concede, said the Daoist priest with a forced smile. Martial ancestor Li closed his lips, but his face revealed an expression that showed he was 120% in favor of those words. When the exalted old man heard this, he coldly laughed several times and turned his eyes strangely, saying, "How could I take such an unfair advantage? Be at ease, so long as the performance of both your sects surpass my own, then that will count as my loss. Afterwards you can then decide who won among yourselves." Really? When the Daoist priest heard this, he could not help but let out a breath of relief. Although this person was moody and laughed or scolded as he desired, his words were certainly resolute and decisive, and he never turned his back on a promise. With that said, this wager could be regarded as fair, even giving the two a small advantage. I refined these 3 incorporeal needle treasure talismans at a whim, but I don't have any juniors, so I will stake them in the gamble. This elder raised his hand, suddenly revealing 3 talismans with a 7-colored needle drawn on each one. He then put them away in an instant. When martial ancestor Li and the Daoist priest saw this, they were unable to conceal the alarm on their faces. They couldn't help but look at each other and make out the greed in each other's eyes. Chapter 177. Righteous and Evil of the Cultivation World. This treasure was refined from the essence of the 5 metals and was meant to be integrated with this man's creation, the incorporeal evasion technique. It could arrive without a shadow and leave without a trace. As it could injure without form, it was truly difficult to deal with. It was said that it would even give nascent soul experts a grand headache. It was one of the treasures this senior relied on to oppress others. Even if they obtained the formless needle treasure talisman, on the mere basis of its miraculous invisibility, it could be considered a wondrous life-saving treasure. At the very least, core formation experts would be unable to cope with this strange object. Good, this one will wager in accordance to this exalted senior's words. After slight consideration, the Daoist priest agreed after feeling that the terms were acceptable. As for martial ancestor Li, with the thought of reaping huge benefits, He clenched his teeth and tacitly agreed. Pa. The three mutually struck their palms with each other, making their wager official. Senior, why have you come here? Could it be that the masked moon sex group consists of only you? Once the three separated, the Daoist priest suddenly thought of something and asked this question. I've brought a group so the sect can feel at ease. The one leading the sect is that girl in Chong. I've merely come along to see whether or not there were any new ferocious young people in any of the other sects, the esteemed senior unhappily remarked after widely opening his eyes. Now that I've taken a look, they're pretty much the same. I reckon that the truly talented disciples in Marshall Nephew's sect would hardly be put forward. They would certainly be treated like treasures. Think about it. Without experiencing dangerous encounters, what's the use if they are talented? The moment they meet nefarious entities, they will be slaughtered like sheep. This senior seemed to greatly disapprove of the sect's way of handling things and wore a "you are all gravely mistaken" expression. When Martial Ancestor Li and the Daoist priest heard this, their faces didn't change in the slightest, but they were cursing silently in their hearts. This old eccentric actually says this easily. How would our sects casually bring our more talented disciples to participate in this trial by fire where they're almost certain to die? Do you think of us as idiots? They could go elsewhere to get experience. Why insist in coming to this bloody restricted area? Naturally, these words could only be smothered in their bellies. They absolutely wouldn't dare to speak this in front of this man. Otherwise, wouldn't that just be bringing misfortune upon themselves? The Daoist priest and martial ancestor were rather tactful. Naturally, this further proved that in the cultivation world, those with large fists have simple reasoning. The disciples of the two sects clearly heard about the matter of the trio's wager on the trip to the forbidden area and could not help but burst into an uproar. Their expressions had nothing in common and appeared extremely odd. Naturally, no one would be so stupid to directly denounce the three, so they could only keep their resentment to themselves. Otherwise, with the mere movement of their pinky, the lives of these novice cultivator were forfeit. When Martial Ancestor Li saw those two depart, he turned around to sweep his face across the Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. Then he coldly said a few words that caused Han Li and the others to be stunned. I am aware that you feel our wager on your lives seems to hold you in far too little regard. Were it someone else, perhaps they would provide an excuse, but I have always disdained this. I will clearly tell you that this is the true appearance and cruel nature of the cultivation world. This can be considered a few words of advice. Hear this well. In the world of cultivation, regardless of whether you're a righteous person from a prestigious clan or an evil fiend who abandoned the Tao, advancement is an act against nature where only the strong survive. However, those who are righteous progress slowly, and their success will flow naturally where conditions are correct. Their cultivation arts are relatively gentle. But they often act villainously under the false pretense of exterminating evil and defending the Tao, mostly hypocrites that feign righteousness. Those demonic sects that follow the Tao of devils make every effort to greatly advance their magic power, blindly pursuing formidable mighty cultivation arts and fiercely cultivating malicious amount of yin energy. They are also disliked for being opportunistic. Although they claim to be following their heart's desires and displaying their true nature, in reality, their actions gradually become more extreme as they progress in cultivation. They lose their human nature until they become bloodthirsty and cruel. However, regardless of whether the sect lies on the righteous or evil side, it is only a matter of how they are portrayed. In reality, both follow the rule that the weak are prey to the strong. Us cultivators are the same as the mortals of the secular world. Experts on the higher realm of cultivation look upon low-level cultivators as powerless insects. They are unworthy of being spoken to and will die in a single strike. This is a normal matter. With this said, Martial Ancestor Li paused. His voice seemed to hold some disapproval toward these so-called righteous and evil sections. This attitude caused the disciples to feel somewhat confused. A somewhat bold disciple could not help but ask, Martial Ancestor, is our Yellow Maple Valley righteous or villainous? Hee. We are neither righteous nor villainous. The other 6 sects are also the same. He replied with a cold smile. You are all young and the time since you've entered the sect is short. That is why you haven't yet been informed of the history of the state of Yu's cultivation world. 8,000 years ago, our state of Yu was like the other regions in opposition between righteousness and evil. During that time, the 7 great sects were small sects that had yet to enter the fray. In order to survive, they were forced to become righteous or evil according to the way the wind blew. If a side's strength was slightly greater, those small sects would join that side. These great righteous and evil sects fundamentally looked down upon them with contempt. However, later the righteous and evil sides broke out into an extremely desperate battle that exhausted all of their experts. After that battle, their strength was greatly depleted, so they no longer had the strength to suppress Yellow Maple Valley along with the other small sections. After a period of time, our 7 great sects managed to join hands and surpass the 2 sides, thoroughly extinguishing their ideology and avoiding future problems. The current cultivation arts you've learned are actually the spoils of war from back then. This was the period when our 7 great sects established ourselves as the lone great powers in the state of you. If there are still righteous or evil sects that wish to invade this place, our 7 sects will immediately join hands and repel them. We will absolutely prevent them from establishing themselves. As a result, the cultivation arts our 7 great sects teach include those from both righteous and evil sects along with a few unique ones as well. In the dispute we could be regarded as neutral. When Martial Ancestrally said this, he couldn't help but wear a content expression. Previously, you all continuously and bitterly cultivated in the valley. Whenever you left the sect mountains, you've all traveled around the large area of the state of you but have never met with the true world of cultivation, nor have yet experienced the dark and bloody side of the cultivation world. However, during earlier periods on the sides of righteousness and evil existed the 5 great cultivation schools side by side: Buddhist, Daoist, Confucian, Devilish, and Demonic. The degree of chaos during that time exceeds your very imagination, making it seem as if pillaging and genocide were simply common occurrences. With this said, his expression grew completely solemn, but soon after his face relaxed. Then he coldly added, "All right, I'm going to wake you all up a bit to prevent you all from becoming arrogant. Remember that in the world of cultivation, if your strength does not equal another's, don't blindly speak respectful words. This so-called respect can only be given to those experts far above the rest, otherwise you'll be bringing about your own destruction." I wonder how many of you will live to truly comprehend these words after a few days. When Han Li and the other disciples had heard this, they were already at a loss for words and were exceptionally shocked. The words spoken to these disciples were far too surprising. You should have heard the wager we made previously. This particular wager, however, is quite significant to me. So long as I win the wager, I definitely won't treat you all unfairly. Those disciples who help me win will be heavily rewarded. As for the one who contributes the most, I will personally take him as a disciple after he reaches foundation establishment. The Yellow Maple Valley's disciples who still hadn't comprehended the sincere advice, were suddenly excited by the grand promise following it. To be able to become an apprentice to a core formation expert, those who received this privilege were but a few tens. This was a golden opportunity that only occurred every 1,000 years. Seeing the crowd before him excited with eagerness in each of their eyes, Martial Ancestrally faintly smiled and was greatly satisfied. So long as he won this wager, to remember 3 or 4 disciples' names was a trivial matter. At most he would simply settle down in some area and pass down some superficial cultivation arts. Wasn't that matter easily resolved? Chapter 178. Masked Moon Sect. Han Li was moved after hearing the reward. He knew clearly that on the path of cultivation he could definitely go through less trouble if a master could guide and point him in the right direction. This would benefit his cultivation. But at the same time, this Martial Ancestrally was definitely not someone he could lie to easily. Han Li had plenty of secrets himself, and if he was in contact with him for too long, Han Li was afraid that he would sense that something was wrong. If Martial Ancestrally questioned him, it would be Han Li seeking his own death. Moreover, hearing those pieces of advice he gave earlier, this person must not be someone who cherished the relationship between a master and a disciple. He would most likely use the discipleship to have others prey on the weak and kill for the treasure. After thinking about it carefully, Han Li's somewhat enticed mind calmed down right away. The other Yellow Maple Valley disciples didn't have these kinds of misgivings. They were each rubbing their palms as their morale rose greatly. Now they not only had to battle for their survival, but they also had to fight for their own future. Han Li unconsciously took a look at junior Martial sister Chen and saw her blushed cheeks, her fists that were held tightly and her shining eyes. It looked like she had made her decision. Han Li sighed to himself and didn't bother to keep paying attention to other people from the Yellow Maple Valley. Instead he looked towards the Clear Void sect. That Daoist priest was shooting off his mouth to the people of the sect. He acted very excited from time to time and made those young Daoist priests cheer each time. Each one of them was excited. It seemed like the brainwashing was successful. Of course, there were also some elder Daoist priests whose expressions remained calm all along, not affected whatsoever. Just as Han Li thought it was interesting and was enjoying it, someone suddenly yelled, "Look! The people from the masked moon sect are here. It's the heavenly divine moon boat." Hearing this, Han Li was stunned and looked up into the sky. A small bright white dot was shining in the sky, slowly approaching. Speed was extremely fast. No long after, it was in the sky above the mountain. It was actually an enormous ship sculpted from green jade. Outside the wall of the ship was a delicate drawing of a dragon and a phoenix, making the ship seem extremely luxurious. There was even an incredibly large white shield surrounding the ship. The ship was filled with a large crowd, half of them men and the other half women, all of whom were clad in white. The one leader was an attractive young woman who was well dressed. Each of her movements was amorous and stirred people's souls. After this woman got off from the jade ship and removed the white shield, she opened her almond-shaped lips lightly and said, "To Martial Brothers, Martial Uncle Cheong, here is Anai Cheng's greetings." Martial Ancestor Li and the Daoist priest couldn't dare to keep her waiting and immediately returned the courtesy. On the other hand, that senior Cheong grinned on contrary, when suddenly his figure became blurry. He disappeared into the air, leaving a sentence and some prideful yet strange laughter. 7 days from now I will come back here. Prepare the wager beforehand. This time I will surely win. The Daoist priest and martial ancestor Li looked at each other. They didn't know why this old man had such confidence. They checked earlier, and even though the masked moon sect's disciples were indeed stronger than their two sects, there was no reason to boast. The young woman's beautiful eyes looked around and she asked out of curiosity. After finding out the details of the bet, she couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter could shake a flower's branches and suck in people's hearts and souls. That young woman's flirtatious manner made many of the young male disciples from the three sects stare blatantly and almost drool. But the Daoist priest and martial ancestor Li couldn't care about the wonderful scene in front of them since both of their hearts just dropped. They felt like they had walked into a trap, and their faces couldn't help but become bitter. Was it possible that the masked moon sect had some kind of trump card prepared for this trip that could suppress both of the sects? The two of them controlled themselves. Even though they felt gloomy about this, they felt embarrassed to directly ask the young woman for the whole story. As for the beautiful young woman Celestial and I Chong, she naturally pretended not to know about it and took pleasure in doing so. She led the conversation away and started chatting about some other interesting things. The sight of Han Li and the other male disciples from Yellow Maple Valley had already focused onto the large crowd of female disciples that just arrived. They had previously heard that the masked moon sect promoted pair cultivation techniques, so at least half of the recruited disciples were females, and they absolutely did not accept below-average appearances. Now seeing it for themselves, the female disciples' reputation was really well-deserved. This group of women were each ravishingly beautiful, as fair as a flower and gorgeous like the moon. Watching them made them keep drooling, their minds running wild. Han Li was slightly better off. Although for a moment he feasted his eyes, with his outstanding willpower he was quickly able to restrain his mind and calm his heart. That was when he realized that the female disciples from the masked moon sect seemed to be used to being watched by so many people at the same time. Their expression didn't change as they chatted among themselves freely. Some of them even winked a few times towards the people who were watching them, making those spectators lose strength in their legs and have butterflies in their stomachs without knowing what to make of it. But the male disciples' reactions were exactly the opposite. Each of their eyes showed anger. They especially cared of the young girls beside them, so they furiously returned the gaze of everyone who was staring. Han Li smiled softly. He understood just by looking at the men and women standing together in pairs that even if these pairs were not really couples, they must be pairs that had been arranged for cultivation. That was why the male disciples were so furious. They probably already saw the person beside them as their private property, even if the female disciples didn't think the same way. Strangely, Han Li noticed that the male disciples were staring not only at the Yellow Maple Valley's disciples, but also toward the people from the Clear Void sect. Under his curiosity, he turned his head and saw that the small and vigorous Daoist priests were indeed peeking at the young girls from time to time and then immediately turned their sight away, as if they were afraid of being caught in their act. They seemed extremely sneaky. Han Li tried to press down the hilarious feeling in his heart, afraid that he would actually laugh out loud. Although he wasn't sure whether he got the right impression, Han Li kept having the feeling that the female disciples from the Masked Moon sect were giving more flirtatious winks to the small Daoist priests than to the Yellow Maple Valley side. This left him speechless for a while. But when he thought better of it, Han Li felt dreadful in his heart. These disciples did not come here to flirt but rather for a battle of survival. If each of the sect's young disciples went up against the Masked Moon sect's female disciples, Han Li was afraid that they would lose a third of the battle even before the fight started. After all, not everyone would be able to directly take down these beautiful women. But what puzzled Han Li even more was that the disciples from the Masked Moon sect, regardless of whether they were either a man or a woman, they were all very young. Not one of them was old, which didn't make sense. If someone were to say that some of these people were actually old monsters that possessed eternal youth, Han Li would absolutely not believe it. Watching their flirtatious actions, they were at most about 20 years old, and there were no signs of aging on their figures. But since this trial by blood and fire was known as a suicidal trip, it was impossible for so many young people to come here to die on their own volition. Even if that were the case, it was impossible for them to come in so many pairs. Han Li would die before he believed that their relationships were all so deep that they could live and die together. Both the Yellow Maple Valley and the Clear Void sect had some elderly figures in their lineup. Because their time was almost up, even if they didn't participate in this trip to the Forbidden Area, they wouldn't live long. Therefore they vainly attempted to make a last-ditch effort. If they could successfully obtain the Foundation Establishment pill and then luckily enter Foundation Establishment, their fate would be completely different. Even though there would definitely be no hope of cultivating to core formation, it would still be a gain to be able to live for another 100 years. Even though there weren't that many old folks with these thoughts who came to participate in the trial by blood and fire, there was still a total of 7 or 8 from the two sects, and yet the Masked Moon sect didn't have any. This was a bit strange in Han Li's eyes. Martial Ancestor Li and the Daoist priest seemed to have realized that something was wrong, and their faces darkened even more. Even though they were still chatting with Celestial and I Chong from the Masked Moon sect, anyone could tell that they have drifted off in their minds. Shortly after, the rest of the 4 sects all arrived one by one. The ones who left the biggest impression on Han Li were the ones from the Giant Sword sect and the Spirit Beast Mountain. Everyone from the Giant Sword sect was male. They were all dressed in black, each with a giant, sheathless sword on their backs. With extremely cold expressions on their faces, they each gave off a murderous spirit. The people from the Spirit Beast Mountain were dressed in very colorful and flashy clothing, wearing all kinds of leather with numerous pockets. There even seemed to be living creatures moving around in their clothes. This frightened the disciples from the other sects to no end. As for the people from the Saber Transformation Dock and the Heavenly Imperial Fortress, aside from how they each dressed, they were at least considered normal people in Han Li's eyes. They were like the Yellow Maple Valley's disciples, and many of them were whispering with nervous faces. Chapter 179. Breaking the Barrier. While the leaders of every sect gathered together to discuss how to open the Forbidden Area, Han Li was not idle. He was sizing up the vicious characters of each of the sections. Toward a few experts at the peak of the 13th layer of their cultivation art, Han Li was calculating whether he could escape or hide behind someone. Han Li absolutely didn't wish for another battle like the one he had with Senior Martial Brother Lu, and exhaust every last drop of magic power. It should be known that this situation was completely different from that last time. This time he didn't face a single enemy, but rather great numbers of red-eyed cultivators. If he did not preserve his strength and continuously maintain his power to strike back, he would certainly be one of the first to be eliminated. While he was looking from the side and pondering, Han Li suddenly felt as if someone was staring at him. He was slightly alarmed and could not help but return the gaze. A female disciple from the Spirit Beast Mountain was somewhat evasively looking at Han Li. After seeing her beautiful face, he unexpectedly felt somewhat familiar with her. Han Li was shocked. He recognized that woman. A slim figure appeared from the depths of his memory. "It's her, the girl who sold me the golden sincerity brush at the Great South Valley." How did she enter Spirit Beast Mountain set and participate in this trial by blood and fire? The young woman was even more charming than he had remembered, causing him to be somewhat doubtful. However, her easily blushing face remained fresh in his memory, and he felt very favorable towards her. With this thought, he could not help but smile toward the young woman. It was obvious the young woman had clearly seen his smile since her two cheeks were suddenly flushed red. It seemed she was as easily embarrassed as before. The fully bearded man who stood behind the young woman seemed to notice the actions of Han Li and the young woman, and his complexion sunk. He suddenly said something to the young woman in a stern voice, and the young woman's expression immediately paled. She lowered her head silently, no longer daring to look towards Han Li's direction. That man did not let the matter go and stared at Han Li with a malicious gaze. Han Li wrinkled his brow. It seemed the days that the girl spent at Spirit Beast Mountain had been harsh. This fully bearded man was actually one of the vicious characters he had taken note of a moment ago, one of the disciples with a cultivation at the 13th layer. This young woman was being so carefully watched by him. It was certain she had suffered quite a bit. However, Han Li was not a person from Spirit Beast Mountain. Furthermore, once they were in the forbidden area, those who weren't enemies at the moment would become enemies. He naturally did not respond to the provocation and paid no attention to the grimace aimed at him. Han Li's action angered the bearded man until his face flowed with blood. However, he had no method to grab Han Li, and with no better option he turned his head to the young woman and roared several words in a low voice, provoking the nearby Spirit Beast Mountain disciples until they raised their eyebrows. Most of them glanced at the young woman with a look of hatred. Han Li grew sullen and felt much pity toward the young woman. However, because he was separated by such a long distance, he was unable to clearly hear what the bearded man was saying. Because he did not want to wrong this young woman again, Han Li no longer incited this boor who knew no manners toward women. Though Han Li was confident that he had sufficient methods to cause this person to seethe with anger without being able to retaliate. At this moment, each of the sect's martial ancestor finished their talks and returned to their sect's disciples. They then brought their juniors into the air, flying toward the famed forbidden area. After flying for several hours toward the border of the state of Yuanwu, they fell onto an expansive yellow earth slope that had no end. Apart from a pile of stones, not a single blade of grass could be seen. There was only a vast endless yellow as far as the eye could see. Could it be here? Han Li and the others felt greatly surprised. This truly did not look like a place where spiritual objects of heaven and earth were nurtured. Several of the core formation experts gathered again to say a few words. Then a tall and sturdy expert from the giant sword sect suddenly walked out alone. After he walked forward about 10 steps, he stopped. He extended his left hand and yellow light surged forth from the floor. It was as if a yellow dragon sprung forth from the mud and condensed into a giant mud sword in his hand. With a finger from his right hand, he softly stroked the sword from the handle to its point. A bright white light shined along his finger, making the mud sword gray in an instant, turning it into a giant heavy stone sword. This skill of turning mud into stone was a mid-grade magic technique, causing the disciples of the 7 sects to be astonished and widely opening their horizons. After this was done, the expert from the giant sword sect did not stop. Instead, he felt the sword in both hands and lowered his body. With a large shout, he threw the stone sword as fast as a meteor, sharply launching straight into the sky. This event shook the hearts of those who were present. When the stone sword barely flew the distance of several tens of steps, it immediately touched something. After a sudden tremor, it turned to fine dust, and an azure light covered the great expanse of the sky, causing everybody's skin to shine with an azure glow. While the crowd of disciples was scared witless, the azure light intensely surged for no reason, causing countless wind blades to scream out. They madly flew out everywhere, creating a wall of wind blades that neither wind nor rain could penetrate. The wind wall had no end to either side and nobody knew where it ended. The azure light let out the hisses of wind from all direction. If someone were to enter the wall, they would immediately know the feeling of death from 1,000 cuts and turn into tens of thousands of pieces. This restrictive barrier is truly astonishing, and yet nobody knows what kind of remarkable ancient expert was able to set up such a tremendously ferocious spell formation. In comparison, Yellow Maple Valley's protective formations are like that of a child playing around. It's not worth mentioning. Han Li thought, inwardly sighing. At this moment the giant sword sect's expert shook his head and walked back. The remaining leaders declared that the time had yet to come and told the disciples to first rest for a short time. They would open the forbidden area in a moment. Like that, the person from the giant sword sect did the same thing every 2 hours to test the strength of the restrictive barrier. When the fourth stone word was thrown, the amount of wind blades rushing forth from the azure light clearly decreased by a great amount. With these circumstances, the 6 other core formation experts took the same actions and flew out shoulder to shoulder. Martial Ancestorly held out his hand. A ring-shaped object about a foot long slowly emerged from his palm, releasing a fierce silver radiance. The Daoist priest patted the back of his head and spouted out an inch-long azure light from his mouth. As it flew down the wind, it lengthened, transforming into a flying sword several feet long. The other 5 respectively let out extremely dazzling items. A pink ribbon, a dragon-like walking stick, a huge black-green sword, a long saber emitting red light, an official's seal flickering with yellow light. The 7 items from the 7 people enhanced each other's brilliance, creating the appearance of a ring that charged directly into the great formation of wind blades. These were the magic treasures that these experts created after years of bitter temperament once they entered core formation. Each of the sect's disciples didn't dare to be negligent. Under the orders of their Foundation Establishment seniors, they all stood behind the 7 ancestors in 7 columns, preparing to enter the forbidden area at any time. A burst of loud rumbling sounded out as the 7 magic treasures fiercely fought against the wind blades. All sorts of rays of light shot off in every direction, producing a strange whistle from time to time that caused the disciples who were watching to become very nervous. Martial Ancestor Li's foot-long rings spun and revolved continuously, releasing silver lights that at some moments seemed large and other times seemed small, as if it were communicating with spirits. Countless wind blades struck against it. The azure flying sword transformed into a flood dragon more than 30 meters long. Each of the sword strikes carried a strange cry that astonished one's soul. The other 5 magic treasures were also remarkable, especially that Mei Tiang's yellow seal. It was the most powerful. Each time it crushed down, it was as if a small mountain arose with the sound of thunder bursting out. However, after each attack, it withdrew and returned to its original form. Furthermore, its flight was slow and clumsy. Although the might of the 7 magic treasures were astonishing and the large formation wind blades considerably weakened, it was still incomparably strenuous. Every step toward the wind wall required a great amount of effort. Before long, faint traces of sweat could be seen on the foreheads of these 7 experts. After 6 to 8 hours of fierce fighting, the 7 experts were sweating profusely. However, their magic treasures were finally winning, and they were able to beat open a passage in the wind wall about 3 meters wide. Nobody could see what existed beyond the passage. "Quickly enter. We won't be able to endure for long." The Daoist priest took the initiative to yell. Because he had the weakest magic power among the 7, he was also sweating the most. When the disciples of the 7 sects heard this, they dared not be negligent and flew into the passage in alternating turns. At that moment, everyone was silent with dark expressions. They all know that once they entered the forbidden area, everyone would immediately become an enemy of life or death. Even fellow apprentices from the same sect could not be trusted. Han Li stood in the middle rear of the column formations. In front of him was a giant sword sect disciple, and behind him stood a disciple from the saber transformation dock. The passage was not long, simply a distance of 60 meters away. In the instant Han Li flew out of the exit, the scene before him caused him to feel a moment of dizziness. Before his very eyes, the people behind him and the exit had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 180. Black Dragon Pond. The dark gray rotting earth was dotted with continuously bubbling muddy puddles, grotesque and twisted trees, and an unknown short blood-red grass beneath his legs. The air was filled with a strange, pungent odor. This was what Han Li observed once he grew clear-headed. Han Li could not help but be curious towards the bizarre environment. Han Li first diligently looked in all directions to see whether or not there were people around him. After all, the greatest source of danger were the sect disciples that entered the forbidden area along with him. It seemed that he was quite lucky. Within about 100 meters, there was no one aside from himself. He softly let out a sigh. However, he did not yet relax his guard but rather held onto a talisman with one hand and the gold beetle swarm blades with the other so that he would be absolutely safe. At that moment, Hanli was able to slightly calm himself. He carefully observed his surroundings for anything strange. Hanli was not frightened from having suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar area. Before the trip to the forbidden area, those stewards had given everyone detailed information concerning the forbidden area. The information mentioned that once someone entered the forbidden area, they would be affected by some shifting formation spell and be instantly transported to some corner in the forbidden area. As for what location, that would depend on the individual's luck. If one was able to be transferred to the area closest to the center, they would be able to gather many spiritual herbs. These figures would be the greatly fortunate ones. One could also be delivered directly beneath the stairs of several demonic beasts. If that were the case, there wouldn't even be a bloody battle. They would be fundamentally incapable of escaping with their body intact. As for those with even worse bad luck, they might be delivered to some dangerous area and would immediately die. Naturally, these sort of circumstances were minimal. The circumstances that occurred the most were those like Han Li, transported to some corner of the forbidden area and only able to blindly move forward. The reason why those circumstances occurred, according to the deduction of those senior experts, was because of the manner by which they broke the barrier and entered. Since they used an improper method to enter, it was only natural they would activate a few restrictions and encounter a few mishaps. While Han Li cautiously paced the vicinity in a circle, he compared the nearby environment with the information he had memorized. He eventually remembered some very useful information accumulated by the disciples who left the forbidden area. It was vastly useful to those who entered for the first time. The Black Dragon Pond is located in the forbidden area's northeast corner. The pond is about 100 meters deep at its center with a radius of over 10 li. There are many rotting bone flowers, serpent slug trees and other similar plants that can be used to create poison, but their value is not much. At the center of the Black Dragon Pond, every tens of years or so, a few clumps of cold smoke grass appear near the pond water. This is a wondrous herb that can be used in an extensive number of applications. If possible, gather as many as possible since the sect is sure to exchange great rewards for them. However, one must pay attention to the pool's depths as it may conceal a group of lower grade 1 demonic beasts, the cold ice toads. However, they have a meek nature. So long as one does not take the initiative to provoke them, they will not pose much danger. After Han Li went over the information several more times, he had several thoughts in mind. According to common conventions, the closer one was to the center of the forbidden area, the rarer spiritual items one would find along with stronger demonic beasts guarding them. The Black Dragon Pond was located near the outer edges but not in the outermost layer. If he hurried, he would be able to reach the innermost region within a day. With this thought, Han Li didn't dare to use flying tools. Instead, he jumped up a large lush tree and surveyed in every direction. After he clearly identified the direction, he jumped down. The pool was south of Han Li and happened to lead towards the forbidden area's central area. It seemed he would be able to take a look in passing. Han Li used a concealment technique on his body. Afterwards, he carefully walked forward on the path with quick and light footsteps. It was unknown if it was because Han Li was excessively nervous, but after walking several li on the path, he had yet to encounter anything unexpected. It seemed he was the only person in the Black Dragon Pond area. When he heard the sound of flowing water, Han Li was able to slightly relax his tense mind. After chopping down winding branches that obstructed his path, he was able to see a deep dark green pond. Nobody had yet to approach it. The forest's chilling air already caused Han Li to shiver. This is the Black Dragon Pond? Han Li curiously sized it up. The size of the pool could not be considered large, and its surrounding area was filled with serpent slug trees. However, the surface of the water actually emitted traces of cold chi that could be seen with the naked eye. Even the land next to the pond produced a layer of sparkling ice. The intensity of the pond water's icy coldness could clearly be seen. Han Li did not pay attention to these few things. What he cared about were the tens of bundles of the short white fluffy grass growing close to the water's edge. The grass stalks had 5 leaves and were a pure white all over. They also emitted a faint white chi that enveloped them like smoke. They truly seemed to have a somewhat spiritual appearance. That's right, this must be the cold smoke grass. It doesn't differ in the slightest from the information's description. Han Li muttered to himself, inwardly rejoicing. Although this herb had no relation to his foundation establishment pills, him being able to easily acquire this from the start was truly a good omen. Han Li habitually swept his gaze left and right before walking over. However, his expression suddenly changed. He lowered his body, lightly taking a few steps. After he concealed himself behind a few branches, he expressionlessly looked toward the left side of the dense woods. Not long after, the silhouette of a person flashed by. A blue-clothed man walked out while looking around. From the look of his clothes, he seems to be someone from the heavenly imperial fortress. This person was extremely careful. With each step, he turned his head 3 times and incessantly looked in all directions. It seemed he was firmly holding something in his fist. He should have already made preparations for an attack. He walked toward the direction of the cold smoke grass. Han Li sighed. It seemed he would have to retreat without results. Since the opponent was this cautious, Han Li wouldn't be able to succeed in a sneak attack against him. He did not intend to have a large battle with this person, as braving great dangers for such non-essential items was far from worth it. Come out. I've already seen you. Stop concealing yourself. About 10 steps away from the cold smoke grass, the blue-clothed man suddenly halted and turned around, loudly shouting those words. Han Li was frightened. He thought that he had not been careful and then left a trace. But immediately after, he could not help but coldly smile, because although this blue-clothed man had shouted out loudly, his eyes were looking from place to place. He was basically not looking toward Han Li's hiding spot but was rather spouting out falsehoods. Han Li happily smiled. He saw that after the blue-clothed man loudly shouted for a while longer, he went to pick the cold smoke grass with relief. The blue-clothed man thought he was clever. But this actually caused Han Li to hesitate in deciding whether or not he should take advantage of the other party's moment of carelessness to approach him from behind. Han Li's plan was not acted out, however. The blue-clothed man quickly picked 3 to 4 clumps of white grass with extremely quick movements. It seemed this person understood that long delays invited trouble. Han Li inwardly shook his head and decided to retreat. His primary objectives were the 3 main ingredients for the foundation establishment pills. Before he fulfilled his goal, it would be best to preserve as much of his strength as possible. With this thought, Han Li quietly drew away. When he withdrew more than 30 meters away, he felt at ease to hurriedly rush away and avoid meeting with that person after he finished plucking the medicine. But Han Li had yet to leave when a scream came from the direction of the pond. It seemed to be the death cry of that blue-clothed man. Han Li had a cold shiver. After a moment of hesitation, he grit his teeth and turned around. He had to fully understand what had happened so he could avoid falling to the same fate. When Han Li covertly returned to the vicinity of the pool, 2 ferocious-looking men appeared at the side of the pond. It seemed these brightly clothed men were from Spirit Beast Mountain. At this moment, they were happily digging through the storage pouch of the heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple. At their side were over 10 large blue toads. The body of the blue-clothed man had over 10 large holes in it. He couldn't possibly be more dead. Senior Marshal Brother Yu, this plan was too clever. When we discovered this idiot, we didn't attack him from the front but instead hurried and hid near Black Dragon Pond. After scattering some beast-controlling powder on the water, the nest of cold ice toads obediently listened to us. Hee. I didn't expect a bit of noise would draw his attention and allow the demonic beasts to abruptly attack the fellow from behind. A great amount of icicles spouted out, immediately killing this idiot. He probably hadn't even thought he would have been killed by a group of low-level demonic beasts before he died. This fellow truly had quite a bit of wealth on him. Senior Marshal Brother, instead of grabbing the medicine, wouldn't it be better to hide here and wait for others to take the cold smoke grass as bait? After saying this with greed, the younger man firmly kicked the corpse of the heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple. TL. Fun fact: the Black Dragon in Black Dragon Pond is the same Black Dragon? Wulong. In Oolong Tea. Chapter 181. A Fight to the Death and Rainbow Moths. Humph. In your dreams. You aren't using your brain to think about it. Us 2 Marshall brothers were lucky enough to be transported together. We are already really lucky. At the very least, our chances of survival are much greater. Being able to get rid of this man was just luck. Do you believe I am patient enough to play the game of idly waiting for prey? Don't be scared of meeting ferocious men and have our teeth throb. Are we not already playing with our lives by entering this place? Besides, how could there be anyone in this damnable place? We should go to the center area as soon as possible and take advantage of the danger. This is the best plan. The older Spirit Mountain disciple was clearly the stronger of the two. He was also much more clever. While he was lecturing him, he was also vigilantly sweeping his eyes over the deep forest in every direction. Having seen this, Han Li grew even more careful and used his qi restraining technique to its utmost. He also held his breath, not daring to expose himself in the slightest. As for the stupid thought of taking them on by himself, Han Li didn't even think of it. There was no way he would do something so dumb. One of the two had magic power at the beginning of the 12th layer. The other was at the higher step of the 12th layer. If they were to join hands, he wouldn't just have little chance of success, he simply wouldn't be able to resist their great strength. Thus, Han Li could only stare blankly as the two gathered the very last of the cold smoke grass and set fire to the corpse of the heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple. Lastly, the two men stored the cold ice toads into a red-colored storage bag and then disappeared to the other side of the dense forest. Just after the two departed, Han Li did not immediately walk out. Only after he waited for a moment did he reveal himself from the foliage. After he stood, he looked thoughtfully in the direction of the two people. It seemed it was more or less like he had thought. There were many like-minded people here. It was no wonder, since these were people who took the risk to participate in the trial by blood and fire. How many of them wouldn't think to go the center for those spiritual items of heaven and earth? It would be difficult to avoid battle. After all, spiritual items that reached maturity were truly limited. There were fundamentally not enough for each sect. Han Li's face darkened. He bitterly thought this while standing in place for a while. He had witnessed with his own eyes as the blue-clothed person, who was just as careful as himself, silently disappeared from this world. It was unknown how many similar events occurred throughout the forbidden area. This caused Han Li's confidence in fulfilling his objective to sway by no small amount. He truly did not know whether or not it was a good idea to go on this trip to the forbidden area. Perhaps if he had taken those 2 Foundation Establishment pills, he might have been able to reach Foundation Establishment and fundamentally not need brave this strange danger. Han Li felt discouraged and had a faint notion of retreating. After all, while continuing was easy to say, one's thoughts would be in turmoil with the shadow of death looming in their mind. After several hours, Han Li left the vicinity and advanced toward the center of the forbidden area. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li's reason won over. He knew that those recent thoughts of carefulness were only his own weakness looking for an excuse. Thus, he strengthened his mind and resumed walking on the path. Han Li did not follow behind the two and instead took a detour, indirectly advancing even though the two from Spirit Beast Mountain took the closest and fastest route. Han Li wasn't being paranoid. With his abilities, the opponents would be able to find him. In addition, he was also fearful of Spirit Beast Mountain's exceptional beast controlling method. He did not know whether the opponent had any unusual methods of discovering a pursuer, but it would be best to maintain his distance. It should be known that he originally used the small cloud-wing bird, which had minor human intelligence, to track and monitor specific individuals from a long distance. It could be assumed that Spirit Beast Mountain also had a similar controlling method. Their methods were certain to be even more crafty and covert. After all, they were cultivators. How could the methods of Jianghu possibly compare? With regards to the cloud-wing bird, Han Li felt a bit of regret. When he entered Yellow Maple Valley, in order to prevent arousing attention, he released the bird into the Taiyu mountain range, allowing it to freely move about. As a result, the bird frequently returned to look for its master Han Li for its favorite food, the yellow chestnut pill. However, after a long period of time, it gradually returned fewer and fewer times. By the time Han Li realized his mistake, the bird had already become wild and had actually flown to some faraway land, never to be seen again. This caused Han Li much heartache, as it would have been of much use on this journey within the forbidden area. What Han Li did not know was that his decision to take a roundabout route truly allowed him to escape calamity. After the two disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain left the Black Dragon Pond, each of them released rainbow moths over a large area. These beautiful flying insects immediately scattered in every direction, densely spreading over an area of about 300 meters. The color of their bodies then gradually changed, slowly matching with its surroundings. The colors of their body blended in so well that they could not be easily seen without a careful examination. Furthermore, even if a few careful people discovered these moths, they would most likely believe them to be native to the forbidden area and not suspect them. Thus, these colorful moths became natural sentries for the two. So long as someone entered their range of awareness, they would immediately alert the two and allow them to plan a response in advance. These numerous insects formed a living alarm network. As alarms, they could be said to be flawless, an expert trick known to Spirit Beast Mountain disciples. Although disciples of their own sect would know of this beforehand, they would have no method of passing through the moths and mounting a sneak attack against the two. Actually, with regards to Han Li's decision at Black Dragon Pond, it could be considered a great fortune. Those two from Spirit Beast Mountain did not yet release the rainbow moths at the pond and only released them after leaving. Otherwise, Han Li would not have escaped their notice. This wasn't a matter of negligence or forgetfulness. The moths were naturally fearful of the cold. If the temperature was a bit too low, they would freeze and die one by one. It would be truly regretful for the two. This Black Dragon Pond's water was of a strange nature and possessed an incomparable coldness. All the land nearby the pool transformed into a winter-like terrain. Under these circumstances, how could they dare to release their rainbow moths only to see them die? Han Li wasn't aware in the least that his actions had prevented calamity. He was currently standing below a strange cliff, speechlessly looking at two wretched corpses by his feet. One of the corpses wore black skin-tight clothes and had a tall and bulky stature with large palms. There was a thin dark red line of blood across his neck. The eyes were still open with an expression of unwillingness. It seemed he died discontentedly. The body appeared to be that of a giant sword sect disciple. As for the other body, it was of medium stature and was badly mutilated. What was most significant was its face was not intact. There was a huge sword that was thrusted all the way through his head. He had been impaled to the floor with it while he was still alive, causing bits of brain and blood to flow on the ground. However, a strange transparent thread was coiled around the ring finger of his right hand. Underneath the sunlight he saw a faint flicker. Han Li carefully studied the corpse of the giant sword sect disciple for a very long time. Then he suddenly lifted the corpse by the tip of its feet and looked toward the red line at the neck, giving the head a light kick. As a result, the large head immediately rolled to the side. He did not need to use much strength. This person had long been split in two. Han Li sighed and looked toward the other corpse. Although he didn't have a face, Han Li already knew his identity since the corpse wore yellow robes similar to his own. There couldn't be stronger proof. However, he did not know which of his Yellow Maple Valley Marshal brothers the corpse belonged to. He clearly understood that these two died killing each other. Han Li lifted his head and looked toward the cliff peak without moving. He had already reached a final conclusion. In his mind he imagined most of what took place between the two. From all the marks, the giant sword sect disciple should have exceeded the power of Han Li's senior martial brother by an entire layer. The corpse of the yellow-clothed disciple was badly mutilated and was riddled with injuries. The unreconciled expression on the black-clothed person's head clearly explained this matter. Although the senior martial brother from his sect was in a disadvantageous position, it was clear this person loved scheming. The only magic tool he used was actually that transparent thread. He definitely made use of his enemy's careless attitude as he was about to win. At the very last moment he used this item to launch a sneak attack, severing his opponent's head and killing the giant sword sect disciple. However, he clearly didn't expect that the black-clothed man had enough strength left to launch his sword before he died. It was unknown whether the Yellow Maple Valley disciple was either too wounded to avoid the strike or if he had made a mistake on the verge of victory, but in the end he was impaled, resulting in a battle without a victor. Chapter 182. A young woman and thread. Since it was clear how these two had died, Han Li could only pray that his senior martial brother had a pleasant journey to the Yellow Springs and would reincarnate soon. Then with no trace of politeness he plundered their bodies. TL. The Yellow Springs is part of the Chinese underworld? In any case, these people were already dead. Han Li would naturally kindly accepted their storage pouches. After a search once through, he couldn't find them. His expression became grave as he carefully searched through them once more, but he still could not find them. Han Li felt the hair on his body grow cold and stiff. His heartbeat started to accelerate. There was actually a fourth person here. It was this person who took away their storage pouches. Although this person had most likely long departed from this place, he could not guarantee that this person was not observing nearby, using these two corpses as bait and waiting for him to make a mistake. Facing away from the cliff, there was large area of grass, tall enough to hide a man. Han Li was currently half-squatting near the corpses with his back facing the grass. This caused him to be greatly worried. There might be someone hiding behind him. Han Li didn't move and remained in a squatting position. From behind it would appear he was still focused on the corpses. However, he had already quietly taken out magic tools and talismans and used the entirety of his consciousness to silently release his spiritual sense, attempting to find the person who might be hiding there. The outcome of his spiritual sense search did not surprise Han Li. Everything nearby was normal, and there were no unusual fluctuations of spiritual qi. With nothing being out of the ordinary, there must definitely be someone nearby. This person must be using the restraining breath technique to hide their body's magic power, making Han Li naturally unable to find them. The reason why Han Li searched with his spiritual sense was to beat the grass and scare the snake. TL. Beating the grass to scare the snake. Alerting the enemy as to intimidate or scare them. At the very least, the opponent who existed in his thoughts wouldn't dare to act blindly. The outcomes he truly expected was either that he had scared himself with groundless fears and there was nobody here, or the person who had restrained their breath this entire time and was spying on him would see no opportunity to take advantage of him and therefore would not plan to act. After a moment, Han Li stood and turned around to the large area of tall grass. After he sized up the area several times with a cold glance, he suddenly leapt away without saying a word, transforming into a black dot as he gradually grew farther away. When Han Li's figure had completely disappeared without a trace, rustling suddenly came from within the originally peaceful tall grass. A slim figure walked out. It was actually a young girl with fluttering white clothes. This girl appeared young, only about 15 to 16 years old. However, her appearance was pure, and her face appeared innocent and adorable. In this place of life and death, such a fairy-like charmer had appeared. It was truly hard to believe. From the look of her clothes, she should be affiliated with the masked moon sect. The young woman looked the direction Han Li disappeared and smiled with pursed lips. With a voice overflowing with age, she said to herself, "Your bravery and wisdom isn't bad. It's your magic power that's a bit lacking. It seems there is also a large problem with your aptitude. There isn't much potential that can be drawn out. If not for that, you would have surely been one of those who would make it out alive." Regardless, the technique he used to run away seemed to be Qigong from the mortal world. Furthermore, it wasn't weak and was actually truly interesting. The young woman lightly raised her sharp chin with opened eyes, showing an expression of considerable interest. If Han Li had heard those words, he would only be stunned with fear. Her words were far too accurate. With just a few words, she was able to sinisterly point out his strengths and weaknesses as if she understood him more than himself. "I'll let you go for now. I am still preoccupied with other business. However, the next time I see you, young fellow, I won't let you off so easily," the young woman said with a bit of unwillingness as she wrinkled her nose, creating a mischievous crease. It was as if Han Li had become her newly acquired toy. She was greatly interested in him, causing her to regret having to leave. In the end, the young woman pouted with her small mouth and took out a talisman. With a wave of her hand, she was enveloped in dazzling green light and disappeared. If there was someone present who had saw that scene, they would perhaps immediately feel heartache and loudly curse this woman's clan, hoping it would wither. She actually squandered a talisman that was rarely seen in the cultivation world, a wood evasion technique talisman as she pleased. That was an elementary mid-grade talisman. It should be known that if an average person had this wood evasion talisman, although it wasn't enough to be a family heirloom, it was something that could only be used in a matter of life or death, since its most optimal use was to escape death. Han Li did not know any of this, so he naturally felt no heartache. Even more so, he couldn't have known that there was a woman who was greatly interested in him and thought about him often. He still believed that he had lightly escaped from a predicament and was currently rejoicing. Regardless of whether or not there was truly someone there, Han Li did not intend to look into it further. After all, the closer he approached the central area, the more common enemies would become. They would set up similar ambushes and attacking others would gradually become a common occurrence. To preserve his own life, he must spare no effort to avoid all sorts of unnecessary conflict. That was Han Li's current plan of operation. Besides, it wasn't as if Han Li gained nothing from those two corpses. With this thought, Han Li held out his hand. There was a ball of transparent thread in his palm. As he departed, he picked up that item in passing. It was the thread-like magic tool that had been used to kill the giant sword sect disciple. Han Li poured a bit of magic power into the magic tool, which gradually became taut and straight. In the end, it unexpectedly became a perfectly straight thread over 30 meters long. Han Li controlled and waved the thread as he wished for a moment, and he immediately felt that this item had clever uses. After he was finished, he truly thought this was the perfect weapon for an ambush. Because of its near-invisible properties and its incomparably sharp and completely flexible cuts, Han Li could confidently behead his opponents without them even knowing. He truly did not know what material was used to refine this thread. If it was able to become even longer, then there would be countless clever uses. Han Li's mood grew as he willed the thread through more than 10 large nearby trees. All of them were cut in two without the slightest resistance. This caused Han Li to be greatly happy as even more uses began to grow in his mind. Han Li did not know that at this time, near the center of the forbidden area, the disciples of Saber Transformation Doc and the Clear Void sect were engaged face-to-face in close combat. Because each party had 5 to 6 people, their strength was about the same, making them evenly matched. This was the first large-scale deathmatch in the current trial by blood and fire. The reason was so that they would be the first to enter the central area and pick the spiritual medicines. If they were able to extinguish their opponents here, then naturally they would take advantage of their good fortune. The final outcome was that the skills employed by the Daoist priests from the Clear Void sect were a notch higher. After they killed the majority of their opponents, the remaining 2 from the Saber Transformation Doc fled with injuries. The Clear Void sect disciples then took the initiative to enter the central area. Within the central area, not only would there be many wondrous flowers, bizarre fruits and other spiritual items of heaven and earth, there would also be strong grade 1 demonic beasts guarding those items, powerful enough to go head-to-head against Peak Foundation establishment disciples. Every time a demonic beast was killed and the medicine was collected, so long as more spiritual medicines grew, demonic beasts would also indescribably appear, although it wouldn't necessarily be the same kind of demonic beast. This already puzzled the sect's many experts to no end. Could it be the demonic beasts were also born spontaneously from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth? This vastly differed from their previous understanding. According to their knowledge, demonic beasts should be formed from living wild animals. Only after subconsciously absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for many years would they be able to occasionally evolve into a demonic beast. The probability of animals evolving was not at all like that of developing cultivators among humans. The animals' odds were far greater. Furthermore, over the years, each of the sect's disciples were only able to gather spiritual medicines on the outskirts of the central area. If they were to approach closer to the center, they would encounter a few restriction spell and traps, becoming trapped or erased. In addition, the further they entered, the more formidable the demonic beasts became. Since the disciples were minor figures with no method to resist, they could only obediently pace back and forth at the outskirts of the central area. Regardless if it were Clear Void sect disciples, not even those who made the first move would be able to take advantage and take the medicines there. At this moment, Han Li had come across the greatest crisis on his trip within the forbidden area. At some narrow road, there was a spirit beast mountain and a heavenly imperial fortress disciple blocking both sides of the road. Han Li actually recognized the large man from Spirit Beast Mountain. He was that fully bearded man who had been staring at him earlier. Currently, he was looking at Han Li with an evil smile, exposing a "you're already dead" expression. Chapter 183 Harmonic Spiritual Talisman. Chapter 183. Harmonic Spiritual Talisman. Han Li tasted some bitterness from his mouth. He did not think that as greatly careful and tremendously cautious as he would still be ambushed. Furthermore, it was one of the worst possible circumstances between two people. Currently, he was in a zone called the Skyline. Its environment was extremely dangerous. If one did not use flying magic tools, the entire region only had a narrow small path that led to the central area. Lining the two sides of the small path were incomparably steep cliffs. Although Han Li was not weak in the light body martial arts of the mortal world, he would not dare to rashly climb them. As for flying directly over with flying magic tools, the idea was even more absurd. It would be a suicidal action, openly allowing others to launch an attack. Why even think of it? None of the sect's disciples would ever perform such folly. Furthermore, the bitter experiences of his predecessors taught him that flying was an absolutely prohibited action in the forbidden area, else one would leave a corpse. When Han Li entered the vicinity, he hesitated for quite a while. However, he ultimately didn't dare to take the shortcut by flying over the mountain peak. As a result, he was forced to openly follow the small road on foot. Naturally, Han Li was completely wary of the dangers in this area. On the entire way, his nerves were tightly strung. But even so, just when he had walked through the path opening, his path was blocked from the front and back by two people without even the slightest warning. When Han Li saw the bearded man's fierce expression, he knew that to talk arrogantly at this moment was of no use at all. First he slapped the defensive water barrier talisman on his body, and then he brought out the flying dark iron shield. Additionally, he took out the magic tool gold beetle swarm blades, and his few elementary high-grade earth prison technique talismans. The fully bearded man and the person behind him looked at Han Li's actions with cold eyes without the slightest intention of stopping or attacking him. It seemed the two were completely confident. They felt entirely certain that they could handle Han Li and appeared calm. This was no surprise. The person behind him was already at the peak of the 12th layer. Not to mention the fully bearded man had already cultivated to the 13th layer. Facing an 11th layer fledgling such as Han Li, they naturally felt that it would be a trivial matter. When Han Li saw this, he licked his dry lips and inwardly sneered to himself. Since his opponents were so negligent, he would naturally exploit this opportunity. Thus, remaining completely calm, Han Li faced his body to the side so that his enemies were to his right and left, as if they were horns, to avoid being attacked in the back. As expected, these two did not take the opportunity to attack jointly. These were the strongest enemies he had ever faced since he entered the world of cultivation. Even so, Han Li wasn't fearful of them in the least. Although he did his utmost to avoid fighting with others, it wasn't because he had no confidence in himself. Even though Han Li's magic power was greatly lacking and would be a disadvantage in a battle of attrition, the top-quality magic tools and the treasure talisman he possessed were enough to make up for this deficiency. Furthermore, if it truly did not work out, he could take out the Heaven's Lightning Child and eliminate a person. Was that not an easy matter? But whether or not he was willing to use it was an entirely different matter. However, Han Li had a bit of doubt. Why would the fully bearded man and the Heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple not fight one another and instead team up? If they were disciples from the same sect, it would be an ordinary matter. However, these two were obviously not from the same sect. Boy, your courage isn't small. Outside the forbidden area, you actually dared to mock me and exchange flirting glances with that SL*T. Now I will take your life as an apology. The fully bearded man said fiendishly. Then he turned to the Heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple and said, "Brother Yen, I have a grudge against this fellow. Hand this person over to me. I want to treat him properly and let him know that you can't be so reckless in the cultivation world. Before you offend someone in your next life, first remember this before you speak." When the Heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple heard this, he shrugged his shoulders without care and said, "Do as you like. I'll just stand to the side. However, don't be like last time and throw him off the edge. Otherwise, you'll owe me a life-saving favor." Haha, that time was a complete accident. This time I'm handling a fledgling. If I use half my strength, I'll have enough to spare. The fully bearded man's face was red, but soon after he slanted his mouth and said this with disdain. You should do your best. I truly don't wish for there to be a day I hear of your death. After all, we've been good friends for many years. To find a person of agreeable temperament is truly difficult. The Heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple shook his head. It seemed the fully bearded man's arrogance gave him great headaches, but he did not believe that the opponent before him posed any threat to his old friend. Besides, he was attentively watching from the side. At the side, Han Li did not shut out the two's dialogue and heard it clearly. From the words he heard, the doubts in his heart were cleared. Unexpectedly, these two were originally friends. Furthermore, their relationship was rather good. This was rather troublesome. These two were certain to coordinate together against enemies far better than common temporary alliances. Hearing their words, it seemed they had cooperated on more than one occasion. Han Li couldn't help but feel greatly depressed. It seems I can only use the lightning child. But first it's important that I dispose of one of them. Then I will be able to handle the remaining one much more easily. However, this is too strange. Originally, each sect's disciples were randomly transported. How could they be transported to the same area and happen to meet? This is truly incredible. Han Li hatefully thought. He felt greatly indignant toward their luck. Han Li did not know that the Heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple had also joyfully thought this in his heart. When this person saw the fully bearded man walk toward Han Li, his mind couldn't help but think that he was able to meet his good friend due to the great work of the Harmonic Spiritual Talisman. High-grade Harmonic Spiritual Talisman, this item is truly useful. So long as we enter the forbidden area during the same moment and use the talisman at the same time, our spiritual chi will temporarily bind together, and the restriction formation will transport us to the same area. Although I heard the odds of success is 50%, the price of the talisman was exceptionally more expensive than ordinary elementary high-grade talismans. But in the end, we were able to wait in that location and successfully ambush several disciples who passed through. It was a great harvest. Besides, I am not foolish. Spending such a large price to brave the strange dangers of the forbidden area, was it not in order to openly kill and plunder the many individuals who were covetously gazing at those spiritual medicines? There will be great harvests without any repercussions. This one is convinced that so long as us two join hands and don't come across those fierce experts, our objective will be easily and effortlessly accomplished. Then when it is near the end we will pull back and find a place to hide. We'll stay there until it's time and safely leave. This is truly a flawless plan. Only I could have thought of it. The Heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple thought of his future prospects after he left and could not help but think beautiful narcissistic thoughts. His mind naturally did not think of the great battle that was about to occur. At this moment the fully bearded man took out a green leather pouch and sent Han Li an evil grin as he approached. It seemed he wanted to dispose of him. However, it was unknown if it was because of his good friend's warning, but he used a talisman halfway. He became covered in a green-colored light barrier that increased his defense. Seeing these circumstances, Han Li wrinkled his brow. He had a bit of a headache. He was originally going to act fearful of the Spirit Beast Mountain disciple's actions and prepare to make use of this person's negligence, getting rid of this person first. But now that his opponent released a defensive magic technique, this was no longer something he could do in a short amount of time. Naturally, if he used Heaven's Lightning Child, this person wouldn't be able to do anything even if he had other methods. However, this was a one-time use consumable. If it wasn't a crucial moment of life or death, Han Li would not use it. Since using it was out of the question, Han Li naturally planned to attack the Heavenly Imperial Fortress disciple instead. He saw that the person had both hands behind his back with his head raised to the sky. He was currently pondering about something, not taking note of anything happening at all. Han Li was exalted. He knew there was an opportunity to exploit. Without taking the time to think, he used the Earth Prison Technique talisman in his hand, throwing it toward the fully bearded man. As a result, the talisman turned into a stream of yellow light in midair, fiercely shooting toward his opponent. It actually covered the barrier of the fully bearded man's defensive magic technique. It took the shape of a larger yellow barrier and firmly trapped him within, not allowing him to move an inch forward. Chapter 184. Might of the Golden Light Brick. When the fully bearded man saw Han Li with his hand still on the talisman, he was not worried. The wood attribute defensive barrier he wore had frightening defensive power that could fundamentally ignore common attacks. Furthermore, on the basis that his opponent was a novice who cultivated to the 11th layer, he didn't believe that he could possess a talisman of great strength. At most, it would be an elementary mid-grade talisman. Because of this, he continued to walk forward without taking notice, opening his pouch as if he were about to bring something out. But when he was suddenly rooted in place by the yellow light barrier which he recognized as the Earth Prison Technique, the fully bearded man's expression finally changed, realizing that things had taken a turn for the worse. At this time, a strange dark green snake with a pair of purple wings leapt out from his pouch. As soon as it appeared, The snake immediately made a few odd gua-gua cries and began to viciously attack the yellow barrier, causing the barrier to tremble continuously. Its strength was not small. When the fully bearded man saw this, his spirits were slightly lifted. He took out another pouch to release another spirit beast, hoping to combine their efforts to break through the earth prison. He was confident that he would be able to escape in a short period of time. When he escaped, he would definitely pull out his opponent's ribs one by one to quench the hatred in his heart. Han Li didn't even pay attention to his surrounding enemies. In a swift movement, he rushed towards the man from the heavenly imperial fortress. His movements were quick, and throughout the whole way he seemed to be darting in and out of view, even leaving behind a series of afterimages, making him seem almost phantom-like. At the same time, Han Li gently patted the storage pouch near his waist. The original gold beetle swarm blades suddenly switched with another similarly small magic tool that he clutched tightly in his hand. At this time, the man from the heavenly imperial fortress finally awoke from his beautiful dream, instantly seeing the strange scene unfolding in front of him. His expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly backed up and flipped his palm, causing a talisman to appear. Meanwhile, Han Li was still at least 30 meters away from him. The man relaxed, thinking that there was more than enough time to cast the talisman. However, before he was able to use his spiritual power to activate the talisman, he was stunned to see that the charging Han Li suddenly smiled mysteriously at him. In turn, one of Han Li's hands gently waved at him, a movement similar to a greeting between two familiar friends. At the same time, he also felt a slight itch on his neck as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. The man from the heavenly imperial fortress stared blankly, yet to realize the other side's intention. In a moment of turmoil, his eyes dimmed as he lost consciousness. Brother Yen. Standing off to the side, the fully bearded man from Spirit Beast Mountain involuntarily cried out with wide eyes, having seen the whole thing clearly. He personally saw that Han Li was able to kill his close friend with a simple wave of his hand from about 3 meters away. His friend's head rolled on the ground with a goo-loo-loo sound separated from its body. However, the now headless body continued to back up a few steps until it fell over on the ground, blood spurting from its neck about a few feet high with hoo-hoo sounds. The fully bearded man suddenly felt his hands and feet turn ice cold with a cold sweat down his back. The methods the opponent used to kill his friend were too demonic. He had seen clearly that his friend was killed without contact, and the opponent for sure hadn't used any kind of magic technique. Boy, as soon as I get out I will hack you to pieces. Although he felt beads of cold sweat exuding from his forehead and was filled with grief for his friend, the fully bearded man maintained a menacing attitude to strengthen his courage, bracing himself and standing firm. In actuality, however, he had decided in his heart that as soon as he escaped from the earth prison technique, he would immediately run far away, biding his time. Revenge was a dish best served cold after all. The boy in front of him was too strange. Not only did he have the high-grade earth prison technique talisman, but he also could kill people with invisible weapons, making him truly difficult to deal with. Getting revenge for his friend is indeed important, but first he must preserve his own life. It turned out that the seemingly ferocious fully bearded man was actually a person as cowardly as a mouse that bullied the weak yet feared the strong. Most people would be surprised by this. Of course, Han Li had no way of knowing his opponent's thoughts. All he saw was that the opponent had released another pangolin-like beast that, along with that strange snake, had begun to fiercely attack the yellow barrier. The fully bearded man had also taken out a pair of iron rod-like magic tools to aid the two beasts in smashing the barrier, causing it to flicker with light incessantly. The earth prison technique could not be maintained for much longer. As soon as Han Li realized this, he took out his golden light brick treasure talisman with one hand, bringing it in front of his eyes and staring at it intently in order to activate it. If he were to use any other normal magic tool, he simply could not feel at ease. His opponent, after all, was a 13th layer expert. If he was unable to kill him with one blow, there would be big trouble when his opponent escaped. Until now, he still remembered the exhausting battle with Senior Marshal Brother Liu, and at that time Senior Marshal Brother Liu had only been at the 12th layer. Despite this, he had not expected that he could actually use the transparent thread to finish off a 12th layer opponent. However, the fully bearded man was already on guard and would not be defeated so easily. The fully bearded man under the earth prison technique, seeing the weird movements of the talisman in Han Li's hands, felt his heart tense. He tightened his grip on the pair of black iron cudgels. But the yellow barrier of the earth prison technique was extremely strong. Even if it had changed shape and darkened to the point of being in danger of fracturing, it continued to maintain its integrity. Upon seeing this, the fully bearded man became so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this time he suddenly felt a gust of an astonishing amount of spirit power rocketing up from Han Li's direction. He couldn't help but slowly turn his body and look in his direction. He saw Han Li's hand emitting a strong golden light, and a lustrous, shining golden rectangular object slowly rose up, floating in midair. Treasure Talisman. The fully bearded man's expression changed dramatically, and he began to yell in terror. He had realized the nature of the golden light brick. What he didn't know, however, was that Han Li's face at this moment was also deathly pale with alarm. The floating object was furiously draining all of his inner magic power steadily, without any way of stopping it. It seemed as if it would suck him dry. The quietly complaining Han Li, as he was suffering, began to curse the store that had sold him this item. How is this a treasure talisman? It's clearly a leech that wants to kill me. However, when a third of his magic power had been drained, the treasure talisman finally stopped its wild movements and calmed down. Control over it once again returned to Han Li. At this time Han Li did not hesitate and pointed, causing the golden light brick treasure talisman to immediately shoot out. It flew straight towards the fully bearded man who was still trapped under the earth prison technique. His face became ashen from fright. The golden brick began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it became as large as a room. Spiritual chi revolved around it and radiated golden light in all directions. Its pressure was truly astonishing. When it reached the fully bearded man's forehead, the golden brick was like a small mountain in size, and it came down with a violent clap. Ah! After the loud sound and fully bearded man's blood-curdling scream, the entire earth shook violently. Han Li was both surprised and happy. His expression was somewhat strange. Was it really possible to eliminate a 13th-layer disciple that easily? Han Li had some doubts. As soon as he retrieved the treasure talisman, the golden light brick immediately returned to its original form and flew back into Han Li's hand. An extremely large crater had formed in the place where the golden brick had slammed into the ground, almost 30 meters wide and a meter deep. As for the fully bearded man and his spirit beasts, they had become a pile of mud indistinguishable from one another. The fully bearded man really had been killed. Han Li was at a loss. It was as if he couldn't resist a single strike in the slightest. Was it that the fully bearded man was too weak, or that the golden light brick was simply too strong? Han Li was unable to decide. However, after generating such a loud noise, it was no longer safe to stay in this place. Han Li quickly became sober. After he destroyed the two corpses, he took the 5 or 6 storage pouches and left the area, leaving the skyline. Continuing to walk forward would most likely have led to a large forest, which was incidentally also an ideal place to ambush and kill people. Perhaps after entering the forest there would be another fierce battle waiting for him. Thus, before entering, he decided to find a place to rest a little and restore his magic power in order to protect himself. Chapter 185 The Strong. Chapter 185. The Strong. While Han Li was on the outer edges of the forest, he found a dense, large tree. When he jumped on top of the tree to recover his strength, the entire forbidden area had reached the first climax of the Trial of Blood and Fire's massacre. Various strong individuals revealed their fangs one by one and began to purge the nearby weaklings. The closer they were to the center of the area, the more frequent and bloody the massacres became. Of course, experts of equivalent strength would occasionally run into each other. They would look past the other person and reach a wordless, mutual understanding, simply brushing past one another. It was not time for them to do battle yet. With this said, of the many disciples from various sects in the forbidden area, the majority could be divided into 3 types of people. One kind were those who were extremely weak, people whose cultivation were only around the 11th or even 10th layer. They all had very different reasons for entering this forbidden area. If it wasn't because of hardships against their will, it was because they were forced, or it was because they were hopeful in their luck to take advantage of a crisis for their own gain. Regardless of their reasons, they were all part of the bloody massacre's lowest level, only able to play the role of being slaughtered. Often after the first day in this forbidden area, apart from a few people with the most clever and particular self-preservation methods, these weaklings were almost completely purged by others. Of course, people like Han Li could rely on strange treasures and fierce incisiveness, but he could be considered an exception. The second kind were those like the fully bearded man. Although their magic power was not weak, their self-regard and strength could not compare with the experts, and they were aware that to obtain a spiritual item was beyond hope. They were unwilling to battle with the highest layer experts inside the forbidden area for the spiritual herbs, instead turning their attention to the first type of people. They intended to use this opportunity to kill these people and steal their treasures, quietly becoming very rich. These kinds of people inside of the Trial of Blood and Fire for the first 2 days were quite active. When the third day began, however, the remaining victors would automatically lie low in the forbidden area, refusing to reveal themselves anymore. This was because they were very clear that after the third day it was time for the experts to have showdowns with one another. If these middle-strength people ran into such an expert during this time, it would absolutely be a one-way trip to death. Of course, there were also a few who were either arrogant or did not have a grasp of their own strength and would charge directly into center of the battle for the spiritual medicines. Their bodies would never be found. However, most of the people grabbed opportunities early and withdrew quickly, and were often the most common type of person in the Trial of Blood and Fire. In contrast, the strongest individuals would die tragically one by one as if part of some kind of joke. Thus, the last type of people became the least common. These people were at the top of the pyramid, and they were the most elite disciples of the various sects that had entered the forbidden area. They were the ones that the various sects had placed their high hopes on. As for the other disciples of the same schools, they were at the most cannon fodder, meant to aid the plans of their various sects. This group was elite. Their magic power was profound, complemented by magic tools with astonishing power. They only had one goal, which was to kill all the disciples of other sects and steal away enough spiritual medicine. The extent of the first massacre at the start lay in their mutual wordless understanding to first get rid of the trash and all those who were only there to take advantage of the situation. This was to prevent these people from obstructing their movements and, in general, any problems from sprouting up. In addition, the news that someone had been one step in front of them to the central area did not make them panic or become edgy. Entering it was easy, but if they wanted to bring spiritual medicine out, that would be incredibly difficult. The massacre continued to progress, but because Han Li was still a distance away from the central area, he was still not able to involve his recovered self. However, other weaker members were not as lucky as Han Li, and many were brought into the middle of the massacre even as they desperately struggled to free themselves to protect their own lives. And Saber Transformation Doc's Su Air was one of these people. Today, Su Air's face was deathly pale, staring at the person in front of him with an expression of pure terror. This person was big and was carrying a giant silver sword. It was this person who had, right in front of Su Air, already killed the other 2 disciples from Saber Transformation Doc. Under his giant silver sword, it didn't matter what kind of high-grade weapon and protective armors were used. It was as if they couldn't even withstand one attack, being ripped apart one by one as if they were thin paper. They were inevitably sliced in two. However, it was because there were those 2 other disciples from the same sect that Su Air, seeing that the situation was far from good, seized the opportunity to slip away, falling into confusion as he ran. Unfortunately, the big man didn't seem to have the idea of letting him go, instead persistently chasing him for a few dozens of hours and finally catching up to him here. This caused him to thoroughly lose hope. "If you kill yourself, I can leave you an intact corpse," said the big guy expressionlessly and with a cold glare. You can go die." In the midst of his hopeless situation, Su Air, who knew that he would not live much longer, erupted in fighting spirit. He took the only 2 high-grade magic tools he had on him and in one breath threw them all out. "Idiot." The big guy spoke this very deliberately. Next, the huge silver sword flew from his back into the air. As if without effort, the 2 magic tools were broken into pieces. In the same motion, Su Air was also cut into 2 pieces. After finishing all of this, the big guy did not even bother to look at Su Air's corpse. Instead, he spun on his heel and left without even the idea of moving towards the storage pouch. To him, the only magic tool he needed was the huge silver sword. Any other magic tool or precious item would only distract him and would be a big hindrance to his cultivation. At the same time, at a small brook near the central area, a female disciple of the masked moon sect controlled a magic tool like a scarf while drenched in sweat. She was currently bitterly defending herself from 2 red shiny daggers, but it seemed as if at any moment she would be unable to defend herself any longer. Could this senior martial brother wielding daggers please let this junior martial sister go? I am willing to serve senior martial brother with my body tonight. Since this woman was at death's door and was past caring about shame, she used a woman's greatest advantage and tried to seduce him. But would it succeed? Based on their encounters and the tactics he had used, she had absolutely no idea. Fine, withdraw your magic tools and I'll agree. The person speaking was an 18 or 19-year-old male wearing a earthy-colored robe. He had delicate features, red cheeks and white teeth, all the characteristics of a delicate, handsome male. Having said this, he stopped his 2 daggers in midair and lightly smiled at the woman. The masked moon sect female was delighted and hurriedly gave him 2 winks. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly allowed the scarf to descend, retrieving it into her hand. Then she stuck her breasts out as if she was about to say something. Unfortunately, before she could open her lips, the handsome male's face suddenly expressed a killing intent. His finger violently pointed, and in a surprising turn of events, 2 red flying daggers immediately cut in a crisscross. The woman, without a whisper, fell to the ground, fresh blood puddling on the floor. *T. Even someone as common and unrefined as you thinks that they can seduce me, Han Tianya. Note: the Han used here is different from Han Li's surname. The handsome male's face bore an expression of disgust, his voice suddenly becoming intense. Next he took out a pleasant-smelling handkerchief from his waist, delicately wiping the dust on his face. His movements were very gentle and reserved, as if he were an unmarried daughter of a noble household. I should hasten my journey. Perhaps there will be others along the road who will also provide some entertainment. After thinking this aloud, the male carelessly tossed the handkerchief he had used to wipe himself onto the female's face, leaving with a swagger. Deep in the forest, a disciple of the spirit beast mountain lay dead on the ground. A yellow-robed, middle-aged man stood nearby. He was currently shaking his head and staring at the sky, mumbling something to himself. Behind him were a few extremely fierce beasts lying on the ground, not moving, without a breath. On top of the barren mountain, an ugly-faced, green-robed man was frantically controlling about a large swarm of huge bees, besieging a few people dressed like Daoists. Just like that, the strong massacring the weak could be found everywhere in the forbidden area. Although Han Li did not see all of this, he could faintly smell a bloody scent drifting through the air. However, he had no time to look into the whole story, instead sitting on the treetop without moving, gradually restoring the magic power in his body. The time passed by very quickly, and more than half of the first night in the forbidden area had already gone by. What shocked Han Li was that in this area, the amount of extremely bright light was the same during both daytime and nighttime. The entire sky was always an overcast color, making people who saw it feel somewhat unsettled. When his magic power had been restored enough and as Han Li was rejoicing quietly in his heart, the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy gasps suddenly came from far away, slowly getting closer. It was as if there was someone running towards the very tree that Han Li was meditating on. Chapter 186. Making a move. The corners of Han Li's mouth moved slightly. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, but his tightly closed eyes had no choice but to open. Although his magic power was still a tiny fraction from being fully restored, there was a person coming his way. He didn't dare arrogantly continue to meditate, especially under conditions where he didn't know how things stood with the person who was coming. Which senior martial brother is here? Quickly save this little sister. A woman wearing yellow robes came running out from the nearby forest, staggering to the bottom of the tree where Han Li was. She wore an expression of panic and raised her head to the treetop, calling for help. It was as if she had determined that up there was her own knight in shining armor. Not too far behind her, a person's white shadow walked over unhurriedly. Their behavior sharply differed from the woman's terrified appearance, as if they were feeling quite leisurely. Seeing all this, Han Li rolled his eyes. He was very unhappy with this woman's behavior of inviting disaster. As for her ability to discover the location of his hiding place, he did not find it surprising. Before all of the Yellow Maple Valley disciples had departed, sect leader Zhong Lingdao made use of a type of pulling magic that allowed these disciples, within a certain range, to perceive each other's position. Of course, this magic had a time limit on it, being only effective for 10 days. The purpose of this magic was to allow disciples of their own sect to support each other, thus greatly increasing their likelihood of success. It is said that the disciples of other sects were also under the effects of a similar magic technique. Han Li, having no other choice, gave the woman a glance. He actually recognized her. She was a fellow female disciple that stood together with junior martial sister Chen. Apart from her figure, which could comparatively stir up many fires, her appearance was extremely plain. After Han Li had coldly stared at the woman's desperately pleading appearance, he did not carelessly and immediately jump off the tree. Instead, he closely sized up the white shadow following her through a very small gap in the leaves. Regardless of whether he saved the woman or not, Han Li wanted to gauge whether the magic power of the oncoming person was strong or weak before deciding. He did not want to stake his own small life for a woman who was a total stranger. If the white shadow's magic power was average, Han Li would of course make a move and kill them without any respect, thus acting as a hero saving a beauty. However, if their magic power was frighteningly deep, Han Li had to carefully consider whether he would join up with the woman under the tree to escape together, or if he would instantly escape without a trace. However, to prepare for any situation, he still placed his hand on top of his storage pouch, retrieving the golden beetle swarm mother blade, magic tool and a defensive talisman. In addition, he took the nameless transparent thread and deftly wrapped it around his finger. "Ziz, your running looks really ugly. Are all of Yellow Maple Valley's female disciples as useless as you?" The white shadow slowly walked closer, revealing their real face. In fact, it was a woman in her prime wearing a white flowing shirt. Her face also had some pleasant features, but her two eyebrows were slightly lifted and she wore an evil expression. Although she spoke this word to the yellow-robed female under the tree, her eyes with killing intent kept drifting towards the top of the tree. It was evident that she was not as arrogant as she had said about herself. She still had some misgivings towards the hidden Han Li who would not reveal himself. 12th layer cultivation. Having easily seen the opponent's cultivation depth, Han Li's heart let out a breath. However, he still had a few suspicions. The disciple of the same sect under the tree also had a 12th layer cultivation, so how had she been chased to this miserable state? Did the opponent have some particular trick or some kind of strong magic tool? As Han Li was puzzling over this matter, the white-clothed female coldly made a hing noise. Suddenly, her sleeves were flung out, and two streaks of white light came flying out, directly rushing towards the yellow-robed female. "Senior Marshal Brother, save me. My magic tools are all destroyed and I can't protect myself." The yellow-robed female's face drained of color and she quickly cried out. These words had just left her mouth when two streaks of golden light came down like lasers from the treetop, meeting the white light halfway there and fighting it. It was Han Li who had activated the golden beetle swarm mother blade in his hand, and the two golden streaks were merely two of the blades. The yellow-robed female looked delighted, finally calming down. The only reason Han Li made a move was because on one hand, the white-clothed female was not so scary and that he could deal with her. On the other hand, it was so that he could find a helper for the rest of his journey to prevent him from going alone against enemies. After all, a 12th layer cultivator from the same sect would have use in future battles. Finally, you are willing to make a move. I thought that your esteemed self would continue to act mute and dumb. The white-clothed female said mockingly. Her face did not show any kind of surprise, but spreading her hand, a huge sphere of fiery light came charging directly towards the treetop. With a rumbling sound, the top half of the big tree emitted a bright red light, turning into ash in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no sign of anyone appearing, causing the white-clothed female to stare blankly. What a powerful large fireball talisman, and this young lady was actually willing to part with it. Han Li said with an enigmatic smile. Han Li's figure suddenly appeared from behind the half-burnt tree. 11th layer cultivation? The white-clothed female first stared blankly, then revealed a disdainful expression. This occurred just as the yellow-robed female's expression had begun to relax, and she instantly started to panic, quietly complaining incessantly in her heart. She had originally thought that he was an expert senior martial brother from her sect, but didn't expect that it would actually be a novice junior martial brother whose magic power was not even as strong as hers. If you had just obediently hidden on the side and watched, perhaps this young lady would have been in a better mood and had mercy on you. But since you made a move, then both of you can stay lovers in death. The white-clothed female said sinisterly as her two eyebrows stood straight and became more violent. She allowed her originally somewhat graceful appearance to become malevolent. Han Li smiled lightly and wordlessly controlling the vibrations of the golden blades, carelessly walking towards the woman. "Stand still, what are you trying to do?" The white-clothed female quick-wittedly shouted out, raising her hand and patting a protective talisman on her body to set up a barrier. At this time Han Li was only 60 meters away from her. How unfortunate for him. In fact, the last time he used the transparent thread, easily killing the heavenly imperial fortress, Han Li had taken a great interest in this battle tactic. When he was on top of the tree, he saw that the white-clothed female had not set up any defensive-type magic. Hit by a bout of inspiration, he naturally wanted to recreate the same scene from last time. Unfortunately, the opponent was very alert, having determined that something was not right very early on and quickly closed up this loophole. What caused Han Li to raise his head and sigh loudly was that females were indeed much more cautious than males. Since pulling a trick wouldn't work, naturally only using force remained. The previously disappointed Han Li did not waste any more words. After casting his defensive magic, he gently shook the golden beetle mother blade in his hand and viciously leaped towards his opponent. The yellow-robed woman saw that Han Li's magic tool was not ordinary, and moved with newfound initiative. Han Li immediately threw out a talisman which became a long fire snake that shot out in that direction. The white-clothed female began to laugh coldly. Her lily-white hands lightly propped up a palm-sized small mirror that appeared in her hands. She lightly shined the mirror, and a beam of greenish light shot out, blocking the oncoming golden blades and fire snake. Stopped in midair, the blades and the snake were left to spin aimlessly and were incapable of dropping, as if they were restricted by a spell. Han Li's eyes were straight. What was this magic tool? How was it so unnatural? Seeing as this magic tool could freeze in place the magic tools and magic skills of others, was it even possible to battle? Don't worry, junior martial brother, her magic tool can only freeze one area at a time, and every time it can only freeze for a quarter of an hour and a half before it loses its effectiveness. The yellow-robed female, seeing Han Li's shock, immediately consoled him. Only after hearing this was Han Li able to calm down. But the next sentence that the female disciple from the same sect said immediately caused Han Li's heart to once again jump. However, this evil woman is the descendant of one of masked moon sect's elders and has many strange magic tools that have been passed down to her. It would be best for junior martial brother to be even more careful. Han Li was speechless. No wonder that of the two 12th-layer female disciples, this senior martial sister from the same sect would lose in such a sorry way. In fact, the opponent is a woman with many treasures. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have jumped out and shown off as a hero. Han Li already felt great regret, realizing that most likely another fierce battle was about to begin. Chapter 187. Yellow Freckled Feng Yu. The white-clothed woman, seeing that her magic tool was effective and had blocked Han Li's gold blade, revealed a content expression on her face. I was wondering why you would jump out as if you had overestimated your abilities. It turns out that you have a top-quality magic tool. She laughed derisively. However, without hesitation she flipped her hand again, revealing a pink-colored crystal ball. She held it out and pressed it on her forehead. Not good, this crystal ball can corrode other people's magic tools. Junior martial brother, stop her quickly. All of my magic tools were destroyed in this manner, the yellow-robed female hastily warned as her face's color greatly changed. Han Li's heart thumped once and he raised his hand without thinking, throwing out the silver hook that he had just wrapped in his hand. The hook became a streak of silver light and flew towards the female's crystal ball. The white-clothed female's mouth slightly slanted, and her 10 fingers pinched together a strange incantation gesture. She hit the crystal ball on her forehead with a streak of red light. As a result, the crystal ball that had sucked in the magic power began to emit large amounts of red light and began to spin on its own. Then it spurted forth streams of pink liquid, which took the shape of a liquid cloud with the round ball as its center. Although it was only a few zhang wide, it covered the space above the woman in a bright red sheet. Han Li hesitated for a moment, unwilling to allow the silver hook to shoot into the red liquid so easily. Instead, he maneuvered it into dipping downwards, heading directly for the white-clothed woman underneath. At the same time, he also took another high-quality magic tool, an azure rope. He quietly threw it out as sneakily as if it were a spirit snake. The rope stuck closely to the ground and silently advanced forward. Decay. The white-clothed female suddenly pointed the crystal ball, and the cloud of liquid immediately split off a small piece, which flew to the ground. In an instant, it wrapped up the white light passing from below into itself and caused it to decelerate enough to reveal the silver hook's original shape. Seeing all of this, Han Li grew anxious in his heart. However, he bluntly decided to abandon the silver hook. Soon after, he hurried the azure rope to stealthily and securely tie up the white-clothed woman, temporarily tying both her and her barrier into a large sticky rice dumpling. Although the white-clothed woman had numerous magical treasures, she was caught up in a moment of flustered confusion and was unable to immediately struggle free. At this very moment, Han Li fished out the golden light brick treasure talisman without hesitation. Although Han Li had no idea how long the azure rope could bind the opponent, he could only take a risk and attempt it. Hopefully, he could use the treasure talisman to kill the opponent before she was able to escape from being bound. The yellow-robed female, although she appeared to be plain, was actually somewhat quick-witted. Although she no longer had any magic tools or strong talismans left, she still continued to use small magic spells such as a few large fireballs or ice hammers and the like, continuing to attack the liquid binding the silver hook without stopping, as well as that small mirror. She hoped that she could save a few of Han Li's magic tools in order to increase their chances of success. Unfortunately, these kinds of attacks were at most attempts at ineffective solutions and had little effect. Humph, you want to bind me with trifling high-grade magic tools? In a moment I will make you recognize your own idiocy. Despite being bound by the azure rope, the white-clothed woman still spoke this with unrivaled arrogance. Han Li was disinclined to respond to his opponent, instead picking up his golden light brick treasure talisman, steeling himself for the experience of having his magic power savagely sucked away again. But at that moment, from the thick forest behind the woman suddenly exploded a huge amount of spiritual qi from a terrifying source. Han Li stared blankly. Before he was able to react to what had happened, a yellow tip streaked by flashily, shooting out from the depths of the forest like lightning. In an instant, the streak shockingly penetrated through Han Li's azure rope, the woman's barrier, and the white-clothed woman herself. Before the white-clothed woman was even able to cry out, her body had already toppled over where she had stood. Han Li's initial reaction to this scene was one of shock, but he quickly thought of something and wanted to act. However, it was already too late. A blue shadow flashed a few times as if it were a meteor chasing the moon, and appeared next to the corpse of the woman. In one swift motion, he ripped off the storage pouch on her waist and began laughing loudly, revealing an expression of ecstasy. Having already been a step too late, Han Li sighed, vexed. However, thinking of his own small life, he still strongly braced himself, coldly gazing at this person's every move. The arriving person was a middle-aged man whose face was full of scars. His 2 eyebrows were slender and he had a nose hooked like an eagle's beak. His whole body contained an evil qi, causing people who saw him to immediately tremble and want to show respect from a distance. Han Li, upon seeing that his cultivation was actually at the peak of the 13th layer, felt a heaviness in his heart. Feng Yu, you are the savage Feng Yu of the Heavenly Imperial Fortress. Unexpectedly, before the blue-clothed person was able to open his mouth, the yellow-robed female yelled out in dismay. The expression on her face was as if she had just met one of the scariest demons. She was even much more afraid than when they had been chased by the white-clothed female. Hee. I didn't expect that this girl would recognize this uncle and obediently stand there. After uncle sees how the harvest is, I'll come to deal with you. The blue-clothed person merely glanced at the yellow-robed female before lowering his head and searching through the storage pouch right before their eyes. Han Li rubbed his nose and dully watched this person as his eyes flickered. Although he didn't know the great origins of this person, he was greatly displeased with the senior martial sister's habit of making a big fuss out of nothing. As far as Han Li was concerned, it didn't matter who the oncoming person was. His own position could not become disordered. The stronger the enemy, the more he had to remain calm. He glanced at the magic tools that were now free and stretched out his hand, causing the golden blade and silver hook to return to him. The golden blade was still all right and was as new as it was before, but the silver hook's appearance gave Han Li quite a fright. The previously shiny silver magic tool was stained with spots of rust and was riddled with holes. It was now similar to a ruined edge and had lost much of its spiritual qi, drastically reducing its usefulness. It was at this time that Han Li realized what the yellow-robed female had meant when she had talked about magic tools being ruined. The pink liquid the crystal ball had spurted out was incredibly ruthless. If anyone's magic tool touched it, it would likely need to retreat 3 feet. The regretful Han Li was attracted once more to the dazzling yellow light in front of the blue-clothed person. This was a weirdly shaped small blade with a shaft. The shaft was at least a foot, but the blade was only about 3 or 4 inches. The whole blade was translucent and incisive, releasing a glaring yellow light. It was this type of strange object that had hit and slain the white-clothed woman in one hit. Han Li stared intently at this item. His expression slowly became gloomy, figurative black clouds gathered overhead on his face, and his mouth was tightly pressed together. However, the 2 words "treasure talisman" kept flashing through his head unstoppably. Judging from the small blade's power, which approximately matched that of its radiant appearance, and its frightening explosion of spiritual qi, all the evidence pointed to the item being similar to his golden light brick. It was a treasure talisman that possessed the power of a magic treasure. This realization filled Han Li's mouth with a taste of bitterness. He raised his head and gazed at the mixed yellow sky. Although he could not tell what period of time it was, he was confident it was already the morning of the second day. He was wondering if his own luck had been wasted all during the first day so that on the morning of the second day, he would run into such terrible luck. First, he encountered a senior martial sister from the same sect, forcefully turning him into a shield and causing him to become the opponent of the female from the masked moon sect who had many treasures. In the end, her top-grade magic tool had been powerful beyond compare, and he almost had no way to deal with it. Now, some madman Feng Yu had also arrived. Not only was his magic power much higher than his own, he also had a treasure talisman on him. All of these made him more powerful than the jade-stealing woman by a significant amount. How could he possibly escape from this situation? He didn't reckon that this madman would spare the 2 of them merely because of a good mood. It seemed like he could only fight with all his might. As Han Li was thinking this, the opposing Feng Yu had finally finished thoroughly searching the storage pouch. He lifted up his head with an expression of light happiness. It seemed that his harvest was not small. He laughed maliciously and was about to say something to Han Li and the woman, but then he noticed the small mirror and crystal ball that had fallen on the ground. His eyes flashed with greed and he waved his hand, wanting to suck the 2 magic tools into his hand. Unfortunately, before the 2 magic tools had taken flight, a tiny fireball came flying over from far away and disrupted the movement of retrieving the magic tools. This forced him to back up a step and, in one wave of his hand, release a similar fireball to attack it. This caused Feng Yu to become extremely angry in his heart, and his face revealed an extremely ferocious look. This fireball had been released by Han Li. After seeing the power of the small mirror and the crystal ball, how could he allow them to land in the opponent's hands? The yellow-robed female, on the other hand, had been frightened by Han Li's movements, almost crying out. Feng Yu slowly turned to look at Han Li. The scars on his face began to move as if they were individual living earthworms, causing people to tremble with fear. How do you want to die? Is it for me to cut you into pieces 1 piece at a time, or do you want me to cook you inch by inch with a large fire? When the yellow-robed female heard this, her body trembled, and her face became deathly pale beyond comparison. She could no longer withstand the fear in her heart, and she secretly looked around to her left and right, beginning to come up with other ideas. I want you to die. Han Li replied with a light smile. His smile was very natural and light-hearted. Chapter 188. A bad reputation. Feng Yu's ugly face was extremely unsightly. He had never imagined that the opponent would actually dare to mock him. The rage in his heart suddenly began to soar. Although he wasn't yet Foundation establishment, by relying on a few decent magic tools and cruel, savage methods. His fearful name was widespread among the lower-level disciples. One should know that in order to get revenge he shut other cultivators into some dark room and tortured them constantly for 3 days and 3 nights. Their piteous cries rang out day and night without stopping before they were viciously slain. Normally, when ordinary disciples heard his name, their faces would become deathly pale, and they would immediately retreat far away. With this evil reputation he should have long been finished off by Foundation establishment experts who found him displeasing to the eye. However, he was also extremely clever. Although he was incomparably savage to lower-layered cultivators, he would flee as soon as he caught wind of someone whose power greatly surpassed his own. He would escape back to the Heavenly Imperial Fortress and hide out. The people in the Heavenly Imperial Fortress, to protect their reputation, naturally would not deliver him up. As such, those pursuing him often would refrain from harming innocents to chase him. They could only stare at him, watching him act freely and leisurely. After waiting for those pursuing him to lose interest, Feng would again arrogantly exit the fort, continuing to cruelly treat other cultivators. After this had happened a few times, those experts could only pinch their noses and were disinterested in involving themselves again. Feng also knew his place and would not attack those from important backgrounds and those intimate to them. Pinch their noses means to ignore it like a stinky smell. As such, Feng's behavior within the 7 great sects became increasingly ferocious and bold, and his evil name spread far and wide. This made his personality even more unrestrained, and he became incredibly conceited, adopting an arrogant and violent attitude. He did not have a shred of respect for any of the low-layered cultivators other than a few disciples from his sect whose reputations were not below his. But today Han Li, an 11th layer rookie, went so far as to say he wanted to kill him. How could the arrogant and accustomed Feng contain his rage? "You're courting death." The agitated Feng was not willing to allow Han Li to speak for even one more second. He touched the small blade in front of him and it became a streak of yellow light, flying directly at Han Li's forehead. He had decided to cut off the opponent's head in one move. He believed that, although the opponent had set up a blue water-based barrier, the barrier would break under one attack of his own treasure talisman, and the person inside it would die. Han Li, of course, would not allow the opponent to do whatever he wanted. He sneakily raised his hand, throwing out a small black shield that began to expand on its own after leaving his hand. The yellow streak was firmly blocked outside at roughly a distance about 6 meters away. As soon as the small blade's yellow streak and the black light on the shield collided, several zhizhi sounds were emitted. Although the yellow streak immediately gained the upper hand and forced the black light to steadily retreat, the small shield, unwilling to be outdone, continued to emit black light, tenaciously resisting the yellow streak. At this point, the yellow streak would be unable to break through and enter in any short amount of time. Seeing this, Feng's expression was one of shock while Han Li sighed lightly. Feng didn't expect that Han Li would have a rare, top-quality defensive magic tool. At the same time, Han Li felt reassured because his previous guess had been correct. His use of the flying dark iron shield to directly counter the opponent's treasure talisman with force had actually been quite risky. If the opponent's treasure talisman was powerful beyond his expectations, then his head would have hit the ground a long time ago. When Han Li and senior martial brother Lu had battled, the Azure Flood Dragon banner had been able to hold out against his flying gray sword talisman for half a day. Even if Feng's small blade was somewhat stronger, the flying dark iron shield could probably withstand it for at least a short time. It was only because of the above reasoning that Han Li was willing to take this risk. Seeing that he temporarily didn't need to worry, Han Li immediately grabbed the golden light brick talisman in his hand, preparing to activate it and shoot down the opponent in one blow. But before he was able to rotate the spiritual power in his body and begin to cast the talisman, Feng suddenly yelled out, "T. Where are you trying to run?" Then his body image flashed. He appeared in a nearby patch of dense forest, blocking someone off. The person who was trying to sneakily run into the dense forest was none other than the yellow-robed woman. It turned out that this woman, seeing that her odds of success were low and recognizing Feng's fearsome reputation, became fearful in her heart. She decided to use the moment while Han Li and Feng were battling to run away, fleeing without a trace. Han Li had long noticed this woman's activity. Although he was somewhat resentful in his heart, he wasn't interested in doing anything about it. Since she seemed to be unable to help if she stayed, if she wanted to leave it was up to her. However, she had first betrayed their agreement of cooperation, so he would not try to prevent her from attempting to flee. On the other hand, he would no longer help her. Whether she survived or perished depended on herself alone. Han Li had coldly decided to ignore this woman, but the fury of Feng Yu was still burning, and he would not be so easily deceived. He had long ago developed a strong hate for both Han Li and the yellow-robed woman because of the words that Han Li had spoken. When he saw this woman trying to flee, he was naturally unwilling to let her go. This was why he suddenly flew to block the yellow-robed woman's path. When Han Li's senior martial sister saw this, she was so frightened that she became like a mortal, turning around and running. All of her magic skills had been forgotten. When Feng Yu saw this, his ugly face throbbed a few times and he slipped away, again standing in front of that woman. He raised his hand without hesitation, causing his large hand to glow with yellow light. He then inserted this hand directly through her chest, protruding out her back. The hand became a bloody hand that dripped with blood. The yellow-robed female's corpse fell to the ground, her eyes opened wide. However, her eyes had lost their vigor. Before she died, perhaps she regretted her rash decision to leave Han Li's side, but there was no medicine for regret that she could eat in this world. Based on the fact that the opponent had no more magic tools or strong talismans left, Feng Yu, having just slaughtered the yellow-robed female at close range, removed his hand and purposefully licked the blood still dripping from his finger. Then he smiled maliciously at Han Li. When the Han Li hiding inside the shield saw this, his face turned green and he pressed his lips tightly together. Although he didn't yell out, he had definitely been scared out of his wits, Feng Yu delightedly thought. In reality, the reason he had been able to win against his opponents so easily in the past was mostly due to his fearsome reputation. When people who fought against him thought about the fate worse than death that they would suffer at his hands, they would already be fearful even before they fought. Naturally, their fighting abilities would suffer greatly and losing became inevitable. Today, Feng Yu saw that although Han Li's cultivation was not very deep, the magic tools he had were quite strong. Thus, he intended to use this kind of scare tactic to weaken Han Li's fighting ability and gain the upper hand. Now, looking at Han Li's expression, it seemed as if his tactics had worked. Feng Yu was secretly happy in his heart, swaying on his feet as if he were showing off. He returned to his original position in front of Han Li. The color of Han Li's face was indeed not pleasant to look at, and the feelings in his heart were also not worth mentioning. However, it wasn't because of the opponent's bloody methods. Rather, it was because he was preparing to move like lightning that he felt his head starting to hurt like crazy. The last time Han Li had used the golden light brick treasure talisman, he realized that although its power seemed to be much greater than the flying gray sword talisman, in real battles with other opponents, there were actually a few large drawbacks. Its destructive power was truly frightening. If one was hit by it, lower-layered cultivators would be obliterated no matter how many magic tools or protective barriers they had on them. They wouldn't make a big difference. However, this treasure talisman's drawbacks were also incredibly apparent. It could only be used after sucking up a large amount of the user's magic power, and its lack of speed or mobility would leave people speechless. If it was possible to bind the opponent beforehand, this treasure talisman's surprising function would be greatly increased. It would be the best tool for killing people. But if someone were to use only the golden light brick to kill their enemies, it would be an unthinkable thing to do. Unless the opponent's magic power was depleted, using a few random supportive techniques would allow someone to easily dodge this treasure's attack. Thus, this golden light brick treasure talisman was actually not like the flying sword treasure talisman or Feng Yu's small blade treasure talisman in the sense that it was not meant for a dogfight. Instead, it was purely effective for generating huge amounts of destructive power, similar to the official magic treasures of core formation experts from the Heavenly Imperial Fortress. Because Han Li no longer had any magic tools that could bind the enemy, his original plan was to use multiple golden blades to slow down the enemy, and then use the golden light brick to launch a surprise attack when the opponent was least expecting it. According to Han Li's reasoning, although success wasn't 100% guaranteed, there was still approximately a 50% chance. However, after seeing Feng Yu's movements, Han Li knew this plan was simply unrealistic. Based on the opponent's display of speed that was not slower than the shifting smoke steps, It would be easy for him to escape from the magic tool dogfight at any time. Han Li was extremely vexed, but he was also somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this Feng Yu was the same as him, having origins from Jianghu? Chapter 189. Extermination by Lightning. Although Han Li could not understand how Feng Yu's movements were so fast, suspicions began to arise in his heart. But now was not the time to get to investigate. He had no choice but to put away the golden light brick treasure talisman. He waved the golden beetle swarm blade's mother blade in his hand, causing all of the children blades to fly out like a swarm of bees, turning into 8 streaks of golden light. They all aggressively shot towards Feng Yu, relying on the chaos the large numbers would create in order to obtain victory. If the opponent was willing to withdraw the yellow streak to protect himself, it would obviously be better. He would be able to force a stalemate for quite some time, but Han Li was not confident in this idea. Based on the opponent having such a widespread reputation, his true strength definitely would not be limited to this. The previous attack seemed to intend to probe him. As expected, when Feng Yu saw Han Li's golden blades flying towards him, he wasn't panicked in the slightest. He laughed coldly a few times, and an item that he had just taken out began to emit light. It was a yellow umbrella-shaped magic tool. Feng Yu didn't actually cause the umbrella to leave his hand. Instead, when he saw the 8 streaks of golden light appear in front of him, he leisurely opened the umbrella. A spherical barrier made of yellow light appeared and immediately covered up all of Feng Yu's body. When the golden blades hit the ball of light, they exploded with strange pi-pi-pa-pa sounds, and all of the golden blades easily rebounded. This was also a high-grade protective magic tool, and judging by its strength it definitely surpassed that of Han Li's flying dark iron shield. Han Li's facial color changed dramatically, becoming slightly wan. Feng Yu began to laugh crazily and loudly, and his expression was one of delight. This was not surprising. Ever since he had obtained the yellow parasol, he had never been harmed by any low-layer cultivators. Seeing Han Li's frightened appearance, he naturally felt extremely carefree in his heart. Feng Yu valued this umbrella far more than the knife treasure talisman. Treasure talismans could only be used for a limited amount of time. When their energy was used up, they became useless pieces of paper. On the other hand, the yellow parasol could be used an unlimited number of times. Han Li sighed and cut off his spell, pointing with one finger. All of the golden blades were summoned back to him and returned to their original shape upon landing in his hand. Feng Yu didn't know what Han Li planned to do, but since he was still being protected and felt carefree, he focused all of his attention on controlling the yellow streak. Based on protective ability and scope, the flying dark iron shield possibly was much worse than the yellow parasol. However, what Feng Yu didn't know was that in terms of flexibility, this small shield definitely was much better than most normal defensive magic tools. In the end, it didn't matter how frantically Feng Yu made the yellow streak move or how wondrously it hovered. They were all completely blocked by the shield outside. It was at this time that he realized if he didn't utterly destroy this shield, he would have no way of getting to Han Li. His face revealed an expression of resent, and he was forced to return to his old tactic of using the yellow streak of the knife to slowly wear at the iron shield. Despite the fact that the black light being emitted from the shield had already been decreased by a significant amount, the remaining light was enough to resist for a short period of time. At this time, Han Li, seeing that there was no way for him to secure victory, clenched his teeth and made a heart-wrenching decision. He returned the golden blades to his storage pouch and switched it out for a small azure-black gourd. He raised the gourd high into the air and 7 or 8 black spheres flew out from it. These spheres flew towards Feng Yu light as a feather. Feng Yu was naturally aware of Han Li's movements, and thus he stared blankly for a moment. This was because the gourd magic tool was simply too common. Lower-layer cultivators all knew about these cheap magic tools, and almost all of them had tried using such items before. It didn't matter whether the tool that contained the spheres was a gourd or a bottle or a pot, although the spheres that came shooting out of it were very enticingly called primeval beads. Their strength as compared to top-quality magic tools was simply too small. But it was also because of this that Feng Yu began to suspect something in his heart. He didn't wait for the spheres to come near him. Instead, he reached out and placed an ice spear technique talisman into his hand. Then he raised it and the talisman immediately became a crystal-clear, brilliantly white ice spear, which he resolutely threw to meet the spheres. With a crisp ping, the ice spear knocked away 3 or 4 of these spheres before shattering. White fragments of ice dispersed in midair, as if they were flowers scattered by heavenly maidens. These fragments of ice became a small rain of hail, beautiful in an unexpected way. Seeing these circumstances unfold, Feng finally began to relax, and he once again focused his attention onto Han Li himself. This was because at this time an azure banner had suddenly appeared. On this banner was the image of an azure dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It appeared incredibly realistic, as if it were about to jump out. Feng Yu's experience was very abundant, and with one glance he knew this definitely was a top-notch high-grade magic tool. He could not afford to underestimate its strength. Meanwhile, Han Li was controlling this flag, allowing its surface to begin to accumulate azure-colored spiritual light. This light was very dazzling and its strength was truly not small. Although Feng Yu was completely confident in his yellow parasol, his prudent and cunning personality caused him to unblinkingly stare at this azure flag, afraid that this magic tool would have some kind of odd power and could break through his defenses. As for those primeval beads, he had long realized that those were red herrings meant to disturb his line of sight, and so he ignored them. Based on the pitiful destructive force of the primeval beads, even if they were to hover around the yellow parasol for an entire day, it would be impossible for them to disturb his defenses even slightly. However, Feng Yu became increasingly distressed and bewildered after seeing Han Li take out one high-grade magic tool after another. He guessed that Han Li and that woman with many treasures were the same and that he was the disciple of some expert. His desire to kill Han Li became even more urgent. He feared that if the opponent was able to survive, it would cause him no end of trouble. Even more so, the opponent had witnessed the entire process of him killing people and stealing their belongings. If the elder of the woman with many treasures came looking for him, he would have a lot of trouble on his hands. Right as Feng Yu was attracted by the azure flood dragon banner and his killing intent was rising, those primeval beads flew in front of him and ran into the barrier created by the yellow parasol. After making some silvery noises from attacking the barrier, the foremost few beads were easily repelled out. When Feng Yu heard that sound, he instinctively lowered his head to take a look. Relying on those primeval beads to attack me is too arrogant. These aren't even worth mentioning, even. Why is this one so small? It's even colored blue. Feng Yu had just sneered when he discovered a primeval bead that had revealed a blue bead hiding inside of it after it had been reflected. It was only as large as a pill, much more modest in size than regular primeval beads. Feng Yu startled a little. Before he was able to come up with an idea, the blue bead had already hit the ball-shaped barrier. White light. A magnificent, blinding white light. This was the last color that Feng Yu ever saw in this world. His body slowly turned and then he never knew anything again. In the eyes of Han Li, when the blue bead came into contact with the yellow light, it immediately exploded out with silver light in a sphere a few zhang wide. It noiselessly enveloped the larger half of Feng Yu's body. After this, the white light disappeared without a trace, revealing Feng Yu's stupefied expression, as if he were ready to fight another day. Han Li's heart sank, but before he could move, a light gust of wind blew. Feng Yu's body suddenly collapsed like grains of sand and turned into ash that blew away with the wind. All that remained were the halves of 2 small legs and the pair of shoes on his feet. They stood all alone on the ground, creating an unspeakably strange scene. When Han Li saw this, he was not afraid. In fact, he immediately sat on the ground and breathed in deeply, allowing his heart, which had been stuck in his throat, to calm down. It was only after using his greatest last resort, the heavenly lightning seed, paired with a whole string of movements meant to cover it up, that he was able to completely wipe out Feng Yu from the face of the earth. But Han Li's expression was not actually one of joy. Rather, it displayed both self-deprecation and bitter laughter. This was not too surprising, given that the trial by blood and fire had only entered the 2nd day. He had already used all of his magic treasures as well as his ultimate trump card he was saving as a last resort. How could he possibly be happy? When he thought about the remaining 3 days as well as the unknown number of violent people he would meet like Feng Yu, his heart sank again even as he had just begun to relax. However, if he hadn't used the Heaven's Lightning Child, it would have definitely been difficult for him to escape. the flying dark iron shield had reached its breaking point. In addition, considering the opponent's high-grade magic tools as well as the woman with many treasures, he definitely had not suffered a loss. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that he had struck it rich. Han Li began to think better of his situation and his countenance was revived. He hurriedly looked to the opposite side. But as soon as his eyes fell upon the sight, Han Li's mouth fell wide open, rendering him speechless for a significant amount of time. Chapter 190. Black boots. Because Feng Yu had originally been standing apart from that pair of boots, there was nothing else on the floor. The storage pouches Han Li had in mind disappeared without a trace. Han Li stood straight like a carp jumping on water, and then as if his buttocks were on fire he hurriedly charged over. After searching for a great long while in the area where Feng Yu disappeared, he couldn't find the slightest trace of the storage pouch. Could it be that the power of the heavenly lightning seed was so powerful? Did it actually turn the storage pouch into ashes along with the person? After Han Li searched his surroundings with his hands several times, he eventually came to an extremely depressing answer. Unresigned, Han Li expanded the search area by several times, but the result was the same. However, he was actually able to acquire the rich girl's small mirror and crystal ball. Furthermore, because the owner had already died, he was able to recover the small blade treasure talisman. When Han Li saw these three items, he thought that the loss of his Heaven's Lightning Child, the high-quality magic tools, the silver hook and the azure rope as well as the storage pouches that were destroyed by the heavenly lightning seed, he looked up to the sky speechlessly. However, regardless of what was said after this great battle, he was nonetheless the winner against the much stronger Feng Yu who had turned to dust. Not knowing whether to consider it a profit or a loss, Han Li was only able to mock himself. When he thought of Feng Yu, Han Li unconsciously looked at what was left at him, a pair of halved legs. He could not help but lightly shake his head. He then lifted his hand, releasing two fist-sized fireballs straight toward them. Since this person was already dead, he naturally must thoroughly dispose of the legs to prevent others from discovering this. Who knew what others' troubles could arise? Ping ping. The flames immediately covered them. In the blink of an eye, aside from those jet-black boots, everything else had turned to ash. Satisfied, Han Li nodded his head and turned around, thinking to depart. Boots? How strange. How could normal boots come out unscathed from my fireballs? Just as Han Li took a small step to leave, he immediately saw his mistake and hurried to turn around. He looked toward those seemingly ordinary boots with an odd expression. With a careful look, Han Li was unable to discover anything irregular. Not only were these boots not destroyed by the fireballs, but they also didn't have a single trace of being burned. Furthermore, they faintly released slight spiritual ripples. Magic tool? Han Li asked with great bewilderment. He hesitated for a moment and walked several steps over, lowering his head and picking up the pair of black boots. Light and soft, but they are still very tough. They shouldn't be cloth or silk boots. They seem to have been made from the hide of an animal. Han Li concluded after stroking the boots for a while. Because he was close to them, Han Li was able to feel the boots' faint spiritual qi. They were certainly magic tools. In addition, they were likely to have been constructed from demonic beast leather. Seeing these leather boots, Han Li faintly thought of something. He somewhat impatiently took off his cloth shoes and exchanged them for these leather boot magic tools. They were very comfortable and soft, as if there was nothing there. This was what Han Li first thought when he wore those boots. He carefully observed the boots after wearing them for a while. So far, nothing extraordinary had occurred. Wrinkling his brow, Han Li took a small step. Han Li's body suddenly blurred and appeared over 3 meters away, light as a feather. Imperial flight technique. No, it's much quicker than the Imperial flight technique. Han Li thought, pleasantly surprised. At this moment, Han Li finally knew the secret behind Feng Yu's incomparably fast and nimble movements. It was probably because of these boots that he was able to move so strangely and as quick as lightning. Wearing these boots, Han Li started slowly walking on the ground, gradually familiarizing himself with the boots' performance. He gradually grew faster and faster, finally making use of shifting smoke steps to speed up. Before, Han Li's fastest movements had been able to make his body blur, even causing afterimages to remain. After he put on these boots, Han Li became even faster, causing several identical phantoms to appear simultaneously, all using the same movements and all with the same smile. However, when all of the phantoms simultaneously and gradually converged, Han Li stood there at the center. Motionless, Han Li stood blankly at his original location as if he were pondering about something, but he then howled with laughter and continued to laugh until tears were flowing out. After he laughed for a long while, Han Li bent his waist and flashed with an azure light. His entirety turned into an azure wind and actually disappeared into air without a trace. At this moment the entire place was extremely quiet. Apart from the occasional rustling of the wind, there were no other sounds. A burst of rumbling sound suddenly sounded out. The nearby trees suddenly started to break apart in a strange manner from the center. The cuts were clean and smooth, making the trees resemble the flat of a mirror. However, it was clear that there wasn't a single person in sight. The speed at the trees breaking grew quicker and quicker. A short moment later, all that remained of the trees within 100 meters were tree stumps. At this moment Han Li, enveloped in a faint azure light, appeared with a brow filled with sweat. However, he was faintly smiling and was unable to conceal the joy on his face. Shifting smoke steps, leather boot magic tools along with the Imperial flight technique actually caused Han Li to become so fast that he was able to temporarily break away from the sight of an ordinary person's naked eye, as if he had become invisible, disappearing without a trace. According to Han Li's estimates, even an outstanding cultivator with the aid of the Heaven's Eye technique would only be able to see a faint glimpse of him by exerting all their strength. If they didn't use a defensive magic technique, Han Li would be a great threat. Currently, so long as Han Li concentrated and a person was within an area of about 10 meters away, even if it was a distance of 100 meters, it would take Han Li at most a single breath to reach them. Naturally, this speed exceeded the limits of the human body. Han Li was only able to maintain the speed for a short amount of time. If he maintained it for too long, his entire body would break down. After all, such high-speed movements were extremely stressful on Han Li's body. However, it was already fast enough for him to kill the opponent several times. Especially if it were a situation where he used the thread magic tool, his power would increase many times over. Han Li lowered his head. With a sigh, he caressed the leather boots on his feet for a long while. He felt that this item was extremely suited for him. Even if someone wanted to use some treasure talisman to exchange for them, he wouldn't even consider it. With his confidence increased several times over, Han Li excitedly looked around in every direction. When he saw the corpse of the yellow-clothed woman, he lightly sighed and used a fireball to blast open a hole. He buried the woman's body extremely crudely. That was to the limit of what Han Li could do. After he finished this, Han Li's figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. He currently wanted to hurry towards the central area. However, Han Li did not know that after the massacre of the first day that the disciples spent in the forbidden area, only 70 disciples from the various sects remained. Less than half of those who had entered the forbidden area remained. The majority of these were the elite disciples of each sect, and they had all promptly arrived near the central area, preparing and waiting idly for the second day's great purge. Those they believed to be weak had all been mercilessly eliminated one by one. Of course, the rich girl and the heavenly imperial fortress disciple Feng Yu who had been killed by Han Li were among those who had participated in the slaughter. However, they were now dead, naturally disappearing without a trace. Chapter 191. Disloyalty and Solitude. To the west side of the central area, precious medicine herbs grew in the ravines. 3 cultivators were battling fiercely with a 3-eyed flame wolf. A middle-aged man wearing the robes of the giant sword sect controlled a huge azure sword, which blocked most of the flame wolf's attacks. At the same time, a yellow-robed old man and a young man wearing a gray Daoist robe provided supporting attacks from the sides. In a short time, the disciple from the giant sword sect went all out and beheaded the wolf's body in one fluid swing, getting hit by a huge fireball in the process. Then he sheathed his giant sword and began to laugh while looking into the sky. Brother Meng's magic power is truly profound, capable of killing even this 3-eyed flame wolf in one slash. You are worthy of being called one of the giant sword sect's rising stars. Upon seeing these circumstances, the yellow-robed old man immediately ran over diligently and began to unceasingly fawn over him. His face bore no traces of flushing. If Hanli was there, he would have recognized this old man as the one who had initially invited him to form an alliance with the weaker members. His name was Xianxia. However, the young disciple from the same sect as him was no longer there. It seemed that when they were being transported, he had strayed off. If it wasn't for Brother Xiang and Daoist priest Li's assistance from the sides, success would not have been so easy. The middle-aged man who wore a black robe and held his sword was actually very modest. Brother Meng, there's no need to be courteous. You were able to get rid of this kind of demonic beast, so you deserve all the credit. There's no room for debate. The other young Daoist priest, although young in age, spoke neither overbearing nor in a servile way. He was clearly an experienced individual. Hearing what was spoken, a trace of a smile appeared on the black-clothed middle-aged man's face, but he immediately spoke a few more modest sentences. Speaking of which, the other people who are still fighting really are silly. If they knew that the three of us could actually work together to defeat these demonic beasts and collect medicinal ingredients despite being from different sects, it's possible that they would be so shocked their jaws would fall off. The black-clothed man spoke, suddenly changing the subject. Of course. This all came about because of Brother Xiang. If it wasn't for Brother Xiang making everything thoroughly clear, perhaps Brother Meng and I would probably still be fighting to the death. The Daoist priest nodded his head as he spoke. You praise me too highly. You are both extremely smart people. All I did was speak the truth. Nobody needs to waste their lives trying to retrieve items that could never end up in the hands of people like us. How great is it that everyone ignores the precious medicinal ingredients outside of the central area because they're too busy killing each other. In addition, if we all work together, dealing with these demonic beasts is a piece of cake. Xianxia giggled happily, glibly and repeatedly declining politely. Hearing this, the other two people began another frenzied round of flattery. Okay, we should quickly move and pick the fire dragon grass. Everybody gets an equally large portion. It was the black-clothed man who first ran out of patience and spoke. His voice revealed a hint of urgency, and after saying this he began to walk towards a few clumps of red grass behind the body of the flame wolf. Hearing this, Xianxia and the Daoist priest smiled at each other with hidden meanings in their eyes. Then they walked towards him, their mouths full of words of agreement. The two of them hadn't realized, however, that the black-clothed man with his back facing towards them suddenly revealed a trace of a dark and strict expression. However, it quickly disappeared. South of the central area, in a small area covered with yellow sand, a male and a female disciple from the masked moon sect were using ice awls to continuously puncture the desert ground as if they were looking for something. However, after half a day they still had not obtained anything. This SL*T, where exactly did she hide? After finding her, I will definitely claw out her eyes. The female disciple appeared to be incredibly enchanting, as beautiful as a flower, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she became sinister and vicious to the extreme. If men heard her speaking in this way, they would shiver. Junior Marshal Sister, let's just let it go. The time that the sect arranged is about to pass. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. The male disciple weakly said. It seemed as if he was very scared of this Junior Marshal Sister. Humph. It's the fault of a worthless piece of trash like you. You couldn't even keep track of a 10th layer cultivator girl. She actually slipped away from right underneath our noses. If this spreads, people will make laughingstocks out of me and my sister, the masked moon sect's twin beauties. But words were just words in the end. The female disciple glanced at the brightness of the sky, and did not dare to continue to search. She didn't want to interfere with the major plans of her sect. Even if her status was special and she had a strong backer, they were all relatively unimportant. On the other hand, she was also unwilling to leave this place with her tail between her legs. After hesitating many times, she gritted her teeth and pulled out a blue talisman. Looking at this talisman, she laughed evilly, and abruptly tossed the talisman behind her. Then she quickly ran out from that area until she was about 100 meters away before stopping and turning around to watch from there. Seeing this, the male disciple complained incessantly under his breath, but he quickly followed after her, not daring to slight her. At this time, the talisman became a huge black cloud, roughly the size of 40 meters. The sky above the area was completely covered up by the cloud, and the nearby temperature abruptly dropped, becoming incomparably cold. In no time, countless massive ice alls began to fall from the black cloud at an increasing speed, and in a very short amount of time the entire area was densely packed with ice all stuck into the ground. It was as densely packed as the needles on a cactus. In the time it took to boil a pot of tea, the black cloud slowly dissipated. At this time the entire desert sparkled like crystal. The female disciple opened her eyes wide, sweeping across the entire desert, which was virtually impossible to stand on. However, she didn't see even a trace of anything peculiar. Her face viciously fell and she unhappily shouted at the male disciple. She resentfully took the lead and left the area. Her so-called cultivation partner naturally followed closely behind her. The masked moon sect woman who had just left didn't notice that in a corner of the ice-all-covered desert, a trace amount of red liquid had seeped out. Unfortunately, its color was too light, and so it escaped the notice of that female disciple. After half of a quarter of an hour, when the dark red had begun to spread, a spherical small bubble suddenly emerged from the yellow sand, becoming increasingly large and increasingly noticeable. In the end, the sand bubble exploded in a raging torrent, and a green-robed female tumbled out of it, a long slender all stuck into her shoulder. Fresh blood flowed from the wound, covering half of her body already. Her hand was tightly gripping a yellow handkerchief. Radiance flickered on its surface as if it were not a common item. The woman slowly crawled to her feet. When she looked at the wound on her shoulder, her sleek eyebrows tightly knitted. She raised her other hand and lightly grabbed the latter half of the ice-all. Then, gritting her teeth, she pulled out the ice-all. The woman delicately groaned in pain, and tears leaked out of her graceful eyes. Fresh blood poured out from the site of the wound. However, she couldn't afford to wipe away the tears on her face. She didn't dare delay. After a brief flurry of movement, she retrieved a flowery porcelain bottle from her storage pouch. She dumped out some yellow medicinal powder onto her wound, and the blood immediately stopped gushing from her wound. After finishing, the green-robed woman sat down on the desert sand and hugged her knees, unmoving. After a brief moment of time, she suddenly buried her head in her hands and began to cry. However, because she was scared of drawing the attention of other people, this woman kept her crying volume to a minimum. After the time it took to eat a meal had passed, this female disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain finally stopped weeping. She raised her head. Gazing at the uninhabited desert, she couldn't help but shiver. She bit her lip and then struggled to stand up. After vacillating for a long time, she finally determined her direction and staggered towards the central area. The woman's pretty and pleasant face still had some tear stains on it, but at the same time she wore a stubborn and resolute expression that didn't seem to match her appearance. This woman was the one who had sold Han Li the golden sincerity brush. However, now that she had been wounded and was walking silently on the sandy ground alone, she was even more beautifully pitiful, causing people to want to take care of her. After a brief moment of time, she continued to onward with her wounded body as she disappeared into the yellow sands. Chapter 192. Flying Snakes. After walking on the route for a little less than half a day, Han Li finally reached the outer reaches of the central area. Han Li felt that something was unusual. The entire way here, absolutely nothing had occurred, and he hadn't run into anybody else attacking him from afar. Of course, he couldn't know that the people who had come in the same direction earlier had all been killed off by those so-called elites. The people behind him, on the other hand, were disposed of, having run into Feng Yu and the woman with many treasures. Like that, although there were some fish that escaped the net, they all knew that to steal treasures from others was impossible at this point. Thus, they covered up their tracks and found a place to hide, sticking their head into the ground like an ostrich. This was the open secret of how the weaker cultivators would preserve their own lives in the trial by blood and fire. If Han Li wanted to obtain the three main ingredients to refine his foundation establishment pill, he obviously could not follow in their footsteps. That was why he currently stood in front of a stone wall about 10 meters high, intently looking at it with a strange expression. On the side of the stone wall, not too far away, stood an interesting and appealing large bronze door. The door had many markings on it that Han Li could not understand. They were written in an ancient language that almost looked like a decorative design. Since this copper door was wide open today, people must have already gone through it. According to the information that Han Li knew, there should have been 4 kinds of these copper doors, each one in each of the cardinal directions. They were the only entrances into the central area. The areas not including the doors were surrounded by a stone wall that didn't seem to be too high. If one didn't want to enter through the bronze doors, instead wanting to seize every possible opportunity and jump over the stone wall to get into the central area, these people would definitely be incredibly unlucky. They would be sliced into shreds by the wall's wind restriction spell. Of course, Hanli knew this and naturally wouldn't idiotically choose to climb over the wall. The only reason he was closely watching the wall's movements was entirely because this section of the wall was truly somewhat different from the others. Its surface contained an extra thing that other normal walls did not have. On top of this wall stood 3 people wearing different clothing. They had been impaled by a thick ice awl, their limbs nailed together to form the Chinese character large, which hung on top of the wall in a row. Seeing that there was no odor at all, they must have already been dead for a long time. The fresh blood that poured out of the 4 wounds coagulated into a purplish-black solid. This solid was all over the place, both on top of the wall and nearby. According to Han Li's speculations at the time that these people had been nailed on top of the wall, the majority of them had not yet died. However, they had later tragically died on the wall due to blood loss. There were no clues or trails left next to the 3 corpses, but if one thought about it carefully, anyone could realize that these people were killed to make an example of. The goal was to scare away people arriving later from entering through this door. Han Li very carefully inspected the painful expressions of the 3 corpses, then licked his somewhat dry lips and walked expressionlessly towards the copper door. It was as if the miserable fates of those 3 people had not affected him that much. In reality, however, Han Li knew his own feelings quite well. The previous scene had really left him apprehensive. It was apparent from the way those 3 people died that their killer most likely was someone whose heart was twisted. If he were to fall into that person's hands, he would be a bit more fortunate if he hurried to kill himself. However, Han Li had already come here. Naturally, he wouldn't flee from here simply because of a little fear. Today in front of him were the true extreme dangers. He would have to summon up his own courage and barge in this time. Like this, Han Li walked through the door, carrying a stomach full of uneasiness. However, he maintained his composure on the surface, as leisurely if he were strolling around in his home's backyard. He had just entered when he was greeted by the scene of a paradise of fragrant flowers and bird song. All kinds of odd flowers and grasses, as well as many strange trees with unknown names, were strikingly everywhere. Silver chrysanthemums as wide as bowls, blood-red strange trees, purple grass releasing a strange smell, yellow bamboo as thick as a person, etc. These were all rare items that were very difficult to even see in the outside world. In the midst of these precious plants actually was a serpentine path made of crushed rocks. This path extended from where Han Li was standing to a faraway place, obscured by all of the vegetation. From a brief glance, it seemed as if there was no end to this path. Seeing this surprising scene, Han Li briefly stared blankly, but he immediately subconsciously took a deep breath. What dense spiritual qi! The dense, heavy, and mixed smell of plants contained a spiritual qi that just soaked into a person's lungs, causing Han Li's spirits to rise. This kind of paradise, no wonder it could bring forth all the spiritual medicines that exist. Han Li was deeply moved. Boy, have you gawked enough? Who is it? Sounding like a broken gong, a noise suddenly came over, causing Han Li's heart to shiver with fear. He couldn't help but cry out. Hee. Since you've seen it already, you can die in peace. This person completely ignored Han Li's inquiry, instead talking out to himself out loud. At the same time, 2 green shadows slyly streaked out from a flower patch on the side, silently charging towards Han Li's back. Although his back was facing these green shadows, they were not concealed from Han Li's spiritual sense, who was already on guard. His expression grew grim. His upper body had not moved at all, but his body had already automatically shifted laterally a few feet, causing these 2 green streaks to pass by him both in front and behind him. In the middle of the chaos, Han Li glanced at the green shadows. They were straight, thin, and long like chopsticks, and their entire bodies were green and had some faint black characters on them. Their appearances were truly somewhat strange. However, in the chaos, Han Li had no time to look closely at them. Even though he had easily neutralized the opponent's attack, his expression was still solemn, and he didn't dare to be careless. The miserable appearance of the 3 people outside the door was still vivid in his mind. He did not want to end up with a fate similar to theirs. Thus, the cloudy-faced Han Li's eyes began sweeping in all directions, flickering without stopping in order to find the hiding enemies. However, at this time a strange whistle suddenly came out of that person's mouth. Hearing it would make one's heart extremely uncomfortable. When Han Li heard it, he briefly froze. Just as he was trying to figure out what the opponent's intentions were, his facial color changed drastically, and he flew backwards at an almost inconceivable rate. This time Han Li flew at least 10 meters away before stopping. What caused Han Li to move in such a manner had actually been those green streaks that had only narrowly missed him. Because they weren't very far in front of Han Li, they suddenly began to twist around, at the same time unfolding a pair of pale green translucent wings. They were actually 2 flying snakes with wings. When they had attacked Han Li, their bodies were always stretched tightly, causing Han Li to mistakenly believe that they were inanimate objects. With a gentle flap of their wings, their bodies rapidly turned around 180 degrees as quickly as lightning. In fact, they were not slower than Han Li, who had used the shifting smoke steps. How could this not make Han Li incredibly cautious? These 2 flying snakes reared their heads, and 4 small green eyes released an ice-cold chilliness. They were baring their fangs at Han Li, about to take another attacking stance against him. Boy, you run pretty quickly. But even if you were quicker, could you be quicker than these 2 jungle mountain flying snakes? It would be better if you obediently allowed my lovely snakes to bite you once, and you would feel no more pain. The person with the rough throat was somewhat astonished by Han Li's movement speed, but he clearly had more faith in his flying snakes, which was why he mockingly said what was spoken above. Rubbish. Han Li cursed in his heart, but he didn't actually speak those words out loud. It wasn't because of fear of the opponent that he didn't speak, but rather, those 2 strange snakes had already become 2 streaks of green, charging forwards in a blur. Halfway there, they suddenly split into 2 and wordlessly agreed to slash out in arcs, flanking from both his left and his right. Seeing this, Han Li naturally could not afford to talk back apart from quietly cursing in his heart for a few moments. His body nevertheless could not be much slower than the green streaks as he shot backwards. In the blink of an eye, he and the green streaks had flown in many circles in this small area, as if he was unwilling to stop his feet for even a moment. At this point in time, he completely relied on the spiritual boots on his feet to run, but he didn't use the shifting smoke steps or the imperial flight technique. It wasn't that Han Li was being negligent and purposefully looking down on his opponent. Rather, after encountering 2 fierce battles in a row, and adding on the fact that he had just reached his limit when practicing with these boots, his energy had not completely recovered. Thus, if he had not reached a life or death crisis, Han Li was unwilling to use the energy-squandering shifting smoke steps. As for the imperial flight technique, it was the same principle. Having already obtained good fortune in getting the spiritual boots, adding on the speed boost of the imperial flight technique would cause the burden on Han Li's body to be too great and would not aid the recovery of his energy. Of course, Han Li would also not allow the 2 flying snakes to chase after him to no end. Although Han Li did not dare to carelessly wear a barrier and cause himself slow him down, to test whether the barrier or the strange snakes were stronger, he still had many methods to get rid of the 2 small snakes. It was only that most of his attention had been focused on the hidden person controlling the snakes, who in the end had never come out, thus allowing the 2 flying snakes to attack him. Seeing that this person had seemingly decided to completely rely on these 2 flying snakes to kill him, Han Li naturally would not continue to be polite. Han Li's decision had been made. He flipped his hand and a flame serpent talisman appeared in it. 2 of his fingers pinched this talisman together, and he was about to excitedly throw it out and start a wild game barbecue. Cloud step boots. Stay your hand, I have something to say. The person with the rough throat recognized the spiritual boots on Han Li's feet, and he immediately yelled out to ask for a pause in the battle, sounding full of incredulity. He stopped the 2 green streaks with an unknown method of yelling. The 2 snakes paused in midair and flew backwards along the original route, slipping into the vegetation and disappearing without a trace. Upon hearing this, Han Li knitted his eyebrows. After slightly hesitating, he decided not to throw out the talisman in his hand, but he kept his hand cautiously resting on top of his storage pouch. Chapter 193. Division between enemy and friends. Old Feng's treasured boots? How did you acquire them? What is your relationship? As far as I know, that guy truly treasures his cloud step boots. He absolutely wouldn't lend them to others. Following these few words, a gaudily dressed person came out from an unknown place and dropped down from a huge flowered tree more than 60 meters away from Han Li. He had a medium stature, eyes of different size, and a black pocked face. He appeared to be about 40 years old and had 7 to 8 different pockets of various sizes. However, his unbearably ugly face was shocking. His 2 eyes were rigidly staring at Han Li's spiritual boots. It seemed he did not dare believe that Han Li was wearing the cloud step boots. Who is your esteemed self? Why have you attacked me? Han Li did not reply to his question and instead bluntly asked this question. He truly didn't wish to be led by the nose and be suppressed by the other's presence. When the ugly man heard this, he was surprised but immediately grew angry, his ugly face turning vicious. He raised his hand, wanting to immediately teach this brat before him a lesson in appreciating the kindness of others. However, he soon thought of something and immediately restrained his wrath with great effort, lowering his hand. He still very fiercely said, "Boy, don't believe that just because you wear old Feng's spiritual boots, I won't dare to teach you a lesson. When that old fellow Feng Yu gave you those spiritual boots, did he not mention the name of Spirit Beast Mountain's Zhongwu? Regardless, I am quite baffled. You are obviously someone from Yellow Maple Valley. How could he give those boots to you? Could it be that you are old Feng's illegitimate child? No, you don't look quite like him." As the ugly man said this, he was sizing up Han Li with a peculiar gaze. This time it was Han Li's turn to be angry. He snorted with an unsightly expression and coldly said, "Will your esteemed self refrain from wantonly making casual contact with others? That guy Feng Yu has already long been dead. These boots were peeled off his corpse." Dead? That madman Feng Yu? The ugly man's originally overbearing closeness, after hearing Han Li's words, jumped 3 feet into the air and became unceasing bewilderment. Soon after, he couldn't help but fall back several steps, once again measuring up Han Li. "You killed him?" The fiendish man let out a deep breath as his eyes spun, asking with a harsh voice. He ceased becoming cruel and vicious. "That's right. Do you want to avenge him?" Han Li moved his hands behind his back. Motionless, he silently looked at his opponent. From within the storage pouch, he secretly took out the thread and quietly wound it around his ring finger. The reason why Han Li was so calm facing this person and admitted that he had killed Feng Yu was actually mostly to give him established power. He hoped this person would back out without a fight and no longer bother him. He did not wish to immediately engage in a battle where neither would win and waste his much important time for medicine gathering. Although he heard from this person's tone that it was as if he had friendly relations with Feng Yu, Han Li believed that the possibility of him truly taking revenge on behalf of Feng Yu wasn't too large. After all, they were cultivators. The majority of them were those with few and fickle desires. Even more, this person was a villainous man. Naturally, if the opponent insisted on taking revenge on behalf of Feng Yu, Han Li could only strike first to take the advantage. He would consume much of his physical strength to fully use his movement techniques and catch the opponent off guard, using the thread wound around his finger to quietly wrap around his neck and stealthily finish him off. However, Han Li fully understood that the odds of success for this sort of surprise attack was not too high. The odds of success were only 30 to 40%. Because the distance between him and this ugly man was too far. Although Han Li could rush through the 60-meter gap with his movement technique, there was no guarantee of a one-strike kill. In addition, if the opponent felt like using a defensive magic technique, his thread would become useless. Revenge? What kind of joke is that? Do I look like someone that bored? As expected, it was as Han Li had thought. After the ugly man heard Han Li's words, he chuckled and said those words with disdain. Previously, I truly had a friendship with that man. However, it wasn't some deep friendship. Since this person is already dead, there is naturally no longer a friendship. The ugly man shamelessly said. Although his words clearly revealed his position, he wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. Han Li remained silent. Although he did not relax his guard, he slightly relaxed his heart. It seemed he would need to fight a heavy battle immediately after entering the central area. But young brother, you are truly formidable and fierce. You were actually able to deal with that guy Feng Yu, especially with his top-grade magic tools, Z's. Some of those magic tools are truly hard to come by. The ugly man stroked his nose and became far more affectionate toward Han Li, changing the way he addressed him. However, after he asked this, it seemed as if he indistinctly fell back several steps, greatly increasing the distance between them. Having seen this scene, Han Li couldn't help but bitterly smile to himself. According to Han Li's estimations, if they were to immediately have a falling out and fight, the odds of success just declined, making success unlikely. If this expert was as cunning and experienced as Han Li expected, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Furthermore, he guessed that the opponent most likely believed that he obtained all of Feng Yu's magic treasures. As a result, he faintly showed off the appearance of being afraid of retaliation. After he became aware of this, Han Li smiled but did not speak. Since he didn't say whether he obtained the magic tools, he didn't need to say it, causing this evil man further annoyance and a greater fear of retaliation. That masterpiece on the wall in front of the gate, is that your esteemed self's doing? Han Li faintly asked, thinking of the scene in front of the gate. Nonsense. That was the work of that demon from the saber transformation. Han Tianya. I definitely wouldn't have done such a pointless thing. It was a great pity of such blood and flesh that was wasted. It would have been better if I fed it to my little ones. I heard the flesh of cultivators are a great supplement for them. As Han Li listened, he couldn't help but faintly smile. However, when the ugly man said those words, he took out a large pouch from behind his back and threw out a bloody chunk of flesh, causing Han Li's smile to become forced. There were even faint signs of his expression breaking. The evil man peeked at Han Li's current expression and couldn't help but secretly reveal his intentions. In the end, this Yellow Maple Valley disciple was far too young and far too soft. With just a few of his words, he caused his mind to become restless. If a true battle broke out, this definitely would have been a significant mistake. However, for this person to be able to kill that Feng Yu, he could truly be cause for surprise. But how could he see or think that such an extremely common appearance could truly be such a ferocious character? It could be said that with this guy's young age and meager magic power, even if he had several good magic tools, he wouldn't be able to beat Feng Yu's yellow parasol and his great quantity of top-quality magic tools equivalent to the cloud step boots. Still, that guy Feng Yu nonetheless fell underneath this boy's hand. This matter was truly a bit strange, but he did wear the cloud step boots. This was undeniable. Could it be he really didn't kill him but was able to acquire them from some other fortunate occurrence? Zhong Wu pondered about this, but he was still confused. He was unable to accurately judge Han Li's true strength. This caused him to take the initiative to test this with his own hands. If he tried to kill him but couldn't, naturally such a clever man as himself wouldn't take such a dangerous action. After the ugly man remained puzzled and gave much deliberation, he took out his cloth pouch and blinked his uneven eyes several times. With a face full of smiles, he said to Han Li, "Oh wait, I still haven't asked. What is young brother's surname? Do you think you could tell me?" Yellow Maple Valley's Han Li. This wasn't something worth concealing. Han Li calmly replied with an improved complexion. So it turned out to be Brother Han. I previously hadn't heard of young brother's great name. Surely, your distinguished self is one of Yellow Maple Valley's new and rising stars? How much does Brother Han understand about the central area? Zhong Wu appeared very cordial, as if he were speaking to a friend he hadn't seen for many years. I don't know much, but Brother Zhong is many years my senior. He surely must know much more than Han Li. Han Li did not know what the other party was planning, but he grew greatly vigilant. He. Brother Han, if you were to trust this one named Zhong, wouldn't it be better for us to exchange our information on the central area? How about it? This is something that would benefit the both of us. After Zhong Wu hesitated for a moment, he eventually spoke his true intentions with a soft voice. After Han Li heard this, he was startled and inwardly contemplated this. Although it was strictly stated in the rules that exchanging his sex information without the approval of sect elders was not allowed, in reality, it was an act that disciples did much of. Thus, after a short moment, he wore a smile and said, "Sure. After we exchange resources, we will each greatly benefit." Haha, that's great. I knew it, Brother Han isn't some overly careful person. Come, we'll put our information into jade slips and then exchange them with each other. Zhong Wu's face, full of pockmarks of all sizes, was glowing with excitement as he continuously rubbed his hands. It seemed he was greatly expectant of Han Li's information. When Han Li saw this, he greatly sneered several times. However, his external appearance was naturally in complete agreement. To create a copy of information was a very effortless task. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, they finished making their copies and threw the jade slips to each other. When they each had the jade slips in hand, they both roughly examined the contents. After they confirmed it seemed to be information of the central area, they both looked at each other with a smile containing an ulterior motive. Within this small amount of time, it was naturally impossible to forge false information. However, when the copies were made, some crucial information would be overlooked. This was naturally mutually understood. After this event, Zhongwu and Han Li seemed to all of a sudden become much closer. Zhongwu actually told Han Li a few remarkable stories from the world of cultivators. Seeing these two laugh and talk so closely, it was truly hard to believe that not long ago they had been nearly irreconcilable adversaries. It seemed these two were experts in knowing when to retreat. Although Han Li wore a beautiful smile and appeared as if he was interested in this chat, he was truly cursing endlessly in his heart. If you want to chat, then chat. Why would you continue to maintain such a long distance? So long as he advanced a step, the other party would take 2 steps back with a hearty smile. Although Han Li had no intention to kill him, the other party's degree of cautiousness caused Han Li to be dumbfounded. Chapter 194 The Secret Information of the Central Area. Chapter 194 The Secret Information of the Central Area. However, Han Li was not impatient. The central area of the Forbidden Area was truly different from the outer regions. In areas outside of the central area, spiritual grasses and wondrous fruits for the most part grew without patterns and at random. One could find traces of them at any location, and it was often first come first serve. Those who managed to pick them would also immediately retreat far away. Thus, in these areas, conflicts over medicinal ingredients very rarely occurred. More often, people would die either because they were being cleaned up by other people or because others were killing them to steal their treasures. However, in the central area things were not the same. According to the lucky disciples who had been able to return, this central area was very large, taking up almost a third of the forbidden area, and was entirely encircled and surrounded by the stone wall. If one started counting from the 4 large copper doors, the entire area could be split into 3 outer layers. It was similar to a common fruit containing the skin, the meat, and the pit. Each layer was very distinct. How very peculiar. The elegant picturesque place that Han Li was currently in was the outermost layer of the central area. According to the information, the distance to the next layer was actually not too large. It should only be half a kilometer. Inside this layer, the plants and flowers were all incredibly rare and scarcely seen, not easily found elsewhere in this world. However, very few of these could be used to create spiritual medicines for them to be of any practical use to cultivators. Everybody could only admire and fiddle around with them. Many people from the 7 great sects reasoned that this layer was purposefully arranged in this way by the master of the forbidden area, intending to turn this layer into a flower garden of sorts. The extremely eye-catching and contested plants were originally used by the owner of the forbidden areas to relax and enjoy. If one wanted to find anything of use, it would be better to go to other areas to look, and one would comparatively need to worry less. The high-grade spiritual medicines that were useful to cultivators all grew within the 2nd layer of the central area. The disciples from various sects entering this area were all mostly aiming for this layer. The 3 main ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill were also in this layer and were naturally their main goal. Han Li was also determined to get these spiritual ingredients. Speaking of this 2nd layer, when Han Li merely saw the information related to it, he was stunned for quite a while. This 2nd layer was a huge ring-shaped mountain range. The entire year, it was completely sealed off by fog so dense that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. This mountain also contained caves, secret valleys, cliffs, and other natural formations. There were also stone houses, stone temples, and other human constructs, as well as many kinds of spiritual ingredients grew in these locations. TL, ring-shaped mountain range means a ring of mountains chained together. The materials that the ugly man and Han Li had primarily exchanged were the distribution charts of the locations of these spiritual ingredients. This was because nobody could guarantee that when they walked into these locations, the currently existing materials would exist in the area which they were in. Thus, in this aspect, the more distribution charts one had, the better, since one could more easily piece the information together and begin searching. However, the fog on these mountains was too thick and wide. When cultivators normally entered this mountain, they would permanently be lost within this dense fog and could only slowly feel their way forwards, one step at a time. As for whether or not they could emerge again, that depended entirely on their own luck. But what caused one's head to hurt even more was that countless demonic beasts lived on the ring-shaped mountain range, from the lower grade 1 flame mouse and chasing wind rabbit to the peak grade 1 golden light python and icefire wolf. It roughly contained all of the grade 1 demonic beasts that the 7 great sects had heard or would hear about in the future. Even the 7 or 8 of the weakest of demonic beasts could be easily dealt with by a 6th or 7th layer cultivator. However, if the elite disciples from the 7 great sects were to meet peak-level beasts, their only option was to escape as quickly as possible. Luckily, the last kind of demonic beast was very rare in these mountains, and most of them had become guardians of some spiritual ingredients. It would be unlikely to come across them. Thus, the majority of the more vicious demonic beasts were of upper grade 1. However, they could be easily dealt with under the cooperation of many of the elite disciples. Of course, if one were to run into them alone, a bloody battle would be inevitable. Regardless of whether it was the dense fog on top of the mountain or the demonic beasts that occupied the mountain, if they were to encounter one of these alone, these proud and arrogant elite disciples might reluctantly try to take a risk and enter to pick spiritual ingredients. However, if 2 of them encountered each other, they would have no choice but to look at each other in dismay. Going up and down the mountain under these circumstances was definitely a one-way trip. Thus, the first few groups of disciples that had ever entered the forbidden area only picked some normal spiritual ingredients outside the central area before considering it done. They had never entered the ring-shaped mountains before. However, a few excursions later, a cultivator from the masked moon sect had racked his brains and defined a magic treasure called Precious Moon Sun Pearl. This object actually could not attack enemies or protect oneself. Its only use was to emit a strange light that could pierce through many kinds of dense fog or poisonous miasma. It was specially created for use in the forbidden area. As expected, the masked moon sect disciples that obtained this treasure were able to shine very brightly in the next opening of the forbidden area. With their backs faced against the other sects, and after getting rid of most of the dense fog, they began to reap the rewards of the ring-shaped mountains. Relying on that time's harvest, they produced large quantities of foundation establishment pills. Then they broadly recruited other disciples and their sect's strength increased greatly. From then on, the masked moon sect was established as the state-of-use top cultivator sect. However, as the saying goes, there wasn't a wall in this world that didn't let wind through. News of the masked moon sect's use of the precious moon sun pearl to harvest a great amount of spiritual ingredients still spread. Not long after, the other 6 sects came looking for them, unwilling to let them keep their profit to themselves. Till, there isn't a wall in this world that doesn't let wind through, means that there is no such thing as an absolute secret. The masked moon sect, unwilling to anger everyone yet also unwilling to give up their precious pearl like this, finally gave it up after bargaining with the other 6 sections. Ever since, this became the common item of the 7 great sects. The 7 great sects would take turns wielding this treasure. After every trip to the forbidden area, the sect holding the precious pearl would have to hand it over to another sect for preservation. However, regardless of which sect controlled the precious pearl, as soon as they entered into the forbidden area, disciples of that sect would have to, under the supervision of disciples from other sects, use this treasure at a certain time period according to a rule that was set beforehand. One could not purposefully hasten or delay the dispelling of the fog. This way, all of the disciples that had reached the central area on time could enter the ring-shaped mountain range at the same time to pick spiritual ingredients. This method appeared incredibly fair. This kind of agreement made it seem as if the masked moon sect had suffered heavy losses, since they had no choice but to give up their dream of claiming the spiritual ingredients in the forbidden area for themselves. However, the masked moon sect had been able to avoid the destruction of their entire sect, leaving them the opportunity to gradually increase their strength. As of current, the masked moon sect was the most outstanding one of the 7 great sects, and its strength could be said to be bottomless. If the various sects did not join together, it would be impossible to defeat them. This was also the reason why Han Li was not impatient and couldn't calmly lie to the ugly man. This time, the 7 great sects had already arranged the time for the clearing of the dense fog before entering. It would be on the morning of the 3rd day. Earlier, Han Li had no time to rest and was rushing towards the central area precisely because he was afraid that he would have been stopped by somebody, thus preventing him from entering the mountain when it was time. Now, since he had already entered the central area, there was no need to be anxious anymore. If he were to rush to the 2nd layer now, he would only be there to stare at the dense fog. As for the 3rd layer within the center of the forbidden area, it was even more mysterious. As long as one stood at the peak of the ring-shaped mountains, anyone could clearly see that within the vast area contained by the 2nd layer, there was a huge, soaring pagoda roughly 300 meters tall erected in the central area. Surrounding the pagoda was a dense, green forest, causing the water flow to be obscure around the pagoda. This place was the supposed 3rd layer and was also the centermost part of the forbidden area. When the elders from the 7 great sects heard the descriptions given by their own disciples, they immediately knew that it was the dwelling of the owner of the forbidden area. They truly coveted the items inside of this pagoda. However, at the border between the 2nd and 3rd level, there was a strong restrictive barrier with an unknown name still operating, a layer that stopped all of the disciples who tried to barge their way in through it. This restrictive barrier was not one that could be broken by a chi condensation cultivator, and even Foundation establishment cultivators and above also had no way of entering that section of the forbidden area. Thus, the items contained in this pagoda were still a complete mystery. Han Li had no interest in the huge pagoda in the 3rd layer. To him, being able to find enough spiritual ingredients in the 2nd layer and then immediately being able to retreat was already cause to thank the heavens and gods for their blessings and protection. Han Li coped with the ugly man in front of him for a full quarter of an hour before he finally freed himself from his nagging, entered a patch of vegetation on the side and immediately disappeared. Before disappearing, he glanced at the opposing person and saw that Zhong Wu continued to lazily stand in the same spot, as if he didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. It seemed as if these experts would not rest until they had gotten rid of the vast majority of the disciples who had come to take advantage of the situation for their own gain. Most likely, the other 3 doors would have people who were doing the same thing. As Han Li thought this, he began to search for something in a place far away from the copper doors. Underneath a giant tree, Han Li discovered an inconspicuous tree hollow, causing his heart to become happy. After slipping in headfirst, he prepared some small protective measures at the opening of the hole, and without thinking about anything else, he proceeded to fall into a deep sleep. Han Li needed to rest well because when the fog around the ring-shaped mountains was to be broken early next morning, only the heavens knew what would happen. He first had to recover peak condition before completing his business. However, he believed that those who could stand in front of the ring-shaped mountains tomorrow morning, waiting for the dense fog to be broken, would definitely not be very numerous. Each one would likely not be easier to deal with than that Feng. Han Li slept very soundly. It wasn't until early in the morning of the 2nd day that he started to slowly awaken. The most important day in the forbidden area finally was drawing near. Chapter 195. The Strength of the Precious Moon Sun Pearl. After Han Li awoke, he did not immediately leave the tree hollow. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in the tree. The spiritual power surged within his body, and his magic power had returned to its peak. The feeling of soreness had already disappeared without a trace, and his strength was vigorous. Han Li had finished inspecting himself and he slowly opened his eyes. His heart was incredibly satisfied. This was when he stood up and inspected the talismans and magic tools in his storage pouch, finishing up his last-minute preparations. Han Li preciously did not have the time to carefully look through the few storage pouches he previously took from the fully bearded man and his associate. Now he would naturally search through them once to see if there were any usable magic tools. Truthfully, regardless of whether it was the storage pouches of the fully bearded man and his partner or the storage pouches that they had taken from others, the magic tools in the pouches were numerous, but their quality was incredibly low. After seeing this, Han Li was at a loss for words. Combined, the 5 storage pouches contained 23 magic tools, 5 low-grade ones, 7 mid-grade ones and 11 high-grade ones. One of the storage pouches actually only contained 2 low-grade magic tools and 2 mid-grade ones. There were no high-grade magic tools at all. This discovery caused Han Li to be stunned for a long time, causing him to sigh with sorrow. The net worth of normal disciples and elite disciples were really as different as the heavens and the earth. This pile of storage pouches did not contain a single top-grade magic tool. No wonder when Han Li had bound the fully bearded man with his earth prison technique, he seemed to have no method to escape. He could only watch as he was crushed to death by the golden light brick. When Han Li thought about the number of top-grade magic tools that the woman with many treasures in Feng had, he felt incredibly helpless towards the poverty of regular disciples. No wonder when other people saw his weak cultivation base, they would subconsciously think that his strength was feeble and could be easily bullied. No one would consider the question of what strong magic tools he might have. Now Han Li could finally understand why so many disciples had been so excited when they had found out that the Yellow Maple Valley's meeting hall was handing out high-grade magic tools. It seemed like the Yellow Maple Valley that he was part of treated these average disciples pretty well. They were actually willing to use several scores of high-grade magic tools to encourage their morale. In reality, Han Li had guessed incorrectly concerning this matter. Even if the various sects sent out their elite disciples to the Forbidden Area, they very rarely owned any top-grade magic tools. People like the woman with many treasures who had top-grade magic weapons from head to toe were very few in number even among the elite disciples. In addition, most of them came from influential backgrounds. Regular elite disciples would fall short even in flattery. In this way, Han Li, who had 3 or 4 top-grade magic tools on him, could already cause these so-called elite disciples to drool. All in all, before reaching core formation with the exception of the treasure talismans, each extra top-grade magic tool could change one's strength beyond recognition. While Han Li was in the Yellow Maple Valley because his contact with other senior martial brothers had been too rare, he was an amateur when it came to the matters of the cultivator world. He still subconsciously believed that the elite disciples all had a pile of top-grade magic tools. This was not surprising. Ever since he had had the huge battle with senior martial brother Lu, all of the enemies that he had encountered were owners of top-grade magic tools. This caused him to give rise to the misconception that top-grade magic tools were not rare. Now, although he had realized the regular disciples' lack of magic tools, he still did not completely understand the worth of top-grade magic tools. Was this would be a misfortune or a blessing to Han Li? Han Li naturally neglected the low and mid-grade magic tools. He would not consider using them. He then tried out each of the high-grade magic tools before selecting 3 of the strongest and most practical ones to use as backup magic tools. A deep blue flying dagger, a golden alms bowl and a jade pot. These were the items that Han Li had chosen. The flying dagger and the golden alms bowl were all pure attack-type magic tools, and there was nothing of particular note about them. However, the jade pot was uncommon. It actually was a rarely seen support-type magic tool. The pot could spurt out a green poisonous miasma and surround the area near the enemies, causing them to die from poison. At a first glance, the usefulness of this pot seemed to be pretty good, but in fact it was a magic tool of little value. Any barriers of the 5 elements could all block the poison. It was impossible to use it to actually poison a cultivator. If it wasn't because Han Li thought that this green poisonous fog could temporarily obstruct the enemy's vision and bring the opponent a certain amount of inconvenience, he truly might not have chosen this magic tool. Once he sorted out everything on him, Han Li silently slipped out of the tree hole after estimating the time. Then, after determining his direction, he began to slowly travel on his way. It was definitely out of the question to fly directly into the ring-shaped mountain after the dense fog had been dispersed. He would be noticed by countless demonic beasts that could fly and would be surrounded and attacked to death. In bygone years, there had been a few small paths to safely enter the ring-shaped mountain. Han Li directly headed towards the closest tunnel. The entrance to the tunnel was not too far, and with a bit of effort Han Li hurried to the location specified by the information. After hiding behind some large tree, looking at the limitless fog considered to be as big as the sky, Han Li was truly stunned. The misty fog virtually covered the heavens and the earth. One could forget about seeing the entrance to the ring-shaped mountain. Han Li could not see clearly even 1 zhang into the thick fog. No wonder nobody had dared to climb this mountain before the precious moon sun pearl existed. When he thought about the fact that inside this fog one would have to suffer constantly from the attacks of various demonic beasts that would come and go without warning, he was speechless for quite some time. Since the fog was still so large, it seemed as if the heavenly Imperial Fortress disciples in possession of the precious pearl had not yet begun to activate their spell and dispel the fog. Thinking in this manner, Han Li stood behind the tree and began to silently wait. Directly facing the large fog, the place where Han Li was waiting was overgrown with lots of wild trees and wild brush. There was no problem for 10 or so people to hide in them. Although Han Li had not discovered the existence of other people all around him, he also knew that other people were definitely nearby. After all, there were only a few of these routes going up the mountain. It was only because the time for entering the mountain was imminent that other people hadn't paid any attention to his arrival. Time passed by hour. After Han Li had bitterly waited 3 to 4 hours, he suddenly felt a frightening spiritual power coming from his southwest direction. Next, a soaring white pillar of light flew into the sky at a faraway location. In the skies above the boundless sea of fog, the light aggregated into a huge sphere of light. Although the light sphere had been formed, the light pillar didn't seem to have any intention of stopping and continued to incessantly pour energy into the sphere. Thus, the sphere of light got larger and larger and more dazzling. Finally, it was actually as if a new sun had risen into the sky, causing people to not dare look at it. A brief moment later, the light column disappeared from view, only leaving that gigantic sphere of light floating high in the sky. However, the duration of the sphere of light was pitifully short. In the blink of an eye, it began to distort its shape and its surface began to depress like a piece of dough. This caused Han Li, who had seen the whole sequence of events, to be stupefied. His mouth hung wide open and he forgot to close it. With an earth-shaking bang, the huge sphere of light finally bursted open high in the sky, and became countless fist-sized beautiful dots of light that floated down. They sprinkled down towards the large stretch of fog like an extremely glamorous rain of light. When each sphere of white light fell into the dense fog, it immediately caused the nearby dense fog to become alive like a flood dragon and automatically rush towards the heart of the spheres of light. However, the thick fog was immediately dissolved upon contact with the spheres of light, but the spheres of light also dimmed significantly. When more of the spheres of light came into contact with the large fog, the entire area of dense fog changed like a frightening landslide or a tsunami, and all of the mist was incessantly boiling and roiling. It was just as if a huge demonic beast was resisting being bound, and was in the last throes of its resistance. Both of Han Li's eyes stared unblinkingly at everything that had happened. It was the first time in his entire life that he had ever witnessed the true strength of an incredible magic treasure. In the aftermath of his shock, the depths of his heart were filled with feelings of envy and desire. After the struggle between the fog and the sphere of light, the fog finally began to slowly thin out. The silhouette of the dangerous and tall ring-shaped mountain appeared before Han Li and others for the first time. How tall? This was the admiring exclamation of all those who had clearly seen the ring-shaped mountains, and Han Li was no exception as one of these people. The ring-shaped mountains before him was truly frighteningly tall. Looking up, the mountains appeared to reach a height of 3 kilometers. It was soaring through the clouds so the peak was not visible. Strange eye-catching cliffs and rocks were abundant on the mountain's exterior. Those that were not taking cover near giant trees were found throughout the mountains. What caused people's hearts to be even more surprised was that the two sides of this mountain extended indefinitely into the distance. One did not know how long one would have to continue in order to figure out its extremities. However, the mountain ridge on this side of the mountains in front of Han Li and the others was incredibly flat, not nearly as steep as other directions. It seemed as if this was the road to take up the mountains. At this time, a few faint and low demonic beast howls could be heard coming from within the mountains. Their sound was mournful and sinister, causing people who heard to tremble with fear. Han Li was currently staring to the point of being dazed. With a whoosh, a yellow shadow shot out of the patch of underbrush on Han Li's side like an arrow. He leaped into the midst of the dark mountain and disappeared from view. This movement seemed to have triggered the nerves of the other hidden people. Immediately, several more people jumped out at the same time and rushed forwards together. Right as they were about to enter the forests on the mountain, however, a few people slightly widened the distance and entered into different areas of the ring-shaped mountains. Han Li had not yet emerged. He planned to observe exactly what kind of people would choose the same route to enter the mountain as him. Chapter 196. Han Li's plan. In a short amount of time, a blue-clothed youth wearing an expression of cold indifference, an elderly Daoist priest with an entire head of white hair, and an azure-clothed gorgeous young woman walked out in succession. They all reached a tacit understanding and chose different locations to enter the mountainous forest. Han Li continued to wait for about another quarter of an hour. Seeing that no other people appeared, he performed a last-minute check on the items he had and, copying the people before him, chose a direction that nobody had yet walked into and silently dived in. What Han Li didn't know was that, not long after he entered, the ugly man Zhong Yu that he had seen just yesterday appeared in front of the tunnel. He gazed at the dark road to go up the mountain and coldly laughed a few times. He released 10 or so yellow dots that flew into the mountainous forest, then calmly followed after them. At this time, within the forbidden area, near the broken restrictive entrance, the people that the 7 great sects had left behind as guards looked worriedly in the direction of the forbidden area. Han Li's martial ancestor Li was one of those people. However, it could not be known whether he was worried about the success of his own disciples or if he was more worried about losing his bet. The mood of the other core formation Daoist priest from the Clear Void sect was not much better. Speaking of which, ever since that senior eccentric Cheong from the Masked Moon sect had forced his way into the bet, he no longer had any self-confidence in the bet that they had made beforehand. In an instant, it became apparent he was somewhat worried about his own gains and losses. This was not surprising. The blood of a flood dragon's inner core had been incredibly difficult to obtain. He had basically spent all of his family fortune to obtain it. If he lost it so easily to someone else, even if his attained mental state had been higher, perhaps he would be unable to sleep for a number of years in a row because of heartache. The Daoist priest stealthily sized up the only person in this group who had a composed expression, the young female leader Celestial Ni Chong from the Masked Moon sect. The sole female in the midst of these 7 great core formation experts had not revealed any trace of worry ever since the disciples from the 7 great sects had entered the forbidden area. The more the Daoist priest watched the woman's smiling appearance, the stronger his anxiety became. When he connected this to strange Senior Cheong's expression of having a card up his sleeve when making the bet, he felt the blood of the flood dragon's inner core seemingly fly away from his own pocket and had already become the possession of another. As he thought this, the concerned expression on his face became even more strong. People who didn't know this would have truly mistakenly believed that he was deeply worried for the disciples from his sect inside the forbidden area. After some more time, the Daoist priest finally could not endure it any longer. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, he quietly moved closer to Martial Ancestor Li, asking with a concerned expression, "Martial Ancestor Li, the Yellow Maple Valley disciples that you sent out this time should be pretty talented. Even so, the people from our 2 sects might really lose to that strange Senior Cheong. Still, this Daoist priest has some faith in the disciples from the Clear Void sect that entered the forbidden area. What are you trying to say? Does Daoist brother look down upon our Yellow Maple Valley?" Martial Ancestor Li began to display an expression of displeasure upon hearing this. Haha. Of course not, this Daoist priest just feels a little peculiar about the disciples that the Masked Moon sect sent out this time. I just can't feel at ease. The Daoist priest laughed, explaining himself with a big smile. You're not the only one. This Li also perceives that something is fishy. In previous times when have the disciples the Masked Moon sect sent out been so young? And they are all in male-female pairs. Could it be because they think this trip to the forbidden area is for the brats to play house? Martial Ancestor Li said sullenly. Apparently he had also been unable to feel at ease concerning this time's bet. When the Daoist priest heard what Martial Ancestor Li said, he incessantly and repeatedly nodded his head, apparently very much in agreement with what he had just said. However, this fellow Daoist should be at ease. Since Li dared to make this bet, he definitely has some trust in the disciples from his sect. Their strength will definitely not be lower than disciples from your sect. Martial Ancestor Li said slowly after giving the Daoist priest a glance filled with deep meaning. His voice contained some heroic spirit. Heh. Since Benefactor has said this Daoist priest feels much more relieved. Then I will not disturb you any more. The Daoist priest's expression immediately relaxed upon hearing the answer that his heart wanted, and he laughingly took his leave. He returned to his original location and sat down to regain his composure, quietly waiting for the results to come out a few days from now. Martial Ancestor Li, after following the Daoist priest as he left with his eyes, suddenly snorted softly. Using only a voice that he could hear, he faintly said to himself, "Fu Yunzi, you old facetious Daoist, don't think that I wouldn't know whatever plan you come up with. Aren't you hoping that our two sects will join hands to triumph over the masked moon sect, only to have your clear void sect come to pressure our yellow maple valley? Heh. Although I don't know what kind of impressive disciples the clear void sect has sent into the forbidden area, but this time our valley has sent out the top 3 chi condensation disciples like a hive of bees. Otherwise, do you think I would have made this bet with you all?" As Martial Ancestor Li spoke, his face revealed a bit of cunningness. No trace of the concerned expression from before could be found. Clearly he was also an old fox who kept things hidden. Han Li naturally did not know of the scheming of the 2 core formation experts outside of the forbidden area. His path was currently being blocked by a brown, massive wild boar. This wild boar, apart from its skin color and huge body size as well as being many meters tall, appeared to be exactly the same as a normal wild boar. However, as soon as Han Li saw this beast, he immediately recognized that it was one of the most commonly seen demonic beasts on the ring-shaped mountain, the mountain-pushing hog. This demonic beast, other than having rough skin and a slightly larger strength, only knew an innate stone skin magic. Its intelligence was also incredibly low, so it would not be hard to deal with. At this time the mountain-pushing boar huffed deeply a few times, and in a flash of yellow light, its entire body was covered by a shining white stone armor. In turn, it aggressively charged fiercely in Han Li's direction. Han Li's expression did not change. He stood in the same place and quietly waited for the charging attack of this beast right until it was only about 20 meters away from it. He then waved his hand and his figure flashed. He had already shifted behind the demonic beast. Mountain-pushing boar. Its truly huge body continued to charge towards the direction Han Li was originally standing in for about 10 meters before panting once. Then its entire body from the tip of its nose to its tail, neatly split into 2 in one moment, and its multicolored internal organs spilled all over the ground. It had actually been completely cut open by Han Li's thin thread magic tool. Han Li retrieved the transparent thread. Glancing at the dead mountain-pushing boar, he gently shook his head and immediately jumped on top of a tree to leave this location. This was because he knew that soon the smell of blood from the demonic beast's corpse would attract a huge wave of demonic beasts with extremely acute senses of smell. It would still be best for him to slip away luckily as early as possible. It had already been a few hours since Han Li had entered the ring-shaped mountain's dense forest. However, in this short amount of time he had unfortunately encountered 4 demonic beasts. Of these 4, 3 had been low-level ones, and Han Li naturally slaughtered them in one blow without the slightest bit of courtesy. However, that medium-level flying feather peacock had 5 colored tail feathers that could independently chase after and injure both people and defenses, causing Han Li's head to hurt quite a bit. Luckily, although it was classified as bird kind, its speed was not actually fast. Thus, afterwards Han Li decided he might as well practice his movement technique, and in one breath he left it behind, disappearing without a trace. It was only in this way that he had avoided this pointless battle. Today Han Li incessantly sighed as he leaped around from tree to tree as if he were flying. Now he finally knew the extent to which the ring-shaped mountains were populated with demonic beasts. For the time being he was still in the outer fringes. The majority of the demonic beasts he had met had been in the low level and were not too hard to deal with. But in another period of time, when he had entered into the deeper parts of the ring-shaped mountain, perhaps medium or high-level demonic beasts would appear in waves. At that time, other than fleeing in a panic, Han Li was truly unable to think of any other tactic for escaping. No wonder the amount of information on the hiding locations of these spiritual medicines was so little. Perhaps the disciples who had entered this mountain before had spent the greater half of their energy hiding from these demonic beasts, and the remaining time could only be used to search those 7 or 8 locations once. However, this was still not enough to guarantee a harvest every time one searched. It looks like my chances of gathering enough spiritual medicines is not too high, Han Li thought with melancholy. The direction Han Li was currently darting in was the concealed cave where the purple monkey flower grew. Based on the information, this location shouldn't have any large value. Because this cave had been harvested once only in the past 100 or more years, the only things inside should be some seedlings close to becoming ripe. There was no way to use them to concoct pills. A seedling. When Han Li thought of this, he couldn't help but lightly smile for a moment. What Han Li needed was this seedling that these bystanders would not touch. The reason why he dared to take the odd risk of entering the forbidden area and why he was so sure that he could snatch food from the jaws of a tiger in the midst of all these experts, to obtain the spiritual medicines of heaven and earth. The main reason was that from the start he had set his sights on the yet-to-ripen seedlings. Only in this way could he avoid clashing with disciples from other sects as much as possible. Then he would be able to run to a few more locations and gather some more items that were useless in other people's eyes. When he took these spiritual medicine seedlings back with him, he could use the green liquid from the mysterious small bottle to hasten their growth. In this way it was not too different from directly picking ripe spiritual medicines. Although he had heard from that martial Uncle Ma that these saplings could not be preserved for too long outside of the forbidden area, only able to survive 1 to 2 years or so, this amount of time was already sufficient to accelerate their ripening cycle. After all, in order to be used in the Foundation establishment pill, their age did not need to be too great. Merely 400 or 500 years was sufficient for them to be used to refine the pill. Now, the only complication was that he didn't know if the remaining 3 days were enough for him to harvest enough quantities of spiritual medicines. Because the locations where the seedlings grew were all over the place, and adding on the fact that he could be obstructed by those demonic beasts along the way or start conflicts with disciples from other sects, Han Li felt unsure about everything. Chapter 197 Demonic Beast Giant Centipede. Chapter 197 Demonic Beast Giant Centipede. I've arrived. Which cave is this? After 4 hours, Han Li stood on a black rock about half a person high. He was sizing up a cave opening that was several meters tall. It seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Han Li didn't rashly enter but instead carefully observed the surroundings for a while. Although it could be said he was running short on time, he would never carelessly put himself into danger. The secret cave mentioned in the information would appear quite unremarkable from the outside. As Han Li was traveling, he saw many similar simple caves in the wild that lacked even the slightest remarkable trait. He also didn't know how the original founders were able to discover this cave. This caused Han Li to admire them even more. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li was convinced that there weren't any demonic beasts or anybody laying in ambush nearby and carefully walked toward the cave. The cave was completely natural and consisted of a light azure mountain stone. There were no traces of artificial digging within. Han Li came to this conclusion after he looked at the cave walls as he walked toward the cave. Then Han Li's body flashed and stealthily walked into the cave. However, just as he walked about 10 steps, Han Li stopped. This was because after he turned 2 corners, his surroundings had already become pitch dark. Han Li wrinkled his brow and searched through his storage pouch, taking out a moonlight stone the size of an egg. After he took it out, a soft white light clearly illuminated the vicinity. When Han Li saw this, he could not help but shake his head. His original intention was to silently tread deeper into the depths of the cave and see whether or not there was a demonic beast guarding within. If there was one, Han Li would stealthily give it a lethal strike and save his effort. However, with the appearance of the moonlight stone, he became a clear target. How could he mount a sneak attack now? Han Li lightly held the shining moonlight stone in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he used his other hand to slap on an earth attribute defensive barrier. Then he crouched and continued on with light steps. As the cave's interior was not spacious like the wilds, his fast movement technique was certain to meet restrictions. With a layer of protection on his body, he was much more at ease. Although his speed was greatly reduced, he obviously couldn't choose to have both speed and protection. Han Li clearly understood this and therefore had no complaints about it. This cave was very long and narrow. After Han Li walked for no less than a quarter hour, he saw no sign of reaching the end. This caused his heart to feel apprehension, and he could not help but doubt that he had found the wrong location and instead found a nest of top-grade demonic beasts. Fortunately, after walking several tens of meters, Han Li's worry had disappeared once he looked to the corner on his left. That was because at the left corner, there were many faint white lights illuminating his sight. When Han Li saw this, his heart was filled with joy. He quickly put away his moonlight stone and quietly walked through. Since this place already had lights located at the corners, it seemed he would be able to continue on with his original plan. Stealthily, Han Li slowly peeked the corner, and what he saw caused him joy. But soon after, he was inwardly grumbling. In front of him was truly the end of the cave. Furthermore, it was a large natural stone hall. Not only were there many shining glittering stalactites, but near the interior there was a small purple stone wall with 3 to 4 small light azure flowers growing on it. These small flowers were about an inch large. Their several petals were all bafflingly curled in the same direction, unexpectedly creating a unique appearance. From a distance it looked as if they were several small monkeys smiling at something comical. This truly caused one to be greatly startled. There is no question, these are definitely the purple monkey flowers. Although the color of its petals and stem were azure, it was because they aren't mature yet. After Han Li saw these flowers, he immediately thought this with a pleasant surprise. However, when he turned his gaze toward the ground below the azure stone wall, Han Li's expression immediately grew bitter. There was actually a giant centipede about 3 meters long lying on its stomach. It had shiny pitch-black spikes on its shell, antennas about a meter long, and a terrifying sinister appearance. Without moving, Han Li became greatly frightened. Although he had yet to kill any poisonous insect demonic beasts, he had long heard of their terrible reputation. According to others, poisonous insect demonic beasts were far more troublesome than bird or beast-type demonic beasts. Furthermore, the majority of them had extremely powerful poison, often causing people to die immediately upon contact. That was why, if it wasn't required, it was no wonder people avoided provoking this kind of demonic beasts as much as possible. Since the centipede was this large, at the very least, it should be a medium-level demonic beast. Being high-level also wouldn't be out of the question. As such, how could Han Li not take in a cold breath and grimace? Now he had to provoke it, as this centipede was guarding the purple monkey flowers. If he did not take care of this large poisonous insect, to think of picking the spiritual medicines off the wall was pure idiocy. Han Li held his breath and slowly withdrew his head. His movements were extremely careful to avoid waking up the huge centipede that seemed asleep. He leaned against the stone wall, and with wrinkled eyebrows he lowered his head, pondering how he should deal with this demonic beast. By relying on the might of his top-grade magic tools, attacking rashly wouldn't be out of the question. By just using the golden light brick treasure talisman, he would be able to flatten the demonic beast in one slam. However, that action would consume quite a bit of magic power, and he would be unable to maintain his peak condition. The road back was still quite long. He was certain that he would be facing more and more dangers, and because he had to rush against time, he could not spend half a day to travel back, meditate, and replenish his magic power. After a long period of deep thought, Han Li had a moment of brilliance and thought of a good plan. Before he made a move, he first cautiously stretched his neck to take a look at the centipede. When he saw that it was sitting there motionlessly, he calmed down. He then faintly smiled and disappeared into the darkness of the path. Not long after, Han Li then returned, beaming with happiness. The protective barrier he wore could no longer be seen. Furthermore, he did not continue moving stealthily but rather turned the corner with a swagger, walking into the large hall where the giant centipede laid. With Han Li's loud movements, how could the giant centipede not notice? If it hadn't, a better name for it would have been stupid beast, instead of demonic beast. When it saw Han Li, the several-meter-long centipede immediately grew vigilant and raised its head. It continuously waved 2 coarse long antennas that released strange and extremely frightening hissing noises. When Han Li saw this, he did not say anything and merely raised his hand. Several small fireballs flew toward it at extreme speeds and struck the beast's head, producing a series of explosions. After the blaze faded away, Han Li clearly saw the demonic beast's head remain a shiny jet black after being struck by the fireballs, and it actually hadn't left the slightest mark, leaving Han Li speechless. It seemed that what others had told him wasn't wrong. This poisonous insect demonic beast was truly troublesome. Although the huge centipede did not receive any injuries, it was thoroughly infuriated by Han Li's recent provocation. From its mouth 2 sharp teeth, it shot out a cloud of red poison mist, overbearingly surrounding Han Li. It seemed it wanted to drown Han Li in the poison. Han Li naturally wouldn't foolishly stay still and allow even the slightest of this incomparably strange poison to touch him. Without a protective barrier slowing him down as the tip of his feet touched the ground, he became faster than the poison mist flying around in the cave and turned around, running out of the tunnel. It appeared as if he was afraid of the demonic beast's poison mist and fled from defeat. The huge centipede naturally did not let Han Li easily leave, and it slithered extremely fast toward him. It followed him through the large hall as if it were a gust of wind. It seemed that its mad rush was not slower than Han Li's speed. When Han Li turned his head to take a look, he became shocked and quickened his pace, increasing the distance between them and disappearing into the passage. The giant centipede hissed strange sounds and followed without hesitation. The demonic beast had slithered through this passage countless times. It was naturally much more familiar with it than Han Li and was able to chase him down not long after. At this point it could already clearly see Han Li's back. The demonic beast centipede was greatly pleased. Its feet grew faster, fiercely charging forward. At this moment Han Li suddenly stopped. He actually turned his head around, looking at the demonic beast with a chuckle and no longer running any further. It seemed that he completely abandoned the idea of running. As such, in the blink of an eye the giant centipede leaped toward Han Li, who was only about 10 meters away. Just as it was about to joyfully tear and ravage the small human before it with its fangs, it felt a fierce pain from its abdomen, causing it to stop. It immediately fell to the floor from the pain as black poisonous blood spurted forth from its body. Although it did not know when, the huge centipede had unexpectedly been cut by an extremely sharp blade at its weakest part, the abdomen. Without knowing, it was neatly cut open and actually received a large wound. With such a mortal wound, it was no wonder the centipede was suffering this much. Standing to the side, Han Li naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat it while it was down. He raised his hand and released a sphere of golden light, and a sparkling blue wind blade toward the centipede's 2 antennas. Chapter 198. Conflict with a Bang. The 2 high-grade magic tools merely made 2 small open cracks in the antennas before being bounced aside, causing Han Li to be temporarily stunned. So hard. They could almost compare to the quality of a mid-grade magic tool. Han Li secretly cried out that he was lucky. If it wasn't for him using some small tactics, dealing with this huge centipede would really waste a lot of time. Han Li, seeing that the flying dagger and the golden alms bowl weren't very effective, easily retrieved them. Although this bug had already received a mortal wound, its vitality was too vigorous, and it continued to incessantly roll around. It seemed like it would not die in a short amount of time. Thus he knitted his eyebrows and displayed his movement technique. With a burst of speed he flashed over the demonic beast's head and showed no interest in whether the beast lived or died. Directly following the tunnel passageway he returned to the stone room. Within the stone room the few purple monkey flower seedlings were still waiting there safe and sound, causing Han Li's heart to be filled with joy. He took out a jade box about as large as a bundle of branches from his storage pouch and placed it on the ground before using his flying dagger to carefully cut out the entire small purple rock along with the purple monkey flower. Then he leveled the flying dagger and used it to carry the rock back to his hand. It was placed inside of the jade box and sealed off carefully. When all of the spiritual medicines had been completely individually harvested by Han Li, it wasn't until they were all stored that he took a long, relaxed breath. His state of mind had greatly calmed down. He stretched lazily, then carelessly swept over the stone room again to confirm that he hadn't overlooked anything in this place before calmly walking out. When Han Li walked past the place where the giant centipede had received heavy damage, that demonic beast was already lying still on the ground. It was completely dead, and the huge pool of black poisonous blood from its body caused this section of the cave to be pervaded by a strange smell that made people want to throw up. When Han Li smelled it he felt somewhat dizzy and lightheaded. Han Li startled, knowing that this was the effect of the poisonous nature of the blood diffusing into the air, so he quickly consumed some pure spirit powder, causing the uncomfortable feeling to abate. He walked about 20 meters away from the corpse of the centipede and stopped. Then he let out his flying dagger and wildly stabbed it 7 or 8 times. Seeing that it really had not moved at all, he finally relaxed and continued on his way. But having just walked a few steps, Han Li's figure bent at the waist and stooped down to pull out a short black knife. He used 2 fingers to gently wipe off the black mud around the knife's edge, and the short knife immediately shone with golden light. In fact, it was one of the children blades of the gold beetle swarm blades. It turned out that the reason Han Li was able to so easily cut into the demonic beast's abdomen was because in the moment he had disappeared, he had stuck the 8 children blades of the gold beetle swarm blades, blade side up into the ground of the cave in one breath. He lined them up along the tunnel and left the front half of the incomparably sharp blades on the floor. Because he was worried the golden blades would be too bright and would be discovered beforehand by the demonic beast, Han Li used some black silt to smother the blade's edge and turn it black, causing it to become the same color as the pitch-black cave. This way it would be difficult for the demonic beast to discover it. Thus, after chasing Han Li to this section of the cave, its abdomen had been secretly sliced open by these golden blades stuck into the ground upside down as the huge centipede was so close to the ground and met its fate of being buried there. The poor poisonous bug, known as a high-level demonic beast, had yet to put to use its arsenal of extremely potent poisonous techniques, but just like that it had been carelessly and utterly plotted against by Han Li. This was truly an unjust way to die. Although Han Li had yet to know the centipede that he had killed was a high-grade demonic beast, he knew that even if this poisonous bug hadn't been one, it definitely would have been at least one of the medium-grade demonic beasts. Thus he was extremely satisfied in his heart that he had been able to deal with this poisonous bug so easily. Now he took 7 or 8 steps in a row and bent over after every step. Finally he had cleaned all of the golden blades and retrieved them. Then he immediately raised his feet to leave the area when he inadvertently glanced at the corpse and hesitated for a moment before walking towards it. As soon as he walked in front of the huge centipede's corpse, Han Li impolitely used the gold blade in his hand and cut towards the head, back and tail sections, piercing them once. In the end he discovered that its back was the section that had the hardest shell. The gold blade's thrust could only penetrate half an inch deep. Only by continuing to apply force downwards could it slowly cut in. Seeing this, Han Li no longer hesitated. He immediately released all of the recently retrieved 8 gold beetle swarm blades and expended a great deal of effort to cut off the shell of the centipede's back portion. In no time, a few chunks of hard shell a few feet wide had been cut straight off and were carefully placed into his storage pouch. These were more than enough to block one attack from a top-quality magic tool and were good items that were hard to obtain. If they were to be made into a makeshift inner armor, it would definitely be very useful to him. In reality, according to Han Li's original intention, he was itching to cut off all of the centipede's shell and bring it away. But if he were to do this, it would waste too much time, and to the current Han Li, time was the most sorely lacking. Thus, Han Li could only leave the cave with a little regret, and he immediately shot towards the next already predetermined harvesting location. There similarly should be a few spirit sky fruits that had yet to ripen in that location. Meanwhile, as Han Li was continuously following his plan, collecting various kinds of spiritual medicines that were yet to ripen, explosive conflicts had erupted between elite disciples in a few locations where everybody knew there were ripe spiritual medicines to harvest. In addition, there were only these few locations where people precisely knew the spiritual medicines had ripened. The huge conflict between the experts from various sects was inevitable. Within a quiet valley southwest of Han Li, 3 people who were currently caught in a deadlock, each of them unwilling to back down over 2 purple monkey flowers, a plant that Han Li had just obtained. Only these 2 purple monkey flowers were not a pale azure color, but rather a glamorous purple, and they released a thick smell of rare perfume. In addition, in front of these 2 strange purple flowers was a strange deer growing fire-red antlers from its head. Its body had been split into 2 and lay in a pool of blood. Evidently it died a long time ago. Not far from the corpse of the strange beast, there were 3 people standing in a triangle, each with different robes. However, none of them made a move, as if they were very afraid of the other 2. What exactly are the intentions of you 2? This flaming antler deer was killed by me, so the spiritual medicines should also belong to me. Finally, one person opened his mouth with an expression full of rage. The speaker was a roughly 20-year-old youth wearing a blue robe. His appearance was very handsome and his figure was slender. One of his hands held an azure-colored flying cross, and the other held a yellow pearl. The two objects dazzled with spiritual light. With one glance, one could tell that they were exceptional magic tools. No wonder that person was able to kill that seemingly abnormal high-level demonic beasts on his own. Daoist brother, I didn't expect that we would meet again today. We both truly have a predestined fate. This time, the one who spoke was an ordinary elderly man wearing an azure robe and leaning on a walking stick. He seemingly appeared to be quite amiable, but he in fact did not even acknowledge the youth's inquiry, instead beginning to converse with the other middle-aged Daoist priest. Yes, I also had not thought that I would run into Master Li again today, said the Daoist priest with a calm expression. He carried a plain and long sword in its sheath and similarly did not even glance at the youth. The youth from the heavenly imperial fortress flew into a rage. His own talent was not normal, his family background was highly regarded, and his figure was elegant and handsome. He had always been other people's focus no matter where he went, but now he was being humiliated in this way by these two fellows. How could he not become infuriated? But before he was even able to open his mouth to say something else, the following sentences from the elder and the Daoist priest immediately caused the color of his face to greatly change and he began to panic. Let's not bring up the past. Today this place has 2 spiritual medicines. It so happens that you and I can split them evenly. How about if each person gets one? The elder did not speak any superfluous words and invited the Clear Void sect Daoist priest to an alliance in order to split the spiritual medicines. When the middle-aged Daoist heard this, he did not appear to be surprised. Instead, after a brief pause, he nodded his head and complied, "We might as well. Our strength is roughly even. Even if we're to battle each other, 200 injuries would be the result. Let's do it this way. I have no objections." The youth had clearly heard the conversation of the two people in front of him. He was both frightened and angered in his heart. Although he knew his magic tools were extremely powerful, he instinctively felt that he would not be their opponent once they joined hands. However, if he were to just give up the spiritual medicines that he was just about to obtain like that, no matter what he said, he was still unwilling. After a few hurried spins in his brain, the youth suddenly quickly flashed backwards and shot directly towards the 2 spiritual medicines. He wanted to grab the spiritual medicines and immediately escape far away. "You're courting death." The youth had just begun to move when the azure-robed elder's face fell, and threw the walking stick in his hand. It became an azure streak of light that shot towards the youth. The speed of this walking stick, which had become azure light, was simply too quick. It had only flashed a couple of times before arriving in front of the youth, barring his path. The youth was very stunned. What was this magic tool and why was it so fast? However, since things had already progressed to this point, he didn't give it much thought. He lifted his hand and his azure flying pitchfork went forward to meet the walking stick. However, his figure showed no sign of stopping and he continued to shoot forward. It seemed that he would not give up before he had grabbed the spiritual medicine. "Little friend, it is already too late. It would be better for you to leave as quickly as possible. Don't force this Daoist priest to go on a killing spree today." The youth had not taken 2 steps before a calm and cold voice came from behind him, as if it was directly pressed up behind him, scaring the youth so badly that his soul flew outside of the sky. The youth's face became deathly pale and he turned his head around. Sure enough, that Daoist priest was only 3 meters away from him. He was currently looking and laughing at him. The deathly pale youth did not continue to speak. He immediately turned around and shot outside the valley, not daring to even turn his head around for a glance. He knew in his heart that there was a wide gap between his strength and the strength of these other 2 people. Continuing to fight for the spiritual medicines was asking to die. The opponent's willingness to let him escape was already hard to believe. Hee. Daoist brothers' spiritual fox steps have become much more powerful than before. It truly has reached perfection. The elder, seeing that the Daoist priest had let the youth escape, felt that it was extremely strange. However, he had not made a move to block him, but rather began to compliment the other person. "It's nothing, it's only a minor accomplishment," the Daoist priest said leisurely as he glanced indifferently at the disappearing back of the youth. Chapter 199. Brother and Sister Chen. Is Master Li somewhat confused as to why this Daoist priest let that person leave? The middle-aged Daoist priest was silent for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. Hee. I am a little bit. This little boy's magic tools were pretty good. Even I was somewhat tempted when I saw them. The elder actually spoke very frankly, not attempting to conceal his thoughts. Then Master should get rid of this idea as quickly as possible. This person cannot be killed, the Daoist priest said with a certain amount of caution and knitted his eyebrows. When the azure-robed elder heard this, an expression of doubt briefly flitted across his face, but he did not yet open his mouth to ask anything. He knew that since the conversation had already progressed to this point, based on the other person's personality, a clear explanation would definitely be provided soon after. As expected, the Daoist priest stiffly continued, "This person has strong connections to heavenly imperial fortresses Ma Yunlong. It's best to avoid rashly provoking him." When the elder heard this, he was moved and couldn't help but say with surprise, "Do you mean that Ma Yunlong from the heavenly imperial fortress who a century ago was the person who had the most hope of entering the core formation stage?" The Daoist priest bitterly laughed and sighed. "If it wasn't that person, who else would it be? I have seen this person a few times. The dustfall pearl in that youth's hand was that person's famous magic tool. There's no way I could be wrong. Thus this youth must be strongly related to Ma Yunlong. It's best if we don't touch this youth." "Yes, thanks for this Daoist friend's reminder. Otherwise I would really have made a big mistake. Sai, we had better harvest these spiritual medicines as early as possible. We don't want any other unexpected guests," the elder immediately suggested, finally having recovered to his normal state from his earlier shock. The Daoist priest naturally cheerfully agreed. Then the two people cut off a purple monkey flower, one from each side, and then immediately parted ways. Similar scenes were playing out in the few other locations. However, their conflicts far less peaceful, instead creating incredibly intense sparks as they clashed. To the side of a certain stone room on a mountain ridge on the ring-shaped mountain, 4 people from 2 different sects were battling while controlling many kinds of magic tools. Among these were a male and female, both wearing yellow attire. They were Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. The male of about 40 years had a scholarly appearance. He held a silver, shining, huge pen and a golden, brilliant book in the middle of his hand. With a wave of his hand, the silver marks and the sky full of golden light attacked the 2 opponents until their sweat stuck to their back and their faces had turned green. Although the pretty young woman also controlled a blue and yellow pair of flying swords, supporting off to the side, any discerning person could tell just from a glance that her strength was vastly weaker even when compared to that of the 2 opponents, not to mention when compared with her own partner. She was basically useless. Instead, her extremely powerful partner had to save her a couple of times. Their opponents, however, were not 2 people from the same sect. One of them wore a green mask of light and controlled a flying snake about as wide as a bowl and a swarm of huge wasps. The ugly male ferociously defending himself from the Yellow Maple Valley male's large-scale attack of gold light was actually Zhongyu from Spirit Beast Mountain, who had exchanged information with Han Li. The other person was a pretty and gentle male youth completely clothed in azure. Most likely he was a Saber Transformation Doc disciple. The 2 red flying daggers fluttering in front of him shot light out in all direction. Just from one glance one would know that they were not common magic tools. These magic tools, which were originally attack-type flying daggers, now became 2 curtains of light about as large as a wagon wheel in front of him, straining to block the silver marks like a sky full of stars against a sparkling silver talisman. "Stay your hand, stop fighting, the 2 of us surrender. The one surnamed Chen, consider yourself vicious. The spiritual grasses within the stone room belong to you." The Saber Transformation Doc youth could no longer endure, and he finally opened his mouth to give in. When the ugly Zhongyu to the side heard this, apart from having a slight expression of unwillingness, it did not actually prevent him from speaking. It could have been considered to be a taciturn understanding of the male youth's words. He returned the flying snake and swarm of wasps back to his side. "Hing. How could we let you off so lightly and allow you to surrender as you wish?" The weakest female from Yellow Maple Valley said somewhat unwillingly as she lifted up the long hair on her forehead. Earlier she had been directly ignored, so she had to suppress a stomach full of restlessness. Thus her tone became very malicious. "What are you thinking? Do you still want to kill me? I'm afraid you may not have the skill to." When the saber transformation doc male heard this, he began to screech in aggravation, like he was a girl who had just received a great fright. Thus the other three people couldn't help but get goosebumps. Of course we won't. My seventh little sister was only speaking out of anger. You two only need to worry about leaving. I will definitely not get in your way. The middle-aged yellow Maple Valley male said, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He immediately glared at the female to prevent her from further speaking ill words and then spoke to Zhong Yu and the others with a peaceful expression. Hee. Brother Chen really is worthy of being called the Chen clan's prince. Your bearing is much different than those of certain girls. Then we will take our leave. The saber transformation doc youth suddenly became peaceful again, and his voice had returned to that of a normal male, in an instant seeming like he was a graceful, handsome prince. The great contrast would cause people to be very flabbergasted. After saying this, the youth and Zhong Yu glanced again at that stone room, unwilling to part with it, then left that place with some heartache, disappearing without a trace behind the rocks of the mountain. Big brother, why didn't you kill those two people? All we needed was to exert some more effort and we could have immediately wiped them out. After watching the two of them leave, the pretty female was finally unable to resist turning her head and asking the middle-aged male this. Seventh little sister, I've discovered that ever since that incident, you have become somewhat extreme. You want to take other people's lives so easily, but do you know who these two people are? They both come from incredibly well-known and large families. Although they are still very far from our Yan, Qin and other great clans, one cannot easily look down on them. It's best if we don't rashly start a feud. In addition, even if we really wanted to kill them, we would more than likely not succeed. You should know that although it seemed as if the power of the Golden Book and Silver Pen had pushed those two to an imminent crisis, in reality it was under the premise that they had no intention of running away. If we were really to try to kill them, they aren't idiots. They would obviously immediately flee. By that time I would not be able to do anything to them even if my Golden Book and Silver Pen were stronger. I would only be suddenly inciting revenge upon my household. The yellow Maple Valley middle-aged male first used a pampering tone to lightly rebuke the young woman, then explained in great detail the reason why he was unwilling to kill them. This caused that female to suddenly be enlightened. Oh right, seventh sister. That brat from the Liu clan, after plotting against you, has never revealed himself anywhere else. It seems as if he really was killed by the person who saved you. If it's really so, he can consider himself lucky. Otherwise, I would definitely make him feel as if death is better than living to let him know the fear of daring to scheme against our Chen clan. The person who saved you, however, is worth thinking over. I spent a lot of energy to investigate the disciples from our sect who had been missing for a few days, but in the end I didn't actually discover anybody who could pose a threat to that brat from the Liu clan. You must know that although that bastard's magic power is not worth mentioning, his Azure Flood Dragon banner is really a pretty good top-grade magic weapon. Since they were able to save you from his grasp, that person must not be too weak. Could he be an outsider cultivator who just happened to pass by? The female's big brother suddenly switched to a tender and caring tone as he spoke to his seventh sister. It turned out that this seventh little sister was actually the junior martial sister Chen, who had become as cold as ice and frost. However, in front of this person who was her older brother, she had evidently recovered a bit of her inherent nature. Thus, when she heard his words, her face immediately blushed and she threw a tantrum. Bah! Why would you bring up that guy? He saved me, so what? I was left all alone in that desolate area, but he actually took my foundation establishment pill and luckily escaped. Most likely he is also not some good person. Junior martial sister Chen's tone was filled with injustice and hatred. In reality, what caused her to be so ashamed and indignant was not that, but rather it was because as soon as she thought of this person, she would recall that embarrassing night where her head was not clear and her entire body had felt hot and naked. And those two beasts had willfully caressed her entire body from head to toe with their callous hands, as well as the thick male smell from the other person's body were even more engraved in her memory. However, because she was more than a little humiliated and angry, junior martial sister Chen tried her hardest not to think about that incident, instead suppressing them within the deepest corners of her heart. Today, hearing her own big brother bringing it up, she couldn't help but develop a headache, causing her face to alternate between red and white as she sank into contemplation. When junior martial sister Chen absent-mindedly regained consciousness, she discovered her own big brother staring at her with deep meaning, seemingly smiling without smiling. It was as if all of her secrets had been completely seen through by him. This caused her blushing to become even more apparent. Junior Marshal Sister Chen, feeling incredibly bashful, simply stomped her tiny foot and said, "I'm going to go harvest the medicine." Watching the back of his most beloved younger sister, the middle-aged man couldn't help but smile lightly. He had already had a scheme in mind. Then he followed and walked after her. In a certain dense forest, a green-clothed young woman was furiously biting her lips, controlling a small white statue. She was currently embroiled in a difficult battle with a two-headed strange snake. It seemed as if for a period of time they were neck and neck. Behind the strange snake was a completely fire-red tree. On its branches grew a number of fist-sized red fruits. A line of white-clothed males and females silently walked within a long and narrow underground tunnel. It seemed as if their ranks numbered roughly 15 or 16 people. All of the surviving masked moon sect disciples in the forbidden area were actually all here, and the one at the very front was the fairy-like young woman who had earlier seen Hanli from afar. Chapter 200. Young women. The white-clothed young woman, although she appeared to be very pure, actually wore a solemn expression at this time, and her entire body was shrouded by an odd silver sheen. This caused her to appear even more mysterious. What surprised people the most was that the white-clothed males and females following her all appeared to be apprehensive. There weren't even any low whispers, and their expressions as they gazed at the young woman's back were that of reverence. The crafty and unruly woman who had appeared in the desert along with her cultivating companion were in their midst. However, no trace of the arrogant expression on her face could be found. She did not dare to even breathe heavily, just like the other people around her. She appeared to be especially lovable and well-behaved. Suddenly, the youthful celestial woman at the lead stopped her steps, and the entire procession behind her naturally stopped as well. A wide opening was not far in front of them, and a deep green pool appeared. Within the center of the pool were a few reef rocks protruding from the surface of the water. On these rocks grew roughly 10 lingji mushrooms, which shone like jade and were especially conspicuous. "Is it here?" the youthful celestial woman crisply asked without even turning her head as she gazed at the pool with a great deal of interest. Her voice appeared to be particularly delicate. "Yes. Martial Ancestor, the top-level jade crocodile demonic beast is hiding within the pool. The past few times we came to harvest ingredients in the forbidden area, a disciple from our sect was buried within the belly of this beast. However, another person was able to escape and survive." An older woman flashed out of the flock of masked moon sect female disciples and responded while bowing very respectfully to the youthful celestial woman. "Martial Ancestor?" If any of the disciples from the other 6 sects heard this, perhaps they would be so shocked their jaws would dislocate. According to the rules of the cultivating world that determines seniority by strength, this young fairy-like woman could only be addressed in this way if she were one of the masked moon sect's core formation cultivators. And weren't Foundation establishment cultivators and above not allowed to enter the forbidden area this time? What was going on? Looking at the appearances of the other masked moon sect's disciples, who were not amazed by this at all, it seemed like they had known this secret much earlier. "Okay. Got it, you can withdraw." At this time, the youthful celestial woman pompously gave this instruction. Her face revealed a capable expression that did not match with her age. Then she spoke again to the people behind her. "Prepare yourselves. In a moment I will lure the jade crocodile out of the water surface, and you will use the yin-yang pulling magic combined assault secret technique that you have recently learned, attacking together in pairs. Surely, relying on the killing strength that can defeat Foundation establishment disciples in one blow, this hunt is definitely not a problem. Then we can go to the next top-level demonic beast hideout and continue to clean out these spiritual medicines that others had previously not dared to harvest." The young woman was not loud, but her words indicated her full self-confidence. When the male and female disciples heard this, no one revealed any doubtful expressions, instead all answering in agreement. This youthful celestial woman then turned around and opened her purple-red lips. A thumb-sized pink ring slowly spurted out from her mouth. Next, a wind rose. In the turn of an eye, the ring became roughly the size of a forehead and began to emit a low droning cry. It was dazzlingly brilliant and extremely unnatural. Based on this ring's manner of appearing, the light it radiated, and its enormous amount of spiritual power, one could determine that it was absolutely a genuine magic treasure. Could this young woman truly be a core establishment cultivator? In no time, an extremely loud noise first came out from within this 100-meter deep secret cave. Immediately afterwards, numerous low howls like those of a water buffalo also came out. Those howls were filled with wrath, but presently repeated rumblings of thunder also began to sound out, temporarily strengthening the howls before they immediately weakened. Then various kinds of loud noises and crackles incessantly came out, finally completely drowning out the howls which never sounded out again. After numerous hours, the youthful celestial woman led the masked moon sect's male and female disciples out from some hidden passageway. The male and female disciples behind her were each incredibly excited, displaying a face of youthfulness. This was not surprising. Opportunities to slaughter a grade 1 top-level demonic beasts were not often available to these chi condensation novices. Today they had not actually expended much energy to kill that extremely mean and ferocious jade crocodile. How could they not be excited? Of course, if it weren't for the youthful celestial woman using her magic treasure, the ring, to block more than half of the demonic beast's attack, they could not have perfectly ended this conflict without any casualties, so their gazes at the young woman's back were even more respectful. The young woman's gaze towards the male and female disciples behind her had no trace of care, and she continued to indifferently walk in the front. It was as if killing a first-tier top-level demonic beast was not something that could faze her at all. After a short amount of time, the flock of masked moon sect disciples disappeared into the nearby dense forest without a trace. In other places just like that, scenes of disciples from various sects killing the demonic beasts to obtain the spiritual medicines continued to play out. Occasionally, conflicts would also occur over these spiritual medicines. Strangely, however, people being killed in these conflicts were actually very few in number. Usually, as long as people who understood they were no match for the opponent retreated, the person with the upper hand would also not use excessive force. Instead, they would hurriedly harvest these spiritual medicines and leave quickly for the next location. With regards to this kind of situation, most people were very clear in their hearts. This was mostly because everyone's remaining time was not much, and opportunities for these bloody battles were better spent going to other locations and seeing if there were any profits. The real time for everyone to kill each other and steal the opponent's spiritual medicines was on the last day, when everyone was returning from their rewarding journey. On that day there would definitely be blood, and wouldn't be like the previous 2 days, where one could lightly allow their opponents to escape. Han Li also knew a little about these things, so he had taken opportunity of these 2 days where the disciples from various sects were still willing to mutually restrain themselves to furiously hurry from one location to the next. Anytime a medium-level and above demonic beast appeared in his path, he would immediately use a movement technique to evade around it, unwilling to be hindered by them for even a fraction of a second. One did not know whether Han Li had some stroke of good luck. Apart from the first cave he wanted to harvest medicine from, where he had encountered that poisonous bug demonic beast, the huge centipede, no guardian demonic beasts appeared in any of the next 4 locations. Thus, he easily harvested the spiritual medicines without expending even a tiny amount of excess energy, causing Han Li to be wild with joy. If the following events were to proceed as smoothly as before, harvesting enough spiritual medicines was not a problem at all. At this time, the 3rd day in the forbidden area was almost over. Han Li was currently leaping from treetop to treetop at lightning speed without stopping. Along the way he had encountered 2 low-level ape demonic beasts, who disintegrated with a couple waves of his hand, having been completely broken apart. Now Han Li was rushing towards his last destination of the day, a small stone temple near the peak of the mountain. Reportedly, there was more than one type of spiritual medicine and strange herbs growing in that location. The sky spirit fruit that he needed the most was also in there. However, although the time for the sky spirit fruit to ripen had yet to come, the few other kinds were all ripe for the picking. Thus Han Li guessed that there would definitely be demonic beasts guarding them, and there was also a possibility that disciples from other sects could have gotten there earlier. However, Han Li did not care. He even looked forward to someone getting there before he did. That way they could help him clean up his path, saving him from having to waste a few extra movements. In any case, this person would definitely not be interested in spiritual medicines that were not yet ripe. Right as Han Li was thinking all of these positive thoughts, the stone temple's shadow could finally be seen off in the distance. It indeed could not be considered big. But before Han Li could get close to that place, the sound of a fierce battle had already drifted over. Han Li's heart became happy. It seemed as if there truly was someone who would help him open up his path. Thus, his figure immediately contorted, and after a few flashes he silently drew closer to the stone temple. In the empty space in front of the stone temple, there actually was not the scene of a wild male fighting a demonic beast that Han Li had expected to see in his heart. Instead, it was a black-clothed, barefoot and square-faced man controlling a huge silver sword that was pressuring a slender, green-clothed woman to the point that she could not breathe easily. This woman's only defensive method was a silk handkerchief that shone with a yellow light. However, its surface was cloudy and pale. She had been completely suppressed by the silver sword to a disadvantage, and could only bitterly endure. Off to the side, the corpse of a huge red wolf and a white young eagle lay, having been split into two. The fresh blood that flowed from their bodies covered the ground, and the piercing smell of gore filled the area. It seemed as if they had died not too long ago. Seeing all of this, Han Li's jaw couldn't help but silently drop wide open. It wasn't because those two's battle had shocked him, but rather because that green-clothed young woman was actually the easily embarrassed young woman who had sold him that golden sincerity brush. This caused Han Li to be completely astonished. This was because Han Li had already discovered that the young woman's cultivation base was extremely shallow when the disciples from the various sects had gathered together outside of the forbidden area. It was merely at the 10th layer. Thus, he expected that this woman, after entering the forbidden area, had either already passed away long ago, or she should have been quietly hiding in some location. But today he had seen her use a top-grade magic tool to fight to the death with a not-to-be-trifled-with disciple from the giant sword sect in the central area of the ring-shaped mountain. How could this not cause Han Li to feel incredibly shocked? "Little girl, it's not too late to quit and leave. You should know that I was always being lenient with you. But I trust that someone who doesn't want to kill a female doesn't necessarily mean they won't kill a female. If you continue to nag me, you and that white eagle will share the same end," the barefoot man said, filled with killing intent. His expression was chilly and he was somewhat annoyed at this point. One should know that he had been annoyed by this young woman from Spirit Beast Mountain who had appeared from heavens knows where for more than half an hour. His last shred of patience had long since been depleted. If the opponent continued to be unable to tell good from bad, he might actually kill a delicate flower. The young woman's face was deathly pale. However, after gritting her teeth, she said extremely stubbornly, "If you aren't willing to let me have the few fierce young blossoms inside, I won't leave even if I die." Chapter 201 Martial Idiot. Chapter 201 Martial Idiot. When the barefoot man heard this, his heart filled with vigorous rage. This woman already had difficulty protecting her own life, yet she still continued to repeatedly raise her baseline. Good. 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 Thus he laughed, annoyed, and said 3 goods. Then today you can die here. Having said this, he pointed the huge silver sword out, and the huge sword immediately shot out brilliantly, releasing an extremely dazzling sword tip. Next, a relentless pressure shot out ruthlessly towards the young woman's forehead. When the young woman saw this, she gritted her teeth and hurriedly commanded the silk handkerchief to become a yellow plate roughly the size of a wheel to directly block it. With a rip, this top-grade magic tool that had been completely spent had actually been cut into pieces by the full-force huge silver sword, floating everywhere in the air. The silver sword brilliantly flashed, and under the control of the big man, it unhesitatingly continued to stab at the bitterly smiling young woman. With a clear dong sound, when the silver sword was 10 meters away from the young woman's forehead, it was blocked by a golden flying dagger that came shooting over from the side. Then it danced in the air as a ball of golden light above the young woman. It would not allow the silver sword to drop even an inch. "Who is it? Get out here." The barefoot man's face fell and he made a gesture, retrieving the silver sword. Then his eyes swept like lightning towards the side and tenaciously stared at a huge mountain rock, unwilling to let it go. This was because he had seen very clearly that the gold blade had flown out from there. Hee hee. The weather today is pretty good. Why would everybody fight and kill each other? It would be much better if we all sat down and had a nice, pleasant conversation. A figure flashed out from behind the rock and an average-appearing yellow-robed youth spun out. This person rubbed his head, then raised his head to look at the sky and spoke this with a laugh. However, this youth's face was filled with helplessness. It was precisely the Han Li who, seeing that the young woman's life was in danger, had no choice but to make a move and saved the green-clothed young woman. Han Li could only look at the sky and be speechless. He had actually made a move without thinking more about it upon seeing the young woman's gloomy countenance. This was truly breaking one of his rules to always play it safe. He had gotten himself into a troublesome situation for no reason. Truly, beautiful women brought disaster. However, Han Li also knew that this mostly was because the impression that woman had left on him was truly too deep. He was also unable to watch this person of whom he had a very favorable impression die right in front of his eyes and act indifferent. It seemed like his heart could not actually be considered hard. He really wasn't a vicious, merciless and ambitious character who wouldn't recognize his own family. Han Li bitterly laughed and let his imagination run wild for a while. However, he had already stirred up the trouble and could only strengthen his spirit and cope with it for a moment. Luckily, after experiencing the battles with the woman with many treasures and Feng Yu, Han Li had a bit more confidence in contending against these elite disciples. Thus, he was not panicking in his heart and had grabbed a few things in his hand much earlier. "It's you." The green-clothed young woman had now finally seen Han Li's face clearly and couldn't help but cover up her almond-shaped lips and cry out in surprise. She revealed an expression of disbelief. Seeing that the young woman had only just recognized who her savior was and appeared to be quite dazed, Han Li couldn't help but be in a good mood and think it was funny. However, on the surface he still only gently nodded at the young woman, then turned around and continued to say to the barefooted man, "How does this brother look upon my suggestion? It would be better if your esteemed self would let this woman go, and then you can go on your closed sun path while we can go our lonely wood bridge. Everyone can mind their own business, and thus wouldn't the peace not be disturbed." Han Li was still holding on to the thought that if he could avoid striking he would avoid striking, and so he spoke the aforementioned words. In addition, starting a fiery battle with an expert for no reason could perhaps also force him to take measure to preserve his own life. It truly would not be a sensible decision. But Han Li had never expected that the barefooted man in front of him would actually turn a blind eye to his words, instead staring with great interest at the gold beetle swarm mother blade. It was as if to him this golden blade interested him much more than Han Li himself. This kind of action from the opponent caused Han Li to become somewhat quietly resentful. He strongly endured the annoyance in his heart and was thinking of saying something when suddenly the man opened his mouth. This opening of his mouth caused Han Li to stare blankly. "The golden blade in your hand should be part of the same set as the one floating in the air, right? Since it can block my silver sword's attack without being damaged for a while, it should be a top-grade magic tool. Did I guess correctly?" The giant sword sex barefooted male casually opened his mouth and asked with a bright shine in his eyes. His vigor suddenly rose in an extremely shocking manner. Han Li blinked a few times and was somewhat confused. He didn't know what the opponent's intentions were. However, he still thoughtlessly spoke and replied, "You are correct, they really are a top-grade magic tool. Furthermore, enough. Knowing this is enough. You can attack. If you can beat me, I will not only spare this woman's life, but even the spiritual medicines inside of the stone room will all belong to you too." This person didn't even wait for Han Li to finish talking before immediately interrupting what he was going to say. His face was filled with fanaticism and he spoke the words that caused Han Li to be dumbstruck. This person was actually a martial idiot in the world of cultivators. At this time Han Li suddenly realized this point, and he suddenly felt full of gloom, unable to speak even a sentence. TL. Martial idiot means someone who only lives to fight. On guard. The big man did not wait for Han Li to reply and actually did not even release a barrier, instead immediately controlling the silver sword and turning from the young woman's direction towards Han Li, aggressively pouncing over. After knowing how things stood with the opponent, Han Li understood that saying anything else would be wasting his time. Thus he immediately shook the mother blade in his hand, and the other 7 blades flew out from his storage pouch. They became 7 streaks of golden tips that flew forward to meet the opponent's huge silver sword without any sign of weakness. However, Han Li did not actually pull out a defensive talisman to increase his own protective barrier. This was because after seeing the silver sword break through the young woman's silk handkerchief, Han Li was very clear in his heart that this silver sword's strength was truly too shocking. Under one stab from it, regular barriers would break instantly and the person would be killed, not even able to withstand one attack. Thus, it would be better to not add on defensive techniques. In this way he could rely on his movement technique's unpredictability to deal with the opponent's strange attacks. As Han Li was contemplating this, apart from the gold blade guarding near the young woman, the other 7 blades had already become entangled with the huge silver sword. It was as if 7 golden snakes and a huge python were incessantly rolling around and tearing into one another. Both did not show any weaknesses. Chapter 202 Silence. Chapter 202 Silence. Just as Han Li ordered the 7 children blades to intercept the silver sword, he soon immediately felt his opponent's strength. With only this single huge sword magic tool, the large man immediately and unwaveringly pushed down on all of the golden blades. The 7 golden streaks formed a defensive golden net. Under the tyrannical collision against the huge silver sword, the golden blades were completely defeated and weren't even able to suppress it in the slightest. Instead, the golden blade's radiance rapidly grew dim from the silver sword's streak strike, a clear sign that the golden blades were breaking down. It seemed to be only a matter of time before they would be destroyed, much like the young woman's handkerchief. However, Han Li had yet to experience the might of the silver sword and was surprised. In accordance to might, his gold beetle swarm blades were only common trash among top-grade magic tools. Being no match against the silver sword was within expectations and nothing to make a fuss over. As a result, Han Li pointed his finger, wanting 2 of the golden blades in the struggle to shoot toward the large man. He wanted to first test the opponent's defensive methods. Besides, he wanted to see whether this was an opportunity he could exploit. After all, if someone were dead, there would be no point in how strong someone's magic tools were. 2 of the golden streaks Han Li was controlling were just about to turn, wanting to fly toward the man's legs. Unexpectedly, the opponent's huge sword suddenly resonated with silver light, and with the sword hilt at the center, it rapidly whirled. In an instant it turned into a huge silver disc and released countless threads of attractive force from its center, causing the nearby golden blades to become incapable of moving in the slightest, as if they were weighed down by 1,000 kilograms. The 2 blades wanting to leave naturally weren't able to luckily escape. These scenes caused Han Li to be stunned from alarm. As soon as he regained his senses, he hastily looked toward the large man. As expected, the opponent was using a strange magic technique. His hands were dancing with the wind as if he were gesturing some sort of circles. Han Li didn't give it much thought and promptly patted his storage pouch. A flying blue dagger and a gold alms bowl flew out. The 2 items didn't stop at Han Li's side and shot straight toward the large man. Although the hands of the barefoot man from the giant sword sect were not idle, Han Li's actions were clear. He sneered for a moment. Then he suddenly changed the incantation gestures in his hands and held his bare hand against the flying dagger and alms bow, pointing at the 2 objects from a distance. Han Li immediately felt the result. He lost his connection to the 2 magic tools that were originally in their control. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 magic tools actually flew over 20 meters away and were sucked in by the floating huge sword's silver vortex. Poof, poof. Just as the 2 high-grade magic tools were about to enter the huge silver sword's rapid vortex, they were unable to endure for that short moment and burst into fragments like fireworks. Those sparking magic tool fragments made an exceptionally beautiful meteor shower. Han Li's mouth was currently dry. He completely did not expect the opponent's cultivation and silver sword to be this great. Not only were his golden beetle swarm blades trapped, his 2 high-grade magic tools were disposed of, thoroughly destroyed without the slightest of effect. This truly caused him to become apprehensive. Bang! The sound of the explosion greatly frightened Han Li. His complexion rapidly paled as he looked over to the source of the sound. As expected, the original 7 of the golden swarm blades turned to 6 with a beautiful golden rain of sparks appearing from the center of the silver vortex. Under the large man's control, the silver vortex was actually starting to destroy and absorb the golden blades. When it had only started to destroy high-grade magic tools, Han Li would only be apprehensive. But now that the golden blades started to disappear, Han Li truly felt some heartache. These were top-grade magic tools. Furthermore, because they were a complementary set, each loss would significantly reduce its power. With his extreme heartache, Han Li no longer hesitated and flipped his right hand, taking out the small mirror from the girl with many treasures. Han Li hurriedly poured spiritual power into the mirror and then pointed it to the sky, immediately spouting out a brilliant azure mist from the mirror. The mist immediately returned the huge silver sword vortex to its original appearance. It trapped the silver sword and the remaining golden blades in the azure light, causing them to become completely motionless in midair. The barefooted man's completely complacent expression immediately disappeared without a trace when he saw Han Li's small mirror. With a pale expression, he loudly cried out, "The azure stasis mirror. How did you acquire this item? Isn't that the life-saving magic tool of the masked moon sect's Xianxia? Could it be that you killed her?" After the large man said this, he looked at Han Li with an incredulous gaze as if he had done some sort of treasonous action in defiance of the natural order. This caused Han Li to feel a moment of unrest. From the opponent's tone of voice, it seemed as if this top-grade magic tool was able to cause him a great amount of inconvenience. Han Li could not help but stop his hand for the time being, wanting to hear what the opponent had to say. "What's the idea?" "I didn't kill her, I received it from the one who killed her from the hands of that guy called Feng. Could it be that there's something strange?" Han Li wrinkled his brow, saying this with an unsightly expression. "Hee, these words of your esteemed self, would the martial ancestor of Masking Moon's Xianxia believe them? Will a core formation expert or a Masking Moon sect elder believe the mere trifling words of a Qi condensation disciple?" The large barefooted man said with a sneer, coldly laughing several times. Han Li's heart suddenly sunk. He knew that if what he had said was true, then he would have no chance to explain himself. He hadn't the slightest evidence to exonerate himself and prevent himself from dying. Instead, he had that malicious woman's magic tool in his possession. As it was, that masked moon sect elder would most likely not let a murderer like him get away. This is far too troublesome. When he thought that a core formation expert would take note of his small life, not only did Han Li's mouth grow painfully bitter and dry, but he also felt gloomy to the point of wanting to spit out blood. With this said, he was being treated extremely unjustly. Not only did he not kill her, but he also killed Feng, which could be considered revenge on her behalf. But now the result was a core formation expert pursuing him while he had no method to prove himself innocent. After all, how could a person who could kill a Qi condensation disciple with her fingers like it was no different from squashing an ant ever possibly listen to him? His own elders of Yellow Maple Valley would mostly likely not act on behalf of a nobody such as him and offend an elder of the Masked Moon sect. The more Han Li thought, the more he felt that what his future held was anything but good. Could it be that after he left the forbidden area he would have to travel far away and flee death by living with a concealed identity in another country? Han Li truly did not want to take that path. The large man clearly saw Han Li's gloomy expression and could not help but laugh heartily, rejoicing in his misfortune. As the barefooted man's laughs grew louder, Han Li's expression grew increasingly darker. A timid voice came from the side. "Let's all keep it a secret and not tell anyone else. Is that fine?" The young green-clothed woman who listened clearly formed the side, interrupting with some hesitation. "Keep it a secret?" Han Li and the large man were startled, unable to keep their emotions in check. Then they looked at each other with a strange expression and suddenly shut their mouth, keeping silent. The words that the young woman had wanted to say caused the two who were baffled to immediately swallow in fear. With opened pupils, their eyes could only spin around incessantly. They didn't dare to speak. During the silence, Han Li suddenly put his hands behind his back and slowly paced back and forth nearby. Meanwhile, the large man was rigidly staring at Han Li's every movement with an extremely solemn appearance. In this peacefulness that caused people's heartbeat to slowly accelerate, after the time it took to make a cup of tea, the large man with a solemn expression opened his mouth and broke the silence. "I truly did not think of that. Us two were actually reminded by a young girl." It seems the phrase, "the actors were confused but the onlooker saw clearly," is truly not false. Just now, your distinguished self intended to kill me in order to silence me. You're not wrong. If there was a second path, I definitely wouldn't have the heart to kill this brother. Brother's sword controlling technique could be said to be marvelous beyond compare. This one truly admires it. Han Li sighed, halting his steps nearby and helplessly saying as he faced the large man. It seems that even with a death oath your esteemed self will not be convinced. After a short moment, the large man said this overbearingly with an encompassing radiance shining from his eyes. You're not wrong. I only believe that dead men can keep secrets. Han Li's expression sunk as he replied with a bone-chilling tone. Good, since this is the case we don't need to speak rubbish. Only one of us will leave here alive. The barefooted man heroically said with raised eyebrows. Only one of us will live. That's wrong. It should be said that your esteemed self's death is certain. After Han Li heard the large man's words, he strangely smiled and lightly said this as he shook his head. Nonsense. Do you believe that because you've trapped my silver sheen sword for the time being that your victory is certain? I have many methods you have yet to experience. The large man grew furious as he heard Han Li's words, and he immediately yelled in response. In addition, he raised his arm and silver light suddenly sparkled from his hand. A sword streak similar to the silver sword unexpectedly appeared in midair. Your esteemed self did not yet take note of this. The distance between us is already within 30 meters. Han Li was looking at the large man with a peculiar expression and sighed. Soon after, his figure became indistinct and completely disappeared into the air. So long as I am within 30 meters of someone and no defensive technique are used, that person's life or death is basically mine to decide. Han Li's voice became a hollow echo. Suddenly he appeared pressed up behind the fear-stricken large man. He said the last word of his sentence as he appeared. And now you are already dead. Han Li softly muttered this as he slowly withdrew the thread he had just waved. The large man motionlessly looked forward with a lifeless expression. A thin red line suddenly appeared on his neck. His head was still for a moment before smoothly rolling off his neck, truly as dead can be. Han Li then turned his body and looked at the two-part corpse. A trace of pity flashed on his face. This large man's strength was no less than that of Feng. However, he was careless and actually let Han Li approach to such a close distance. His death could not be regarded as unjust. Do you also want to kill and silence me? Han Li suddenly heard these feeble words, laced with suspicious vigilance and restless fear. Chapter 203. Worry-free needle and forgetful dust pill. Han Li began to bitterly laugh. Although he had gotten rid of the fellow from the giant sword sect, he still had to deal with the largest problem at hand. The green-clothed young woman's slim and frail body, her deathly pale and thin face, and the panic in her eyes were all completely and distinctly reflected in his eyes the moment that Han Li slightly shifted his eyes and swept the scene. It seemed as if the shock she had received was truly not small. He did not respond to the young woman's inquiry, instead bending over and picking up the storage pouch on the big man's corpse. Then he flicked the tip of his finger and a small fireball hit the corpse, turning it into ash in a brief moment. Afterwards he used the azure stasis mirror to withdraw the azure light binding the silver sword and the gold blades together, then released the huge sword and the golden blades, storing them in his storage pouch. It was only at this time that Han Li turned around and walked towards the young woman expressionlessly. When the young woman saw that Han Li truly was getting closer to her, her already deathly pale face became even more pale without a trace of blood. She could not help but fearfully shrink back a few steps. What do you want to do? If you come over, I won't be polite anymore. The green-clothed young woman finally mustered up her courage and reached her hand into her storage pouch, pulling out a small black sword and pointing it at the Han Li in front of her. However, Han Li had determined in a glance that this sword was only a trash mid-grade magic tool. It seemed like that yellow silk handkerchief was that woman's only top-grade magic tool. Is this how this young lady treats the great kindness of being saved? Han Li suddenly rubbed his nose and asked as he smiled. The great kindness of being saved? The young woman stared blankly for a moment, somewhat confused by Han Li's drastic change in appearance from before to now. It seemed as if she had not yet recovered from it. This young lady is really an eminent person with a short memory. If I hadn't made a move back then and saved this young woman from that person's sword, why would I want to make any kind of shady business like silencing you? Han Li said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Oh, I'm really sorry. I was scared and I forgot. The young woman was suddenly enlightened and remembered this matter, so she hurriedly explained as her face flushed, stuttering in a bewildered manner. If one saw it, one would feel pity. It's not much. However, it is somewhat inconceivable that we would actually meet here after having the pleasure of having met once at the Great South Valley. Han Li waved his hand and said cordially. He didn't know why, but whenever he saw this woman's bashful appearance, Han Li felt incredibly intimate, as if he were with his own younger sister from his family. My name is Han Li. What is this young lady called? Han Li opened his mouth and asked very carelessly. I'm called Han Yunji, the young woman said after a brief moment of hesitation, her face scarlet. She felt incredibly bashful after voluntarily speaking her name in front of this young man. Her surname, meaning Lotus Blossom, and Han Li's, are different. Han Yunji. A very good name, it fits this young lady. Han Li lightly laughed, repeating the young woman's name. Really? The red color on Han Yunji's face rose again. However, why did young lady Han enter the Spirit Beast Mountain and come to attend the trial by blood and fire? Han Li asked, somewhat curious. Han Yunji's face displayed a moment of difficulty. She hesitated and chose not to say it. Since it's somewhat difficult to answer, you don't need to tell me. I was only asking thoughtlessly. Han Li added in empathy, causing Han Yunji to feel very grateful. Right, we had better enter the stone room and gather the spiritual medicines, lest a long night is fraught with dreams and other people arrive here. Han Li suddenly said after carelessly conversing with the young woman for a while. A long night fraught with dreams, means a long delay might lead to more hitches. Han Yunji nodded repeatedly when she heard this, but afterward she said again somewhat abashedly, Big brother Han, could you let me have those few fierce sun blossoms? I only want those flowers. I won't ask for anything else more. Of course it's not a problem. Even if young lady Han had not said it, I was already planning on doing it this way. Han Li replied after hearing this, lightly laughing. Many thanks, big brother Han. When the young woman heard this, she immediately expressed her thanks repeatedly, her face revealing a joyful expression. She felt even more grateful towards Han Li. Since it's like this, why doesn't young lady Han go gather the fierce sun blossoms first? Don't let me accidentally take them away. Han Li recommended calmly, laughing once. Okay then. Hearing this, the young woman felt that it was somewhat reasonable and lowered her head, paying her respects to Han Li. Then she turned around to walk towards the stone room. But when the young woman had just turned around, she suddenly heard Han Li sigh. Then she felt a sharp pain in the back of her head and her vision went black, falling unconscious onto the ground. However, when she was a few feet from the ground, she was stopped by being hugged from behind. It turned out that Han Li had taken advantage of the moment the young woman had turned around to suddenly move himself behind Han Yunji and gently knock her out with one blow. He then used his two hands to hold her soft, jade-like body. Han Li, holding up the young woman's curves and smelling the beautiful and serene smell of the young woman's body, was shaken in his state of mind. He couldn't help but to lower his head and kiss the young woman's fragrant cheek. However, he immediately regained his senses and bit the tip of his tongue, immediately becoming much more sober. Looking at the young woman's beautiful appearance, he began to bitterly laugh incessantly. He first gently laid the young woman against a wall of the stone room, and then in a flash he entered the room. After a brief moment, when he had cleaned out all of the spiritual medicines inside of the room, he walked out again. He then picked up the young woman again, and his figure swayed a bit before disappearing in an outcrop of mountainous rocks to the side. Inside a naturally formed stone cave near the peak of the ring-shaped mountain, Han Li laid the young woman flat on the ground. Then he sat cross-legged to the side, closed his eyes and began to recover. Han Li finally opened his eyes. A mysterious light flickered in them and he displayed his incredibly fast movement technique. He finally was able to recover some energy. It was only now that he retrieved a palm-sized, delicate silver box from his storage pouch. Han Li gazed at this silver box and seemed to be somewhat entranced. After a while he silently opened the lid to the box, revealing a neatly arranged row of silver needles inside. They were exactly the acupuncture items that he had often used before at the Seven Mysteries sect. Han Li lifted his hand and gently caressed the silver needles of all sizes. The figures of Dr. Mo, Li Feiyu etc. couldn't help but be vivid in his mind. It was as if his life in God Hand Valley was something that transpired only yesterday. He couldn't help but sigh with much sorrow. After a brief mental journey, Han Li's train of thought finally flew back to him. He settled his mind, and then used 2 fingers to deftly draw out a long and thin silver needle in a very practiced motion. The needle appeared between his fingers. Then Han Li looked at the young woman and then at the needle in his hand. A helpless expression appeared between his eyebrows. Young Lady Han, if it wasn't for me being eased by this needle technique, which can eliminate a person's short-term memory, I really wouldn't know how I would deal with my secret being revealed. Although I believe that you would sincerely try to keep my secret from me, during this time too many accidents will occur. Perhaps you would unintentionally leak it out, or other people would use secret techniques to dig out this matter without you knowing. I have no choice but to protect against this. Han Li murmured to himself. Immediately he brought out a red porcelain bottle and poured out a strong-smelling fiery red medicinal pill from it. He then unhesitatingly stuffed it into the young woman's mouth. TL. Degree? Luckily I also brought the forgetful dust pill that I had carelessly concocted before with me. This way I can fully display my worry-free needle technique without having to worry about the future. Although it is still slightly dangerous, there shouldn't be any big problems anymore. You will only forget the things that have happened in this half-day. I really didn't expect that the needle technique I had learned from Dr. Mo's relics could actually be used today in the cultivating world, Han Li said with affection as he touched the young woman's beautiful hair. After a few hours Han Li walked out of the cave, his face deathly pale. He hastily hid in a nearby large tree, and then attentively watched the circumstances at the tunnel entrance. After a quarter of an hour Han Yunji walked out with a vacant expression, holding a few fierce sun blossoms in her hand. She peered around at the cave entrance a few times, a hand on her forehead. Her eyes slowly revealed a strange expression. Suddenly it seemed as if she had thought of something important. She hurriedly placed the fierce sun blossoms inside of her storage pouch, and she hurriedly left that area, shooting down the mountain. Not long after she left, Han Li leaped down from the tree. After gazing at the direction the young woman had disappeared to, he let out a long sigh, then slowly headed towards a dense forest on the other side. The 3rd day in the forbidden area had finally ended. The 4th day's arrival to Han Li went much less smoothly than the day before. If it wasn't encountering and being chased by other strong demonic beasts, it was that his information had mistakes. The locations where spiritual medicines grew didn't actually contain the ones that Han Li needed. As for the demonic beasts guarding the spiritual medicines, their numbers also abruptly increased. In just half a day Han Li had killed 3 medium-level and 2 high-level demonic beasts in immediate succession. Regardless of whether it was his magic power or his physical energy, Han Li was unable to endure the exertion. Now Han Li stood below a huge cliff, assessing his harvests. Although the quantities of the 3 spiritual medicines had not completely reached his expected goal, they were just barely enough. Even if he were to leave the forbidden area now, it was not something that he could not accept. In addition, the information from the Yellow Maple Valley clearly indicated that there were no more locations where spiritual medicines were yet to ripen. The remaining locations were all from the information that he had exchanged with Zhongyu. There were actually a few more. However, previously Han Li was always afraid that the other person's intelligence was inaccurate, leading him on a wild goose chase and wasting his time. But when Han Li skimmed through this externally obtained information again, he immediately discovered that there was another location not too far from his current position that concealed and grew many spiritual medicines. That place not only had spiritual medicines that had yet to ripen, there was even supposed to be many ripe spiritual medicines. This caused Han Li to be somewhat tempted. According to his speculations, if the ripe spiritual medicines there hadn't already been taken by Zhongyu, they still should have been taken first by other people. However, the yet-to-ripen spiritual medicines should still be there. Since it was still early and he did not have a predetermined destination, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him to run there and take a look. Even if the information was incorrect, he would not have any losses. Having reached this intention, Han Li could no longer sit still. After resting for a brief moment, he leaped up to depart. Chapter 204. The Stone Temple and the Underground Passageway. The place that Han Li intended to go to was located within some basin on the ring-shaped mountain. It was surrounded by large, strangely shaped rocks that shielded it from the elements. Square in the middle of this basin was an ancient, huge azure stone temple. Although the stone temple was huge, the door to the temple was pitifully small. It could only allow 2 people to enter in side by side. This gave Han Li, who was standing on top of the rocks and gazing at it, an extremely strange feeling of discordance. Han Li knitted his eyebrows and jumped off the rocks. Then he leisurely walked near the temple door, raising his head to look at this stone temple. As he looked at it, the suspicion on his face became even more evident. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that on this stone temple's surface, pale azure light would occasionally flow. However, when he wanted to take a careful, close look at it, he was unable to see any difference. After doing this a few times, he began to quietly whisper to himself. Could people really have set some kind of magic technique here? Han Li lowered his head, scanning the ground around him. He was unable to find any traces of people arriving before him, causing him to squint his eyes. There's definitely something odd. Although this basin is somewhat remote with this huge temple here, there's no way that other people haven't discovered it. Even more so, my own information was given to me by that guy Feng. How could he not have arrived at this place before? In a moment, Han Li's heart had already run through numerous different ideas. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. But he was also somewhat unwilling to leave this place just like that. Thus, he retreated a few steps, feeling around inside his storage pouch. A golden blade appeared in his hand and he flung it into the air. It became a streak of golden light, fiercely striking a random azure stone on top of the temple door. With a pucci, the azure stone flooded with azure light, safe and sound, while the golden blade flipped a few times in the air, having been reflected tens of meters away. Han Li shook his head and turned around, about to leave this place. The main goal is to avoid pointless dangers and walk out of the forbidden area alive. This stone temple is so strange, it's best if I don't go in there, Han Li thought, his expression unchanging. But Han Li had just taken 2 steps when the color of his face dramatically changed. His figure flashed and he disappeared into the air. Then Han Li's figure appeared again inside of the temple door, but it immediately disappeared again into the stone temple. At this time, a huge flock of masked moon sect disciples suddenly appeared on some of the rocks of the basin to the side. The leader was the seemingly young fairy woman, who was actually a martial ancestor of the masked moon sect. At this moment, the young woman gazed at the temple door where Han Li had disappeared with a trace of suspicion. She had felt that there was someone in this place, but now she saw that there was not a single person in sight. Could her instincts have been wrong? The young woman stood still, unwilling to believe any falsehoods. She gently closed her eyes and released her tremendous divine sense all at once. In the end, other than their group of people, she did not sense that there were any other cultivators nearby the basin area. However, when her divine sense swept over the stone temple, it was repelled outside by some kind of strength, causing the young woman to be shocked. However, she immediately began to rejoice, a trace of laughter hanging on her face. Upon first glance, she had already discovered that this stone temple had already had a restrictive technique cast on it by someone. This did not surprise her. Because the 10 or so demonic beasts they had swept aside all had a restrictive technique cast on their secret acupuncture points, this could not amount to much. However, the restrictive technique here could not be penetrated even by her divine sense. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. The superficial restrictive techniques from before simply could not compare. In a moment of excitement, the young fairy woman did not want to pursue the matter from before anymore. She trusted that even if there really were 1 or 2 disciples from other sects nearby peeping, they would definitely not be willing to create a disturbance with so many people from the masked moon sect. Thus, she took the lead to walk towards the stone temple. Han Li at this time was standing in the large lobby of the stone temple, so anxious that he was spinning around frantically in circles. He had just been about to leave. Thus he had first let out his divine sense to assess the situations in his surroundings and prepare to leave. However, he had never expected that just as he had released his divine sense, he would immediately sense a huge group of cultivators so close to him. He was so surprised that all of the blood in his body almost congealed, and so he flashed into the stone temple without thinking. Regardless of which of the other 6 sects these people outside were from, if they saw him here, one would not need to think too much to know what his fate would be. In reality, if it weren't for his energy expenditures being too high in these past 2 days, he completely could have used his extremely speedy movement techniques and unabashedly shake off these cultivators from his sleeve and leave. Unfortunately, based on his current condition, this kind of movement technique could not be used many more times. Even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to run very far. Currently he was safe hiding inside the stone temple. However, he also had been blocked in by that group of cultivators with no way of leaving anymore. Actually, this stone temple's construction was too simple. After entering the temple door and walking through a serpentine, winding hallway, an empty, large lobby appeared in front of his eyes. The entire hollow, large lobby actually did not have even a single place for him to hide. Upon looking at the attitude of the flock of people outside, they definitely came for this stone temple. Wishing for those people not to come inside was purely a vain attempt. In actuality, to say that there definitely was no place for him to go was not entirely true. In front of Han Li's eyes, in the center of the large lobby, was a black tunnel surrounded by jade railings. The tunnel entrance had a row of stairs, directly slanting into the ground from the entrance. It was also incessantly blowing out warm, humid air. It was truly difficult to imagine where this tunnel would lead one to. However, Han Li could also guess without thinking that the place this tunnel led to would definitely not be a nice place. It would definitely be extremely ruthless, which was why he had been hesitant to enter. However, there truly were no other places for him to hide in this large temple. This caused the cold sweat on Han Li's forehead to gush out all at once with a schwa. And at this time the sound of chaotic footsteps came floating over from the temple entrance. It seemed that group of cultivators had already entered the stone temple and would enter this lobby in the time it takes to roll one's eye. Seeing this, bitterly sighed in his heart. Then, gritting his teeth, he lightly jumped over the railings and slipped into the tunnel. After entering the tunnel, Han Li's surroundings were pitch black. He used his hand to reach into his storage pouch and retrieve the moonlight stone, and only then did his surroundings light up. The entire tunnel could not be considered to be large. It was entirely built out of azure stone and could allow one person to barely pass through it. Han Li touched the stone wall in passing. It was somewhat damp and slippery. He did not dare to tarry at all, fearful that the people behind him would catch up to him. Thus he walked downwards carefully. After following the stone steps underneath his feet one by one for a few hundred steps, the originally narrow tunnel slowly began to widen, and it could already fit 2 people side by side with no issues. However, the humid wind blowing from in front of him became increasingly hot, causing Han Li to sweat profusely. He had long been drenched with sweat from head to toe. After walking down close to another 100 steps, Han Li estimated he was already roughly 100 or more steps below the Earth's surface. The azure tunnel finally disappeared. When he walked out of the tunnel's entrance, what appeared before his eyes was actually a strange swampy world. This underground world was only 300 meters or so high, but its circumference reached the length of a few kilometers. With a glance, sludge-emitting black water bubbles was everywhere. That hot, humid wind was being generated in the air above the swamp, speedily flowing through the tunnel behind Han Li. Then it would bring back in more clean air from outside the tunnel, thus actually forming an equilibrium of flow rate. All around the swamp were these tall, large mounds of black dirt. At the other end of the swamp grew a few tens of differently colored strange spiritual herbs. The few kinds of spiritual medicines that Han Li required were also in this group, and their quantities were truly not low either. However, all of this was not as attractive of Han Li's attention as a small white jade pavilion in the middle of the swamp. This was because a golden, huge chest, roughly 10 to 20 meters long and 5 meters wide, was floating in midair in the pavilion. Its lid was tightly shut, and its body had faint golden light flowing around it. One glance and one could tell it was definitely not a common object. Han Li only glanced at it a few times before immediately shifting his gaze. This wasn't because Han Li was not moved by the treasures inside of this golden chest, but rather because a huge group of malicious people were about to arrive. It would be best to quickly find a hiding place, since this was the truly pressing matter. Otherwise his small life would be lost. What use would the treasures be to him? Han Li's figure swayed a bit, and he slipped over to a random dirt mound far away from the tunnel entrance. Then he restrained his chi in one breath utilizing a full-strength concealing technique. Next he lay on top of the dirt mound unmoving. After hiding his appearance, Han Li was already beginning to blend into one entity with the black dirt. Gazing at it from afar one would not be able to easily discover his traces. Han Li had not prepared all of this for too long before the young fairy woman's figure appeared on the stairs at the tunnel entrance. As soon as she appeared, she indifferently assessed the circumstances in this area. When she saw the huge golden chest in the white jade pavilion, her previously expressionless face finally began to be emotionally moved, and her eyes gradually revealed a fiery passion. Although she had heard disciples from her sect describing the golden chest here, she was much more astonished upon seeing it up close and in person. The young woman walked down the steps, neatly standing in front of the swamp. The male and female disciples of the masked moon sect following closely behind her all clambered and surged forth in an instant, forming a straight line behind the young woman. In a place not too far away from where he had clearly seen all of this, he could not help but quietly grow apprehensive. At the same time his curiosity was greatly aroused regarding that leading young woman's identity. Is this where the black scaly python is hidden? The young woman's voice delicately sounded out, yet it was filled with an unspeakable dignity. Reporting to martial ancestor that huge python is hidden inside of the swamp. It has previously swallowed 10 or so disciples from various sects who had wanted to obtain the treasure chest. Its vicious reputation is widespread, and it has caused this place to become a forbidden area where disciples from the various sects no longer dare to come. However, this demonic beast truly is much stronger than regular top-level demonic beasts. This one still hopes that martial ancestor takes special care. A young woman replied respectfully, lowering her head. Hing. Did you think that I would be unable to even deal with a grade 1 demonic beast? The young woman's delicate small face fell, and she adopted a ridiculous elderly air. However, this caused the expression of the white-clothed woman who had replied to drastically change, repeatedly saying, I do not dare. You can withdraw. Everyone follow the original plan to act. No matter how powerful this black scaly python is, it definitely isn't the yin-yang pulling magic's opponent. No matter how strong it is still a grade 1 demonic beast. The young woman said with an unquestionable tone, lifting the spirits of all the disciples behind her. After giving orders to all of the disciples, the young woman turned around and looked at the swamp in front of her, using a faint voice to murmur to herself. It seems like that object should be inside of this chest. The previous few locations were all a waste. All I got was some trash. The young woman's voice was inaudible. Apart from herself, the other disciples could not hear anything at all. They were all extremely excited for the imminent, upcoming big battle. After the young woman's orders had been passed down, the male and female disciples from the masked moon sect immediately stood side by side with their Dao companions. They actually both reached out a hand very skillfully and held them together. Suddenly, the two overlapping hands individually emitted a blue and red strange brilliance. Then, following down their arms, it spread to these disciples' entire bodies, causing the 6 pairs of masked moon sect disciples to be covered with light, red light shrouding the males' bodies, blue light shooting off of the females, forming a strange blue-red crisscross shape. Only 3 disciples remained, 1 male and 2 female, having already lost their Dao companions. They could only bring out some magic tools, merely making some basic preparations. Han Li lay on the mound of dirt. Although he had not heard the young woman murmuring to herself, he had exactly heard the female disciple in front call her martial ancestor. This instantly caused him to almost bite his tongue and injure it in a moment of surprise. Martial ancestor of the masked moon sect. What was this notion? Han Li was already no longer a rookie in the cultivation world, and he was very clear about this situation. That was a core formation cultivator expert who was of the same level as his sect's martial ancestor Li. That this kind of an expert would actually appear in the forbidden area, which was restricted from cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage and above, caused Han Li's head to whirl. At this time, seeing that all of her sect's disciples were properly prepared, the young woman began to take action contentedly. The young woman faintly opened her dainty mouth and spat out her magic treasure, the vermilion bird band. When this item came out from her mouth, it immediately whirled through the air as it traveled above the swamp and expanded to the same size as a small building. Next, the young woman beneath it formed hand incantations for a magic technique and pointed with her finger. A streak of red light shot from her hand to the ring. In an instant, the band's color rapidly changed from pink to a fiery, blazing red. On top of the dirt mound, Han Li was stunned by what he saw. This kind of impact and strength. If one said that this wasn't a magic treasure, one could beat him to death and he wouldn't believe it. Since the young woman could control this magic treasure, her identity as a core formation cultivator was undoubtable. But how was she able to make her way into the forbidden area? And why was her magic power only at the peak of the qi condensation stage? These string of questions flew around in Han Li's head, but he still had no way of answering them. The young woman had yet to take the next step when the swamp below began to show signs of movement. With a certain part of the swamp as the center, the nearby silt began to roil. In addition, the roiling area became greater and greater and the waves higher and higher. It actually slowly formed into a huge protrusion, the sight of which was extremely shocking. A trace of doubt flitted across the young woman's face when she saw this. Based on her memories, the black scale python had never seemed to be this imposing. However, seeing that the demonic beast's appearance was imminent, the young woman did not dare to hesitate. Her two hands formed hand incantations for the blue flower magic technique, with her attention connected to the huge vermilion bird band, which began to spin in the air. In a short amount of time, it became blurry because of how fast it was spinning. The hundreds of fireballs inside of it also became a red sea of fire in the time it takes to roll one's eyes, actually dissolving into one entity. Go! The young woman spit out as her magic technique suddenly stabilized. All of a sudden, the round rings spinning stopped abruptly, and the encapsulated sea of flames thus suddenly became a thick, large fire cyclone pillar that aggressively shot out downwards, directly spurting towards the huge protrusion from the swamp. However, before the flame column had neared the swamp, a column of black inky water as thick as a bowl's opening shot out of the silt protrusion with a pucci, just in time to block the flames shooting towards it. Suddenly, the explosions filled the air and a large ball of mist immediately rose up in pieces, causing the surroundings to be steaming with fog in the blink of an eye. Everything became blurry. This isn't the black scale python. The young woman's originally somewhat doubtful expression, upon seeing the column of water that was as dark as ink, immediately changed as she spoke. As if replying to the young woman's words, the sound of a wail came from the vast white fog. An extremely strange, piercing scream began to sound and pierce towards the sky. Then with a hula, an extremely hot gust of wind began to blow, causing the surrounding white air to disappear with a roll, revealing the true colors of the demonic beast. A black, swarthy, snake-shaped demon covered with huge scales appeared before everyone's eyes. This seemingly snake-like yet not a snake demonic beast's bulk was not actually too big, only 30 to 40 meters long. However, its entire body from head to toe was shrouded by a layer of faint black fog, appearing extremely demonic. In addition, its external appearance from head to tail was not much different from that of a regular black python. Of course, its black and shiny hug scales were an exception. Inky flood dragon. The young woman, upon clearly seeing the demonic beast's appearance, couldn't help but cry out. Her face revealed an apprehensive yet excited expression. However, the 10 or so disciples standing behind her were somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this the black scaly python? Since when did it become some inky flood dragon? The young woman couldn't afford to explain clearly to all the disciples because the demonic beast floating numerous meters above the ground had already found the main culprit in disturbing its rest. The two small green eyes on the side of its head flashed malevolently. It opened its mouth and another black column of water leaped towards the people from the masked moon sect. Beast. You're looking to die. The young woman knew very well the strength of the inky flood dragon. Although this demonic beast seemed as if it was young, she did not dare to be careless at all. She hurriedly controlled the vermilion bird band, instantly releasing a red ring of light that suddenly flashed and blocked in front of the young woman. Then a string of fireballs came flying out from within the ring, causing that black water to be stopped halfway to its destination. Receive, speed, restrain, arrest, lock. The young woman's two hands formed a half contained a full moon as she awe-inspiringly spit out these 5 words from her mouth. When these 5 words had just left her mouth, the vermilion bird band began to jitter rapidly in midair. Then it began to emit a low ring and disappeared into thin air. This caused the spiritually wise inky flood dragon to blink its small eyes, staring blankly because of it. But the next instant, the ring actually directly appeared on the demonic beast's forehead while humming. It took advantage of the demonic beast's slowness to react and instantly sank down, then rapidly became much smaller. In the blink of an eye, the vermilion bird band actually abruptly wrapped around the inky flood dragon's midsection, and then a fiery light rose up rapidly on the ring. Instantly, half of the demonic beast's body was enveloped in the fierce flames. Move quickly. I can't contain this inky flood dragon for too long. Although the vermilion bird band had securely wrapped the demonic beast, the young woman didn't have any relaxing expression. Instead, she sent out commands behind her with anxiety. Although the masked moon sect disciples behind her did not know how the black scaly python had suddenly become the inky flood dragon that their martial ancestor informed them about, this did not prevent them from releasing the offensive that they had prepared a long time ago. Attack. Under the orders of a relatively elderly white-clothed female, 10 columns of red and blue intersecting light were released from these male and female disciples' bodies, emitting an appalling chi-chi sound that tore through the air. They unmistakably attacked the immobile demonic beast. A series of loud hong-hong sounds spread out. When these columns had just reached near the demonic beast's body, they were forcibly blocked by the faint black fog that shrouded its body. Fierce bursting sounds rang out. Continue to attack. The inky flood dragon's protective fog can't hold on much longer. The young woman commanded hastily, her eyes sharp. At the same time, she continued to push the red flaming technique on the vermilion bird band, causing the flames surrounding the demonic beast to become even more vigorous. Under the string of commands from the young woman, the masked moon sect disciples incessantly shot out individual columns of red and blue light, hitting the demonic beast's body. Although they had yet to break through that layer of black fog, they had already caused that demonic beast to howl and go crazy. It bared its teeth and viciously shook the 2 halves of its body that were able to move, furiously trying to break free from the ring's grasp. However, its struggle was futile. Under the young woman's all-out efforts to restrict it, the round ring was fixed in midair, not moving even a little, thoroughly locking down its body. Watching from the side, Hanli was struck with fright. He had never seen the spectacle of a group of cultivators this large battling a common enemy. Even more, the appearance of the magic treasure and fact that the opponent was a demonic beast that wasn't weak was a big eye-opener for him. However, Hanli also decided that whether the demonic beast beat its enemies or the masked moon sect people killed the demonic beast, he would quietly sneak away after the big battle. This was not the time to casually expose his own tracks. Just as Hanli was entertaining all sorts of ideas in his head, the inky flood dragon suddenly let out a long cry, its sound numerous times louder than before. At the same time, its scream was filled with pain. Hanli was startled and immediately fixed his gaze there. He saw that the black fog on the demonic beast had already completely dissipated, and a bowl-opening wide bloody hole had appeared on the area of its body covered by the huge scales. Evidently, it had been hurt by the red and blue columns of light. The agony also caused the demonic beast struggling to become even more crazy. It seems that the people from the masked moon sect are of a higher skill level. Hanli couldn't help but think after seeing this. Not good. Everyone be careful. I can't contain this inky flood dragon any longer. Hanli was stunned when he heard the young woman. It was difficult to tell who the winner would be. The young woman's words startled the masked moon disciples. From their experiences in the past 2 days, so long as the top-grade demonic beast had been bound by their martial ancestor, they would be bound for quite a while. How was this demonic beast able to escape so quickly? Although their hearts were filled with doubt, They did not dare to ignore the young woman's warning, and they immediately became extremely cautious. Of course, the attack of the red and blue columns of light from their hands became even more fierce. In the time it takes to roll one's eyes, 10 or so more bloody holes appeared on the inky flood dragon's body. The fresh, red flood dragon blood stained a large part of the swamp below it red. Of course, this enraged the flood dragon even more. It opened its mouth and let out a piercing, endless howl, causing the entire underground area to quake and drone. This caused all of the people there to be hit by a sudden bout of dizziness as everything seemed to spin. With a rip, a strange tearing sound rang out in midair. When everybody regained consciousness and focused on taking a look, their expressions drastically changed. The band was still floating in midair unmoving. However, the inky flood dragon demonic beast within it had disappeared into thin air, leaving behind its tattered skin which hung on top of the band and fluttered incessantly. This demonic beast had actually shed its skin and escaped. Not only were the masked moon sect disciples surprised, but even the young woman, when she saw the scene in front of her, was extremely stunned. When she had yelled at her sect's disciples to be careful, it wasn't because she had expected this flood dragon to shed its skin. The inky flood dragon's escaping power was too great. Her magic strength truly was not enough to continue to contain it. Having experienced the restrictive power of the Vermilion Bird Band, the demonic beast should have also known this. So why would it make a move that hurt so much of its vitality? Could it be? The young woman's heart moved and she thought of a frightening reason. Her face was painted completely white, and she hurriedly searched everywhere for the inky flood dragon, wanting to verify her own extremely terrible guess. It's over there. A sharp-eyed masked moon sect disciple was the first to discover the demonic beast incessantly swimming around near the topmost part of the underground area. At this time, it had a completely new look, its form very different from how it was before. Its black body had become snow white without scales, and its originally 30 to 40 foot long body had increased to 50 to 60 feet, and it also widened significantly. Only faint scars remained where it had been injured, so faint that it was almost invisible. The most shocking thing was that the triangular snake body had grown an inch-long jet-black sharp horns, a faint light shining through it. Its midsection had also grown an extra pair of incomparably sharp white claws. This demonic beast had actually turned from a snake into a flood dragon, and its form had become exactly the same as the legendary flood dragon. Seeing this form of the inky flood dragon, the people from the masked moon sect were naturally extremely shocked. However, before they were able to make any moves, the young woman standing at the very front gave out an order with an ashen face that caused them to feel very stunned. Everyone immediately retreat. The inky flood dragon has already reached grade 2. Its strength is far above core formation cultivators. All of us combined are not its opponent. Immediately escape this area. I can delay it for a short while. After the young woman said this solemnly, she immediately waved her hand, causing that Vermilion Bird Band to return in front of her. She then assumed a completely defensive posture. When the male and female disciples behind her heard this, they started to hesitate somewhat. Although that inky flood dragon had shed its skin and its appearance had drastically changed, they were just inflicting heavy wounds on it. It was hard for them to believe that the strength of this demonic beast could become vastly different in the blink of an eye. But in the moment that they hesitated, it was enough for them to regret it for life. This was because the white inky flood dragon suddenly moved its body and rushed like lightning towards the space above all of the masked moon sect people. Then it opened its mouth wide and an endless torrent of purple liquid spurted out of its mouth. Quickly hide, you can't receive it. The young woman hurriedly yelled out, her expression one of anxiety. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Band immediately increased multiple times in size, and it flew out and blocked the greater half of the purple liquid. Hearing this, some of the more quick-witted disciples either immediately turned around and slipped into the azure stone tunnel or advanced a few steps and hid within the cover of the band magic treasure. The remaining 5 or 6 disciples, however, were confident in the strength of their magic tools. Not only did they not hide, but they actually released 1 or 2 shiny objects, protecting their own foreheads. It seemed as if they decided to face it head-on. Idiots! The young woman, seeing some of the disciples not listening to her words, revealed a furious expression, green light flashing across her face. However, her magic power was limited, and she had no way to increase the cover of the magic treasure. She could only leave them to fend for themselves. As expected, what happened afterwards proved that what the young woman had said was true. The unblocked purple liquid fiercely spurted towards those disciples' foreheads. Those magic tools that, at a glance, did not seem common flashed a few times, then emitted a few plumes of azure smoke and disappeared under the onslaught of purple liquid, having been completely melted. Those few masked moon sect disciples only had time to yell out before disappearing without a trace under the onslaught of purple liquid. Only a large hole a few tens of feet deep remained where they had once stood. This caused the surviving masked moon sect disciples to become deathly pale. At this time, having wiped out those few disciples, the oppressive feeling from the inky flood dragon slightly dissipated, and it finally closed its mouth and stopped spitting. Instead, it gazed at the young woman with cold eyes. It was as if it was very clear that this martial ancestor from the masked moon sect was its formidable adversary. "Why are you still staring? Still not quickly leaving? This beast just turned from a snake into a flood dragon. It should not have too much Dan liquid remaining and it won't lightly spit it out." The young woman coldly commanded with a chilly face, "Not pay attention to the gaze of the inky flood dragon." Then she bitterly said to herself, "You're only a small snake that just reached grade 2, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. If I had recovered the magic power that I originally had, I would have captured you long ago and have you guard my immortal's cave." Ignoring the young woman's unwilling expression, how could the other masked moon sect disciples, having seen the tragedy that befell those few people, dare to stay even for a moment? They immediately and obediently retreated into the tunnel with a hula, and then rushed wildly towards the outside. Not long afterwards, sounds of a demonic beast's roars came from behind them, as well as the young woman's gentle scolding and the rumbling sounds of a battle. These disciples scrambled wildly up the stairs, while at the same time being filled with fear. Their martial ancestor had clearly said that she could only entangle it for a short while. If they walked too slowly and were caught again by the inky flood dragon, each person would receive a mouthful of that frightening purple liquid. There was no room to dodge in this tunnel, so they would die an unjust death. At this time, the young woman was flying back and forth in the air and incessantly harassing the inky flood dragon, her fragrant sweat dripping from her body. That vermilion bird band magic treasure was superbly used by her, provoking the demonic beast to roar in anger continuously. However, the flood dragon was also unable to do anything to the young woman, whose movement techniques were extremely abrupt. The young woman obviously had yet to use her full strength, only using one hand to control the vermilion bird band while the other hand held a fire-red spirit stone, continuously sucking out its spiritual chi in an attempt to recover her own magic power. After the young woman felt that enough time had passed, she retrieved the fire attribute spirit stone and took out a bright gold talisman. Without saying anything else, she took advantage of when the inky flood dragon's attention was fully attracted by the vermilion bird band to raise her hand, and that talisman became a streak of golden light, shooting towards the demonic beast. When it arrived in front of its body, the golden light suddenly separated into countless golden strands, suddenly and securely binding that demonic beast. It was unable to move even a tiny bit, angering it and causing another burst of wild roars. A trace of mockery flitted across her eyes when she saw this. Then she reluctantly glanced at the golden chest floating in the white jade pavilion before gritting her teeth and flying back to the tunnel entrance and landing there. She was very clear that this intermediate mid-grade golden strands talisman could not bind the demonic beast for too long. It would be best for her to leave this place early. As for the treasures inside of that golden chest, she would think of ways to obtain them later. The young woman landed, wanting to raise her leg and step into the azure stone tunnel, but a deafening cry suddenly came thundering from the tunnel. This cry came closer and closer and grew louder and louder, causing the young woman to be a little alarmed and uncertain. The elegant foot that she had raised actually did not dare to enter the tunnel for a while. A dazzling azure light suddenly appeared within the tunnel, sweeping through the tunnel like a torrential tide. Wherever it went, all of the azure stone tunnel seemed to come alive, furiously extruding towards the middle. In the blink of an eye, the many tens of feet tall tunnel appeared to have no gap whatsoever. When the young woman saw this, she hurriedly retreated numerous steps as if she had seen a ghost and couldn't help but cry out, "Small 5 elements Shumi mountain magic." Then her face was deathly pale and she stared foolishly at the disappearing tunnel. The self-confident expression she had always had disappeared completely in an instant. At this time in midair behind the young woman, the golden strands on the inky flood dragon's body began to tear inch by inch. This demonic beast was about to break through its restrictions in the time it took to roll one's eyes. When the young woman had recovered and turned around to see this happen, her heart thumped even harder as if it had fell into an abyss. In the big lobby of the stone temple, outside of the tunnel, 10 or so masked moon sect disciples were staring rigidly at a white-clothed woman. She was actually the crafty woman who had called herself one of the masked moon sect's twin beauties. However, at this moment her face was pale, and she seemed to be completely at a loss. Junior Martial Sister Zhao, what exactly did you do just then? Why is it that after you threw a strange talisman into the tunnel opening disappeared? Could you wanted to murder the Southern Palace martial ancestor? A male masked moon sect disciples asked sternly with a panicked expression. This was not a laughing matter. If this martial ancestor really was to never come out again because of this, their fates would be tragic. After they returned, at best their cultivation bases would be completely destroyed and they would be expelled from the sect. At worst their lives would be in danger and they would have to suffer. They were very clear about the significance of a loss of a core formation cultivator to the sect. Thus they became increasingly anxious. I didn't do anything. I only placed an intermediate low-grade, small 5 elements talisman near the entrance, intending to wait for the demonic beast to chase over to activate the talisman, giving it some pain to eat. The white-clothed young woman exclaimed, completely flustered. She was very clear that no matter how strong her background was, it would be useless in the face of causing this kind of disaster. Thinking of the frightening consequences of the young woman not coming out, this woman felt her hands and feet grow cold. Stop speaking nonsense. Let's try and see if we can open up this tunnel and rescue the Southern Palace martial ancestor, snapped a somewhat aged male disciple. This sentence's utterance immediately reminded the masked moon sect disciples. They hurriedly pulled out various colorful magic tools and surrounded the area that was originally the tunnel entrance, incessantly slamming them down, trying to break through the restrictions and save the young woman. After a few hours, in the underground world a few hundreds of feet below, the young woman opened her eyes wide and gazed in disbelief at the person who had suddenly appeared. With a hand gesture, this person sent out 7 golden blades to attack the inky flood dragon while the other hand released a black iron shield, blocking the spitting attack of the inky flood dragon and preventing it from reaching the 2 people. This person was the yellow Maple Valley fellow that she had once seen and felt he was somewhat interesting. This person, when her magic power had been depleted from flying around and avoiding the attacks of the inky flood dragon for those few hours, had suddenly appeared from an unknown location, saving her when she was in critical danger. At the same time that Hanli was barely parrying the attacks of the inky flood dragon, he glanced quickly at the young woman's completely surprised face and bitterly laughed in his heart. Originally, Hanli was leisurely watching the entertaining battle between the masked moon sect and the inky flood dragon. In fact, after the inky flood dragon had evolved and leveled up, apart from being very stunned, he did not feel panicked at all. However, when the young woman had wanted to retreat and after the azure stone tunnel's entrance had suddenly disappeared, Hanli could not continue to sit there idly. Wasn't the disappearance of the tunnel entrance implying that no matter whether it was the young woman or the demonic beast, he would be unable to leave regardless of who was left? This caused Hanli to begin to panic. At this time the inky flood dragon that had escaped and the young woman began to fight again. Obviously this masked moon sect martial ancestor was completely at a disadvantage. Even if she continued to coax the band into attacking the inky flood dragon, the defensive ability of the demonic beast with new skin had reached the point where it was unbelievably strong. Regardless of whether she used the band that spurted out fierce flames to incinerate the flood dragon or directly used the body of the magic treasure to attack, she was unable to inflict any serious wounds to it. At most she would bruise or burn a small section of its body, causing this beast to become even more berserk. Its chase of the young woman also became more frantic, even forcing the young woman into desperate situations numerous times. However, this masked moon sect martial ancestor carried many intermediate talismans on her, which caused Han Li to gain a significant amount of enlightenment. Rarely seen talismans like the Fleeing Earth Talisman, Water Prison Talisman, Firebird Talisman, etc. were used in a row and were each clearly seen once by Han Li. Whenever the young woman was about to be injured by the demonic beast, she would throw one out, immediately resulting in strange effects that turned peril into safety. Unfortunately, the young woman obviously did not have any talismans with great destructive power, so every time she could only barely preserve herself. It seemed like relying on talismans to injure the inky flood dragon would not be possible. The struggle inside of Han Li's heart became even more fierce upon seeing this young woman being thrown into a panic by the inky flood dragon. If the tunnel was still intact like before, Han Li naturally would not be concerned with the survival of this martial ancestor of the masked moon sect. However, having seen the tunnel mysteriously disappear, this place had become a dangerous location, and Han Li's mentality naturally would be greatly different from before. In addition, he had heard the masked moon sect martial ancestor call out some small 5 elements shumi forbidden technique with his own ears, as if she was very clear as to what had caused the disappearance of the tunnel. Thus, the hope of escaping from this place still had to lie with this woman. He knew nothing about forbidden techniques and the like, so this young female expert absolutely could not die right now. However, Han Li also refrained from moving rashly, fearing that the young woman would have some kind of lethal last resort. Thus, it wasn't until the young woman had exhausted her energy and threw out all kinds of talismans, reached her wit's end, and her face revealed an expression of hopelessness, that Han Li made a move to save this young woman. The young woman, apart from rejoicing at Han Li's sudden appearance, felt somewhat upset. She had seen exceptionally clearly Han Li's intention to allow the battle with the inky flood dragon to proceed to this point. However, no matter what, dealing with the increasingly ferocious inky flood dragon was the most pressing matter. So after the young woman had rested for a moment, she wordlessly began to coax her magic treasure to attack. When Han Li brushed with the inky flood dragon, he began to quietly complain. When he had been watching the young woman battle with this beast, he had not seen at all that this demonic beast was so strong. It wasn't until now, when he had personally taken the stage, that he experienced the inky flood dragon's terror. His gold beetle swarm mother blade could be considered to be a premium product even among top-grade magic tools. But when those streaks of golden light got close to the inky flood dragon, they were carelessly swatted away by its 2 claws and its tail, immediately flying backwards roughly 100 feet away. They had no strength to hold their own at all. Even if Han Li relied on quantity, using a few golden blades at one time was enough for 1 or 2 golden blades to stab the inky flood dragon's body as a fluke. But apart from leaving a white mark, there was no other effect, leaving Han Li completely silent. In addition, Han Li didn't dare to be sloppy against the inky flood dragon's attacks. Not to mention allowing the opponent's claws or tail to come into contact with him, Han Li would even use the iron shield to block every drop of the black water that the opponent occasionally spit out. Just like that, this magic tool that had saved Han Li numerous times was also corroded by the unremarkable black water, forming many holes. One truly did not know how much longer it would be able to last. If the strength of this black water was already this frightening, wouldn't that even more ruthless purple liquid be even more unreasonable? No wonder those masked moon sect disciples had died so straightforwardly. Magic tools were of absolutely no use. The more Han Li fought with the inky flood dragon, the more apprehensive he became. He virtually completely relied on his movement techniques to dodge the demonic beast's fierce attacks. Those golden blades simply could not block the opponent at all. No wonder the young woman had told her sect's disciples to immediately leave this area. Apart from people with outstanding movement techniques like himself, Han Li really could not find many chi condensation disciples who could deal with this demonic beast even for one moment. It was at this time that the young woman's vermilion bird band came up, instantly decreasing the pressure on Han Li by a great amount. After all, this band magic treasure was still able to create some pain for the inky flood dragon, causing it to be somewhat wary of it. "Little fellow, you hid there for so long, why didn't you make a move earlier? If you had made a move earlier, perhaps I would still have an opportunity to inflict a heavy wound on this beast." The young woman asked resentfully as she controlled her magic treasure's attacks. "I was worried you would kill me and steal my treasures." Han Li replied very obediently, instantly stifling the young woman from speaking for a while. Han Li was very clear that despite this woman's apparent youth, if one were to discuss her true age, she would definitely be old enough to act as his grandmother with some more to spare, so he should display less of his cleverness. It would be best for him to speak his thoughts frankly to allow both sides to ally with one another and fight the enemy instead of being a hindrance to each other. As for the other person's identity as a core formation expert and the discrepancy between his status and hers, Han Li purposefully feigned ignorance and ambiguously passed over it. At any rate, based on the other person's current power, she were still unable to control him. Han Li held no fear in his heart today for this young woman who had lost most of her magic power. "Young fellow, you have so many thoughts at such a tender age. I only fear you may not live for very long," said the young woman with a bitter tone after being low-spirited for a while. Hearing this, Han Li laughed once and did not make a retort. However, he quietly said in his heart, "If I had thought any less, I might have died many times already, not to mention in the future." Seeing that Han Li did not continue to speak, allowing her to say that much, the young woman lost some of the anger in her heart and began to consider a plan to deal with the enemy. "Do you have any way of inflicting a heavy wound on this flood dragon? If you do, quickly say it." The young woman, seeing that the two of them, even after forming an alliance with Han Li for a short while, were still being chased around everywhere in disarray with no spare room for retaliation, finally could not endure it and asked, "I do have one, but it requires for the opponent to be bound for a short amount of time. You cannot allow it to move." Han Li hurriedly replied as he used the iron shield to block another spitting attack by the inky flood dragon while his figure leaped around incessantly, attempting to widen the distance between him and the inky flood dragon. "Okay, I'm going to use the last magic power I have. I can still bind it for a short moment. Hopefully it's enough for you to use. But is your method reliable?" The young woman's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she closely followed the flood dragon that was chasing after Han Li, using the vermilion bird band to fiercely bash the flood dragon's body before hurriedly saying, "I have a very powerful treasure talisman. It definitely can break through this flood dragon's defenses," Han Li said with full self-confidence. He did not believe that this demonic beast would still be able to block the full-force attack of the golden light brick. Treasure talisman? When the young woman heard this, her heart was filled with joy. She had never expected that the yellow Maple Valley young man in front of her eyes actually could obtain such a rare item. Although she also had a few treasure talismans, their strength was not even on par with her vermilion bird band. Since the other person had so much self-confidence, it seemed like it should be a purely destructive treasure talisman. This was definitely an extremely rare object. Since she realized that Han Li's method was feasible, the young woman immediately stopped in midair, then started the incantation that had once bound the flood dragon before. The vermilion bird band securely wrapped around the demonic beast's body again, causing it to start struggling in anger. Han Li, seeing this golden opportunity, immediately placed the flying dark iron shield in front of his body. Then he pulled out the golden light brick treasure talisman and sat down cross-legged. Under Han Li's control, the golden light brick treasure talisman manifested the magic treasure's material existence after a brief moment. A golden, foot-long brick floated into midair, light shining in all directions. The spiritual power inside of Han Li, like flooding river water, poured unstoppably into this brick. Not long after, 1/3 of his magic power had been sucked away. This caused the gold light above his head to become even more dazzling. One simply would not dare to look at it directly. While the young woman was using all her energy to enclose the inky flood dragon, she was closely watching Han Li's every movement. When she saw that gold brick emerge, she finally let go of her originally somewhat perturbed state of mind. She knew that Han Li did not lie and that this treasure talisman really could break through the demonic beast's defenses. It seemed as if the inky flood dragon could also detect the discouraging turn of events. Its two claws tenaciously grabbed the two sides of the band, and its attempts to escape became even more violent. It actually caused the young woman's vermilion bird band to begin to tremble. This caused the young woman's expression to change and she hastily shouted at Han Li, "Hurry up, it's about to escape." When Han Li heard this, he did not dare to hesitate and pointed his finger at the treasure talisman on his forehead. In an instant the gold brick flew with a whiz towards the inky flood dragon, and halfway to its destination it suddenly began to metamorphose drastically, becoming like a small mountain ferociously smashing down at the inky flood dragon. The struggling inky flood dragon knew that the situation was far from good, but its two green eyes suddenly glinted ominously, and it opened its mouth, causing the purple liquid that Hanli was very afraid of to spurt out again. It blocked the falling golden brick perfectly, actually causing it to have no way of descending for a while. Seeing this, the young woman and Hanli were both surprised. Hanli had to focus on controlling the golden brick, so he could only stare helplessly at it, unable to do anything, but the young woman bit her apricot lips and pulled out a yellow pearl from her bosom. With a raise of her hand she slammed it towards the demonic beast, which was in a deadlock with the golden brick. With a bang, the pearl slammed into the head region of the inky flood dragon and immediately burst open. Instantly, a small cloud of yellow fog shrouded the flood dragon's body, causing the inky flood dragon to begin to howl in panic. Naturally, the purple liquid that was being shot out also stopped. Without the purple liquid to block, the somewhat weakened tip of light from the golden brick descended at once, perfectly and solidly slamming onto the flood dragon's body. A huge, earth-shaking sound exploded out, and a dazzling gold light lit up the entire underground area in a flash, but it immediately became pitch black again, reverting to its normal state. Next, the golden brick that had returned to its original size turned again into a streak of gold light, flying to Han Li's side. Only the dying demonic beast was left in midair. Half of the inky flood dragon's head region had been smashed to a pulp, and a flood dragon eye had completely burst out of its socket, flying to an unknown location. The other eye naturally was still there, but it was also incessantly bleeding. The entire inky flood dragon seemed to be incredibly miserable. It seemed like this demonic beast was not far from dying. Seeing this, the young woman rejoiced in her heart and hurriedly pulled out a small crystal vase from her storage pouch, then muttered some words at the small vase. Then she pointed at the inky flood dragon, and a few strands of black air came flying out of the lip of the vase, eerily wrapping around the inky flood dragon's body. Not long after, a small green flood dragon completely different from the previous inky flood dragon was forcibly shot out from within the inky flood dragon's body. Although it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, struggling fiercely, it was still slowly pulled into the small vase. When the young woman closed the vase, she closely assessed the miniature flood dragon inside of the few eyes vase and was unable to conceal the smile on her face. Her entire person began to beam with joy. Then she glanced at the corpse of the inky flood dragon closely again. It had already lost the odor of death. She began to ponder. Han Li, seeing the young woman's activity, immediately realized that she had collected the primordial spirit of that flood dragon. Although he didn't know what the inky flood dragon's primordial spirit could be used for, based on the young woman's elated reaction, he knew it was considerably valuable. At this time, the young woman reached out her hand and retrieved the vermilion bird band. The inky flood dragon's corpse immediately fell from midair, happening to land right in front of Han Li's eyes. Since I took this flood dragon's primordial spirit, its corpse can be left for you. After all, it was killed by the two of us, the young woman said calmly, flying and landing next to Han Li's side. When Han Li heard this, he glanced at the perfectly satisfied young woman, then lowered his head and looked at the fleshy body of the inky flood dragon. He said melancholically in his heart, "It's easy for you to say. Giving this corpse to me, perhaps it's because you reckon that I have no use for it. In addition, this inky flood dragon is as sturdy as a turtle shell, and both you and I are very clear about this. It seems like you want to watch me make a fool out of myself." Thinking to this point, Han Li caused a cold light to flash across his hand, and a huge silver sword appeared in his hand. It was precisely the extremely strong magic tool from the barefooted man from earlier. Han Li wordlessly stabbed the huge sword with force. With a puchi, this silver sword actually sank 3 inches into the inky flood dragon's corpse. Although it wasn't stabbed too far in, it had finally broken through the flood dragon's defenses, causing the young woman to the side's jaw to drop in astonishment, unable to close it for some time. Han Li, seeing the young woman's expression, found it to be laughable in his heart and continued to wave around this sword, about to stab down again. "Halt, let me see this sword," said the recovered young woman slowly, staring at that silver sword with a look of amazement, causing Hanli to become startled. What is there to be afraid of? I am a dignified core formation cultivator. What kind of treasures have I not seen before? It's just that this sword of yours is really somewhat strange and I'm somewhat curious is all. Snapped the young woman, seeing that Hanli was somewhat hesitant and rolled her eyes at him. Although the young woman's appearance was young, her charming, flirtatious gaze actually caused Hanli's heart to speed up, unable to control himself. This sword really does have some problems. After I obtained it, I don't know why, but I have no way of controlling this sword. Otherwise, we would not have been in such tough straits when dealing with the inky flood dragon earlier. Since the young woman said so, Hanli could only force himself to hand over that sword to the young woman as he slowly explained. As of right now, he was still unwilling to fall out with the young woman. After all, based on her unhurried movements in the face of desperate circumstances, she should know how to get out of this place and should have a well-thought-out plan in her heart. And the young woman did not seem to be on guard against him. It seemed like she was somewhat clear about his thoughts, not afraid that he would attempt some kind of sneak attack. Z's. Sure enough, it's true. It really is too extravagant. The young woman sighed with regret after receiving the sword. After she had closely caressed it and identified it, her face revealed an expression of extortion. What's the matter? Hanli couldn't help but ask, seeing that the young woman had seemingly noticed something. Nothing really. The reason why this silver sword is so sharp is only because silver essence was added into it, which is usually only used when refining magic treasures. In addition, its quantity is not small, more than enough to allow this item's quality to reach that of normal magic treasures, said the young woman indifferently, carelessly returning the sword to Hanli. Silver essence, said Hanli, a bit surprised. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Only true fire from a core formation cultivator or above would be able to extract raw materials for magic treasures in large quantities from pure silver. It's extremely precious. My vermilion bird band also contains this kind of material, said the young woman somewhat impatiently. Hearing this, Hanli cursed again in his heart. I asked you precisely because I didn't know. If I knew, would I need to ask? Although he had clearly seen the young woman's unwillingness to speak any further, Hanli still turned a blind eye and continued to ask, why can other people use this sword to meet enemies while I simply have no way to control it? Seeing Hanli's manner of asking until the end, the young woman became somewhat unhappy in her heart, but she still replied indifferently. The original owner of this sword had used a heart-refining technique to refine it. This kind of method is extremely corrupt, so of course other people have no way of using it. Unless you were to melt down this sword and re-refine it, this sword can only be a useless object to other people. Hanli's expression was somewhat ugly. He originally had held very high hopes for this sword, but if what the other person said was true, his hopes would be completely dashed. A useless object? I don't see it. Can't I still use it now? Hanli said coldly and abruptly after a few moments of silence. Then he began to control the silver sword in an unrestrained way, wildly stabbing at the flood dragon corpse. In the time it took to roll one's eyes, he had cut open the inky flood dragon. The young woman, seeing Hanli's extremely crude butchering appearance, couldn't help but knit her eyebrows and retreat a few steps, increasing her distance from Hanli. Then she bleakly said, although this inky flood dragon had just entered grade 2, its entire body is full of valuable raw materials. Flood dragon skin can be refined into good armor. Its sharp horns and claws are the most important raw materials in refining top-grade magic tools, and the remaining core liquid inside of it is also necessary to refine a few precious pills. Seemingly for no reason, the young woman explained everything clearly in great detail to Hanli, causing him to feel somewhat unsettled apart from being amazed. He didn't know what the other person's intentions were. What a pity. If this flood dragon had entered the 3rd grade, the flood dragon core within its forehead definitely could cause many core formation cultivators to fight furiously for it. Whether for refining pills or magic tools, it's incredibly useful. Sighed the young woman regretfully all of a sudden. Flood dragon core? What color is it? Is it this? Hanli suddenly pulled out a red fist-sized sphere from the flood dragon's midsection, holding it and mentioning it to the completely surprised young woman. What is this? Did you retrieve it from the inky flood dragon's body? The young woman, feeling this was something unanticipated, couldn't help but scoot closer to Han Li to take a close look at it. It really is somewhat similar. It's only that this inky flood dragon has obviously only just entered the second grade and cannot possibly produce a flood dragon core. In addition, this inky flood dragon is a vile water attribute inky flood dragon, so its inner core should be blue. Let me touch it and see what it is. After gazing at it for some time, the young woman finally could not endure it anymore and took the soft, velvety sphere from Han Li's hand, stroking it a few times. But at this time, with a pu, the sphere actually burst open on its own for no reason, and a large cloud of red smoke immediately shrouded Han Li and the young woman within it. Han Li felt that he was having an incredibly marvelous, erotic dream. The person with him in the dream had a burning passion, but he could never clearly see the face of the peerless beauty. But even if the erotic dream were better, there would always be a time when he would wake up. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Han Li finally awoke from his glamorous dream. But as soon as he opened his eyes, what he saw was a gorgeous, peerless face and a pair of snow-like cold pupils. This beautiful face was both unfamiliar yet familiar at the same time, causing Han Li's heart to thump once. "You woke up," the young woman said indifferently with a voice no trace of emotion. This caused a slight chill to rise from Han Li's back when he heard it. Speaking of a chill, Han Li discovered that his entire naked body was tightly embracing a similarly naked beautiful woman. The woman's face was first crimson, but immediately her sleek eyebrows rose vertically, and her jade-like face frosted over. She coldly spat out, "Have you had enough? Take your dog paws off me and let me go." Han Li instinctively retrieved both of his hands and released the woman. This great beauty, seeing that Han Li had let go, hurriedly used one hand to push herself off the ground. Her eye-catching curved body immediately stood up from Han Li's chest. But just as the extremely beautiful young woman's slender waist had straightened, she yelled out, her flowery face losing its color with pain. Her body shook once, and then she fell again into Han Li's chest, causing Han Li to again experience the feeling of soft jade covering his torso. Han Li did not consider himself to be a base person, but he definitely did not consider himself to be a person with noble character. So when this beautiful woman had thrown herself into his arms, he regained his focus and immediately rode his hands up, pressing the woman up against his body. He gently kissed the woman's tender, alluring lips, causing the words that the woman had wanted to berate Han Li with to be forcibly shocked away. Underneath Han Li's hot kisses, her slender eyebrows slowly smoothed out, and she began to fall into a trance. What followed was a case of, when conditions are right, success will naturally follow. Han Li and the young woman wordlessly enjoyed the taste of ecstasy between a man and a woman once again. This, compared to the experience they had when the two of them were in a state of semi-consciousness, caused them to become even more intoxicated and made them even more crazy and forgetful. Today, the beautiful woman's two eyes were tightly pressed up against Han Li's chest, her two cheeks flushed red, her chest rising and falling indefinitely. Evidently, she had yet to awaken from the greatest stimulus. Han Li embraced this beautiful woman with one hand, and the other hand was incessantly fondling the woman's round and well-developed area with a desire to continue. After an unknown amount of time, the gorgeous woman's breathing finally stabilized, and her expression had finally returned to normal. She slowly opened her eyes. This time she didn't say a single sentence to Han Li, immediately pushing aside Han Li's mischief-causing hand from her body. She stood up with a bleak expression and walked towards a nearby storage pouch. Han Li slightly started, but after a moment of hesitation he did not obstruct this woman. The young woman retrieved a set of snow-white garments from the storage pouch and gently put them on. Not too long afterwards she finished getting dressed, causing her entire temperament to change in an instant. She began to appear graceful and poised. At this time she turned her head around to glance at Han Li, then stared blankly for a moment. This was because Han Li had long since stood, neatly clothed, not too far behind her. He was currently gazing at her with an admiring and tender gaze, causing this woman's state of mind to stir. A trace of a strange feeling crept into her heart. "You should be very clear about what kind of person I am. The things that happened between us were only mistakes. Just pretend it was all a dream. The young woman said faintly, gently curling her sleek hair. I know. Han Li answered peacefully after a moment of silence, rubbing his nose. If a third person finds out what happened today, I will kill you, the young woman suddenly stated in a cold tone. I will not breathe a word. If this matter travels to the outside world, you can just kill me. Han Li warmly responded with a faint smile. As long as you know. Seeing that Han Li agreed instantly, the woman did not actually feel happy in her heart. In fact, she began to feel somewhat vexed, and her tone became even more vile. After saying this, the woman and Han Li remained silent in a stalemate for some time. Neither of them uttered another sentence. Although the woman was a core formation cultivator, she had always spent her time cultivating as a child. As for the affairs between males and females, she was not much different from normal young women. Thus, although she had instinctively forced Han Li to not transmit this matter to the outside world, her thoughts were still in turmoil, unsure of how to face this matter. Han Li was not much better than the woman. He had never expected that his first intimate relationship with a woman would actually be with a female core formation cultivator. In addition, it was with this kind of a peerless talent and beautiful person, completely different from the sweet-tempered, pretty daughter from a humble family that he had imagined. This caused him to laugh bitterly. Would this one-night affair be a blessing or a curse to him? But regardless of what it would be, Han Li had already seen that the woman did not harbor the malevolent idea of killing him to silence him, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. Many favorable impressions spawned towards this great beauty with whom he had already experienced the affairs of a husband and wife. But these were only favorable impressions. If the other person still wanted to become hostile and make a move, Han Li decided that he would not resign himself to death. What exactly was that sphere? How could it cause you and me too? Han Li was the first to open his mouth, but after saying half of the sentence he did not continue. However, he trusted that the other person would be able to understand his meaning. That was the inky flood dragon's prostate capsule. I didn't expect that this beast actually was a very rarely seen male flood dragon, and I actually carelessly forgot this matter. This capsule contains an aphrodisiacal fog. When it contacts any female, it will immediately erupt. So it was like that. Hearing this, Han Li was finally enlightened. The riddle in his heart was finally resolved. Then your current appearance, why is it different from before? I practice a sect-unique cultivation technique, the female essence incarnation technique. This magic technique, although somewhat strange, can allow a person to remain perpetually young. Every 10 years this magic technique will cycle through once. My magic strength would have gone through the cycle, and I thus naturally would have restored my young appearance. But after what happened between us, this technique was temporarily broken and I slightly aged. The young woman explained casually after a moment of silence. Then you won't have any troubles, right? Han Li didn't know why he couldn't help but ask this question. It's not a problem. My magic technique is already at great success stage. Even if my virginity has been broken, I will only lose 5 to 6 years of magic power. This to me does not count for much, said the woman coldly, glancing at Han Li with a complicated expression. Hearing this, Han Li became silent. He knew that the other person's heart still contained a significant amount of resentment towards losing her virginity. He could only remain silent and face it. This woman truly felt that she had been extremely wronged. She had just then secretly sized up the other person a few times and had confirmed once again that this Yellow Maple Valley disciple was truly completely average, whether in terms of appearance or natural talent. And she had actually done things that should only be done between a husband and wife with this person. How could this not cause her, who had always been proud and arrogant, to feel incredibly dejected? But she was also somewhat reluctant of the idea of killing this person to relieve the hatred in her heart. After all, the other person was the male who had taken away her virginity, and she inevitably had a few strange feelings towards this person. This caused her to feel both anger and hatred. What time is it now? It shouldn't have passed the time limit of 5 days, right? Han Li couldn't help but ask after suddenly recalling something. Upon hearing this, the woman, whose state of mind was already unstable, felt an abrupt fright spring up in her heart, but immediately afterwards she calmed down and said calmly, "It shouldn't have been that long." The sedative contained in the inky flood dragon's aphrodisiacal smoke should be very low in concentration. At most we were unconscious for 5 to 6 hours. But if we want to leave, we also must make our preparations now. This dangerous area is not so easy to exit from, added the woman, knitting her eyebrows. However, before all of that, you have no opinions on me taking this treasure chest, right? Inquired the young woman as she glanced coldly at Han Li, her almond lips opening slightly. Hearing this, Han Li bitterly laughed. Although at the moment he could not sense the depth of that woman's magic power, it was definitely above the Foundation establishment stage. How could he dare to fight with her over the treasure chest? The woman, seeing that Han Li did not utter a word, coldly smiled and leaped towards the white jade pavilion. In the end, she very smoothly retrieved the golden chest into her storage pouch, then flew back to Han Li's side. Those spiritual medicines. Seeing that the woman had not harvested those spiritual medicines, Han Li stammered, somewhat baffled. I have no need of them. If you like them, you can harvest them all. The woman glanced at Han Li and said without geniality after hearing this. Hearing these words, Han Li became very happy in his heart. He had just been worrying that after exiting the forbidden area he would not have enough spiritual medicines to turn into his sect and would seem suspicious to others. Thus, he unhesitatingly immediately flew over, and in the time it took to roll one's eyes he retrieved tens of spiritual medicines. The woman stood in the same spot and coldly watched Han Li's movements without making a sound. Only after Han Li harvested the medicines and returned, did she slowly and solemnly say, "To break free from this place requires cooperation between the two of us. We cannot successfully leave this place if one of us is missing." Inside the large stone temple hall, the sound of rumbling continued to echo. The masked moon sect disciples were strenuously using magic tools, smashing open a large tunnel many meters deep. However, regardless of what magic tool stuck inside the stone tunnel, they could only pound away a chunk of rock about an inch wide. This caused everyone to become even more discouraged as they pounded away. After several hours, all of the disciples blankly sat on the ground and wordlessly looked at the large hole as if they were all lifeless. As of this moment, they had wanted to rescue their martial ancestor, but they didn't hold the slightest confidence in doing so. All of them started to think about the fearsome consequences of losing their martial ancestor and started to think of their path to escape. Right at this moment, a large sound came from outside the stone hall, and the earth rumbled for a moment more, as if there was a tremendous battle occurring outside. This caused the disciples to be faintly surprised. What's going on? A few disciples looked at each other in dismay. 2 male disciples immediately exited the stone hall with quick steps to see what was happening. Martial ancestor. Soon the sound of great rejoice came from the disciples outside the hall. Although these loud noises were clearly heard by disciples inside the stone hall, they could not help but look at each other in shock and immediately charged out like hornets from their nest. Over 30 meters away from the hall entrance, there was a large hole several meters wide. Nearby, there was a remarkably beautiful woman wearing fluttering white clothes. From her appearance, it truly seemed she was the young female martial ancestor. At this moment, the masked moon sect martial ancestor coldly looked at the distance with an expression of indifference, completely ignoring the 2 male disciples who were standing behind her. This immediately jolted the originally wildly happy disciples, as if cold water had been poured on their heads. Could it be this martial ancestor intends to investigate and stir up the restrictive formation? With this thought, all of the disciples could not help but look at the 2 dainty female disciples at the center, causing these women's complexion to become deathly white and tremble with fear. After the white-clothed woman fully surveyed the area for a quarter of an hour, she slowly turned her head to look at the many disciples behind her. She coldly ordered, "Set off." Just as Han Li was flying from tree to tree with a body as agile as a monkey, he hurried off the mountain with a speed not inferior to the imperial flight technique. Currently, his body was surging with spiritual power. His body actually contained magic power of the 13th layer. Han Li felt a bit infatuated with this fantastic feeling of greatly increased magic power. However, he was unable to persistently release this great amount of spiritual power for a long period of time. He estimated that there were still several hours left before this disappeared. In order to leave the underground swamp, that woman had reason to cooperate with him and use some kind of secret magic to temporarily send a portion of the restriction spell's magic power to Han Li, causing Han Li's originally 11th layer power to ascend to the peak of Qi condensation. The two then used the Vermilion Bird Band and the Golden Light Brick Treasure Talisman to forcibly break open a tunnel from underground to the surface. During these course of events, whenever Han Li's magic power was exhausted, the woman silently transmitted more magic power toward Han Li. As a result, when the two were able to leave from underground, Han Li had completely exhausted the Golden Light Brick Treasure Talisman and turned it to waste paper, whereas the young woman had used up 20 to 30 years of cultivated power. These losses couldn't be considered anything but disastrous. With this said, the woman's female essence incarnation technique was truly strange. Within the incarnation cycle, she was able to transmit the restrictive spell's magic power to another male but was unable to remove the restriction off herself and pass it on to a female. Furthermore, the magic power that could be transmitted was limited to the cultivation of the male. As Han Li was only at Qi condensation, the amount of magic power he could contain was the 13th layer of his foundation cultivation technique. It was impossible for him to enter the realm of foundation establishment. Because Han Li had just received magic power from the woman prior to breaking their way to the surface and separating, he still had the magic power of 13th layer cultivation for the moment, allowing him to experience this wondrous sensation a while longer. Nangong Wan. In his heart, Han Li softly said this. Just as Han Li was about to depart from the woman, he asked for her name. However, when Han Li thought of how the woman begrudgingly told him, he grew a bit sad. He clearly understood without saying that he was a Qi condensation disciple. Even if he were to enter foundation establishment, it would be impossible for them to have any sort of relationship. After all, their positions in the cultivation world and their lifespans were truly as different as heaven and earth. As a result, he could only bitterly accept the woman's heartlessness during their departure. Han Li understood himself well. He knew that if he entered foundation establishment he would have a slight chance. But currently he could only look upward to her. With the great size of Yellow Maple Valley, there were over 10,000 cultivators, but only a trifling few were able to reach core formation. Han Li, knowing that his aptitude was lacking, didn't even have the slightest of confidence. Just as Han Li was thinking this, his expression suddenly grew dark. Whoosh! His body suddenly disappeared into the air. A few moments later, however, his body appeared where he originally was, but now he was holding a storage pouch. At this time, the headless corpse of a spirit beast mountain disciple fell off a nearby large tree. Han Li lightly swept through the things inside the storage pouch and lightly shook his head. He then leaped and departed. The afternoon of the 5th day after the forbidden area was opened, the many individuals from various sects waiting outside the forbidden area for quite a long time finally moved. The 7 core formation cultivators strenuously opened the entrance once again. They then looked at the dark passage, waiting for the first of ones to appear with serene expressions. It was very clear that breaking the magic barrier was far easier than it was 5 days ago. Furthermore, when the passage appeared, the 7 core formation experts put away their magic treasures, but the passage actually didn't disappear, maintaining a steady connection to the forbidden area. Behind the 7, there were several tens of foundation establishment leaders with somewhat nervous expressions. This was related to the next distribution of foundation establishment pills, so this event was quite important to these stewards. As for the masked moon sect's senior eccentric Cheong, it was unknown when he appeared on the large rock nearby, but he was watching the several people with glee. When he saw those he made a bet with, his gaze became rather peculiar. After half an hour after the passage opened, a middle-aged Daoist priest with a calm expression walked out. His clothes were lined with ash and dirt and had several notable holes and bloodstains. It seemed that he had left the forbidden area after fighting a bitter battle. After the middle-aged Daoist priest appeared, he saluted the clear void sect's core formation cultivator and quietly sat down cross-legged to the side. When the core formation cultivator saw this, He looked at the middle-aged Daoist priest with a smile and lightly nodded his head repeatedly. Martial Ancestor Li's expression was peaceful, without the slightest of emotion, but Senior Eccentric Cheong rolled his eyes and gave a dissatisfied snort. The next to walk out from the passage were a feminine man from Saber Transformation Dock, Zhong Wu the ugly man from Spirit Beast Mountain, a blue-clothed youth from Heavenly Imperial Fortress, and Yellow Maple Valley's Chen siblings, along with other disciples. All of them more or less had traces of injury. Every one of them walked to their sect elder's location with expressions of exhaustion and sat down cross-legged to rest. After the time it took to eat a meal, another large batch of disciples walked out. This group of people were different from the loners who had previously emerged. They were all in groups of 2s and 3s. Furthermore, every person's face had greatly varying expressions. There were those who were greatly joyful, those who were completely dispirited, and those who had an expression of great relief. Adding this group of people to the several that arrived before, more than 20 of the 7 sects' disciples had already returned. However, they still didn't see a single person from the Masked Moon sect. This caused the other 6 sects to wear an expression of astonishment. However, Senior Eccentric Cheong's expression along with Celestial and I Chong and the rest of those from the Masked Moon sect did not change in the slightest, as if they had a card up their sleeve. After another hour passed by, aside from 2 disciples who appeared, there were no other traces of those from the Masked Moon sect. There were still only 2 hours left before the passage closed. At this moment, Senior Eccentric Cheong and Celestial and I Chong glanced at each other, slightly revealing an expression of unease. The appearance of a person suddenly flashed at the passage entrance. A youth from Yellow Maple Valley appeared. This person had a common appearance with neat clothes and hurried on his way, having the appearance of an unstoppable thunderbolt killing several people in succession. This person was Han Li. When the Masked Moon sect members saw the image of a person at the passage entrance, their faces wore an expression of joy. But when they clearly saw that it was someone from Yellow Maple Valley, they immediately became greatly disappointed. At this moment, Han Li took a look at the surrounding situation and slowly walked to his sect's position. He copied the others and sat in formation. Coincidentally, he happened to sit next to the Chen siblings. It appeared that compared to the other 6 sects, Yellow Maple Valley disciples numbered the greatest among those who left the forbidden area alive. Apart from brother and sister Chen, there were also the old man as well as the youth. With the addition of Han Li, there were actually 5. Compared to the 3 to 4 survivors from the other sects, especially the trifling 2 from the Giant Sword sect, it could be considered much greater in number. This caused Martial Ancestor Li to be unable to conceal the joy in his heart as he wore a spring wind on his face. When the Chen siblings and the other 2 saw that Han Li, an 11th layer disciple, was actually able to leave the forbidden area completely intact and without injury, they could not help but show an expression of amazement. However, as if they immediately thought of something, they looked at Han Li with a gaze of contempt and did not pay further attention to him. Obviously, they all believed that Han Li was a coward, concealing himself and hiding from battle. He certainly harvested nothing. As the time for the passage to close grew closer, those from Masked Moon sect appeared one by one. This caused Senior Eccentric Cheong and Celestial and I Chong to be unable to sit still with an expression of unmistakable worry on their faces. This caused Martial Ancestor Li and the Daoist priest at the side to become secretly delighted. It seemed the Masked Moon sect truly had a mishap. Han Li, who saw all of this, wrinkled his brow and felt a bit of surprise. He definitely escaped from the underground swamp with Nangong Wan. Why did the others from the Masked Moon sect not yet appear? He could not help but be a bit worried about that woman. Chapter 210. The Gamble. Han Li suddenly thought of the other young woman that he had encountered inside the forbidden area and couldn't help but glance in the direction of Spirit Beast Mountain. In the end, he discovered that Han Yunji was cutely sitting cross-legged on the ground, her expression very even. There did not seem to be anything unexpected, causing Han Li to let out a sigh of relief. Near the closed tunnel entrance, those from the Masked Moon sect appeared increasingly unsightly from worry. As for the people from the other sects, although they outwardly appeared to be anxious for the Masked Moon sect disciples, flower of happiness had contrarily bloomed in their hearts. After all, the masked moon sect was State of Yu's strongest sect and had long attracted the jealousy of others. These few were naturally happy to see an opportunity to weaken its power. Perhaps because their wishes had gone awry, the opposite of their desires occurred. When the passageway was only a quarter-hour away from closing, a white shadow flashed within the passageway, and a group of 10 or so masked moon sect disciples walked out in an orderly fashion. Their leader was the extremely alluring beauty Nangong. Seeing them walk out, the senior eccentric Qiong's reaction was acceptable, only letting out a long sigh. That celestial Ni Chong couldn't help but pounce at her, tugging on the arm of the beautiful celestial Nangong. She began to ask her questions with extreme concern, her face revealing an expression of anxiety. The other sects felt puzzled upon seeing this. This was no surprise. Although Nangong Wan had met with these core formation cultivators several times, she had worn a veil and never revealed her true appearance. Thus, these people did not actually know that the beautiful flowery young woman before them was actually the celestial Nangong that they had met with numerous times. Seeing this woman had safely returned, Han Li was also very pleased. After all, she was the first person he had joined bodies with. Even if he clearly knew that there was no way to continue their relationship, in his heart he still couldn't help but worry about her. However, the smiles on martial ancestor Li and the Daoist priest's face had become somewhat forced. This was not unexpected. Ignoring how many spiritual medicines the masked moon sect had harvested, even the number of people that had walked out of Forbidden Area alive had surpassed the combined numbers of the people from their two sections. How could this not cause the two of them to be extremely depressed? All of the disciples should have emerged by now. The ones who didn't appear, muttered the leader of the Spirit Beast Mountain, clearing his throat. But before he had finished his sentence, a person came scrambling out of the tunnel that was just about to close. It was actually that old crafty Xianxia from Yellow Maple Valley. Only the giant sword sect and the young Daoist priest originally harvesting the spiritual medicines with him had disappeared without a trace. The old man had just crawled out of the passageway when thunderous vibrations came from the direction of the Forbidden Area. Next, an azure light flashed and the passageway fragmented, finally disappearing completely. At this time, even if there were still people inside the Forbidden Area who had yet to come out, it would only be a dead end for them. This was because any disciple who had not exited in time in the past never appeared again, even at the next opening of the Forbidden Area. They had all disappeared for an unclear reason, and this was also the reason why other people were not willing to waste time. However, the fact that this old, crafty Yellow Maple Valley 10th layer cultivator could actually escape at the very end was truly beyond expectation. They couldn't help but size up Xianxia. Brotherly, I didn't expect that your esteemed valley actually had so many talents. Not only 11th layer cultivators could walk out of the Forbidden Area, even 10th layer strength disciples can preserve their lives and exit. Your esteemed sect truly uses the correct method of teaching your disciples. I am truly in admiration. Seeing that only 2 people from his sect had left the Forbidden Area, and that the barefooted male whom he had high hopes for had not come out, while 2 low-level disciples from the Yellow Maple Valley had come out and preserved their own small lives, the cultivator from the giant sword sect couldn't help but feel his anger rise. He said these 2 sentences mockingly. When martial ancestor Li heard this, his face fell. He also reckoned that Han Li and Xianxia had both stayed in hiding and did not reveal themselves, wanting to seize any opportunity available. He could not help but bitterly glare at the old, crafty man, but he still had no choice but to protect the 2 of them with his words. The cultivation technique of these juniors is too superficial. Being able to preserve their own lives can also be considered to be their own good fortune. As for what method they used, the others and I, as their senior generation, have no need to add on any blame. Humph. The giant sword sect expert, seeing martial ancestor Li put on such an act, found it extremely objectionable and wanted to say something else. However, senior eccentric Qiong opened his mouth, somewhat impatiently. What is there for you 2 to argue about? Since the person could survive, this is the skill of the junior generation. Do you want them to stubbornly charge forwards even if they clearly know it is impossible? However, little fellow Li, quickly examine the results of the bet. The earlier we know, the earlier our hearts will be at ease. Do you want the elderly me to wait here for even longer? This old man was clearly taking advantage of his age, But martial ancestor Li and the man from the giant sword sect actually really did not dare to make this person unhappy. They could only glance at each other before laughing the matter off. Otherwise, if this old freak started holding a grudge against them, they would have some really bad luck. Thus, under Senior Eccentric Qiong's urging, Fu Yunzi of the Clear Void sect and martial ancestor Li could only pinch their noses and move closer to him. Then each of the disciples from the 3 sects that had come out of the forbidden area individually displayed the harvest that they had in order to determine the winner and loser of the bet. The Clear Void sect's Daoist priests who had walked out from the forbidden area were only 4 in number. However, when the middle-aged Daoist priest that had been the first to walk out of the forbidden area brought out his spiritual medicines, the faces of all the people present changed slightly. Fully mature 300-year-old blood blue pearls, 2 300-year-old sky spirit fruits, 3 400-year-old chalcedony mushrooms. The Daoist priest brought out 11 or 12 spiritual medicines in a row, individually placing them on the ground. The quantity was extremely high, greatly astonishing the surrounding people. Only Fu Yunzi, who had made the bet, was lightly smiling with content, as if he was very satisfied by the stunned looks of the others. Not only that, the spiritual medicines that the elders from Yellow Maple Valley and the male masked moon sect disciples had placed earlier were far less, each person merely placing a few herbs. Next, the harvest of the second Daoist priest was finally not as excessive, but there were still 7 or 8 spiritual medicines, significantly greater than harvests under normal circumstances. This caused martial ancestor to begin to feel unsettled, and Senior Eccentric Qiong's look of laughter was also retrieved. He became serious for the first time. Hearing of the matter concerning the bet, the experts from the other 4 sects naturally became interested and individually came forward to take a look. When they saw this scene, they also quietly considered it amazing. However, the spiritual medicines of the Chen clan brother and sister pair after them finally allowed martial ancestor Li to be somewhat delighted, since their combined harvest neared 20 herbs, already roughly the same as those 2 Daoist priests. The next Clear Void sect disciples' harvest was finally normal, only 4 herbs. As for the masked moon sect disciples, they maintained an average quantity. 3 people in a row had 5 or under herbs, causing the Daoist priest and martial ancestor Li to quietly sigh in relief. However, the next youth from Yellow Maple Valley to place his spiritual medicines delayed for a few moments. With great shame, he only pulled out 3 spiritual medicines. This caused martial ancestor Li to become so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He almost opened his mouth to berate him. This was because he did not have any belief that Han Li or the crafty old man could contribute much. According to sequence, it should have been Han Li's turn to go forwards, but who knew that crafty Xiang with a stride would grab the place in front of Han Li, respectfully pulling out 2 purple monkey flowers. This caused martial ancestor Li to feel great surprise, and his expression instantly became somewhat more pleasant. However, it was merely somewhat more. Although he had 1 or 2 more spiritual medicines than the Clear Void sect in front of him, as long as the other side's last individual could bring out a normal amount of spiritual medicines, he would definitely lose. He had absolutely no hope that Han Li's harvest would be too large, reckoning that Han Li at most would be like the crafty old man. Throwing 2 or 3 spiritual medicines would already be not too bad, and it could be considered the due diligence of these lower-level disciples. Thinking to this point, martial ancestor Li couldn't help but glance at Fu Yunzi, only to see the other person's restless appearance. He was also currently glancing at him. The 2 of them slightly started, then immediately averted their gazes, continuing to closely follow the gambling game. The last Daoist priest to step forward was a white-haired elderly man. When he walked to the front, he calmly brought out 1 herb after another. His slow dilly-dallying manner caused all of the people to continuously roll their eyes. However, when he had pulled out 5 spiritual medicines in a row and was still reaching into his storage pouch, martial ancestor Li's expression instantly sank, while Fu Yunzi began to beam with joy. As for the masked moon sect disciples, those 2 people were unable to endure anymore and walked over, expressing their interest. Greatly beyond any expectations, this last white-haired Daoist priest actually pulled out 7 spiritual medicines in a row, causing all of the onlookers to feel greatly surprised. When martial ancestor Li saw this, his expression had already become incredibly ashen, while the Daoist priest excitedly turned his attention to the other masked moon sect disciples, reckoning that his victory over the Yellow Maple Valley was already secure. At this time Hanli stepped forward. Other people only indifferently glanced at him before returning their gazes to the masked moon sect, completely ignoring him. Martial Ancestor Li also saw this scene, but he similarly did not glance at Hanli at all, reckoning that he had already lost his opportunity to make a comeback. This 11th layer disciple's appearance would only be to make a fool of himself. Thus he naturally would not give Hanli any face. Hanli did not pay attention to the movements of other people, and even more didn't have the idea of saving some ripe spiritual medicines and bringing out less. This was because each sect's ranks contained 2 other stewards, who had 1 or 2 smelling spiritual beasts by their sides. These kinds of squirrel-like strange beasts could smell out any hidden 100-year-old or above spiritual medicines from a distance of 30 feet. Even if they were inside a storage pouch, they could not escape notice. Thus, every disciple that exited the forbidden area, after voluntarily turning in all of their spiritual medicines, also had to be smelled by these small beasts once over before being allowed to leave. This was to prevent against disciples with malicious plans to smuggle a secret stash of spiritual medicines. Arriving at the location, Hanli held a storage pouch in his hand that he had prepared a long time ago. Then he rudely flipped his hand, dropping it on the table. After a burst of white light, a huge pile of roughly 20 or so multicolored spiritual medicines formed a huge pile on the ground. Chapter 211. The winner. Quick, look over there. This is. I don't dare to believe it. When this pile of spiritual medicines suddenly appeared on the ground, a few sharp-eyed individuals began to cry out in surprise. These few yells immediately attracted the gazes of other people. Of course, Martial Ancestor Li and Fu Yunzi were included in this group. However, when the 2 people saw clearly the spiritual medicines at Han Li's feet, the Daoist priest's grin immediately froze, while Martial Ancestor Li, after staring blankly for a moment, began to laugh loudly with pleasant surprise. This big pie that fell from the sky caused his heart to burst with joy. After Martial Ancestor Li had realized his own loss of self-control and stopped laughing, he stared at Han Li with a beaming gaze, assessing him constantly. How come when he looked at Han Li he felt that Han Li was very pleasing? On the other hand, the Daoist priest's face had become ashen, still unable to believe that he had lost just like that. Naturally, his gaze towards Han Li held great unhappiness. Daoist brother, this is done. Do you still want to trouble a member of the junior generation? Martial Ancestor Li humphed after glancing at Fu Yunzi's expression. He took a stride and blocked in front of Han Li, saying this with a straight face. Today Han Li had just helped him with a great service. He naturally could not allow this member of the junior generation to be frightened by Fu Yunzi in front of this many people. Otherwise his face would be entirely gone. The Daoist priest, being scolded by Martial Ancestor Li like this, realized that given his own identity, glaring at a chi condensation disciple in this way was incredibly wrong. Other people would mistakenly believe he was trying to secretly retaliate against a member of the junior generation, so he hurriedly averted his gaze towards Martial Ancestor Li and forced a laugh. Martial Ancestor Li, it's a misunderstanding. This Daoist priest was only thinking that based on this young man's cultivation base, it is truly inconceivable that he would be able to harvest so many spiritual medicines. I was only taking a few extra glances at him. The Daoist priest made a huge effort to put on a nonchalant appearance, but as soon as he thought about that flood dragon inner Dan, he felt his heart bleed incessantly, and his expression had no way of returning to normal. Martial Ancestor Li coldly laughed twice and non-committally did not continue to speak. After all, he had achieved a great victory in today's bet and was unwilling to continue to provoke the other person. However, he was also somewhat suspicious of Han Li's ability to obtain so many spiritual medicines, but in front of so many people from other sects, Martial Ancestor Li was unwilling to interrogate Han Li now and could only turn a blind eye to it. Not to mention, at this moment his heart was on fire. As long as he could triumph again over the masked moon sect people, he really would have made it big on this expedition to the forbidden area. Naturally, he could not deal with these trivial matters. As long as he could win this gambling game, he couldn't care less about what stealing methods Han Li used to get the spiritual medicines. The Daoist priest, seeing martial ancestor Li's appearance, naturally realized the other person's thoughts. Could he, as the eliminated participant, only continue to observe who won between senior eccentric Qiong and the other person with an angry heartache? But senior eccentric Qiong's expression was not much better than that of the Daoist priest. The spiritual medicines that the few masked moon sect disciples had turned in were all common, truly causing him to be unable to laugh. Just as martial ancestor Li was in high spirits, the situation suddenly took a rapid turn. The quantities of spiritual medicines that the last few masked moon sect disciples turned in suddenly all reached 10 or so in number, in an instant surpassing even the sum of the Yellow Maple Valleys and Clear Void sects' harvest by 5 or 6 herbs, winning the last round of the bet. This turn of events immediately knocked martial ancestor Li into a stupor, while senior eccentric Qiong let out a long sigh of relief and began to laugh strangely. Bring it, turn over that demonic flood dragon inner Dan. I was just wanting to refine a furnace of good pills, and this inner Dan is the best medicinal catalyst. Senior eccentric Qiong impolitely demanded his betting spoils from Fu Yunzi on the spot. Upon hearing this, the Daoist priest Fu Yunzi forced a smile and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but nothing came out of his mouth. Seeing this, senior eccentric Qiong glared unhappily. What, the well-renowned Clear Void sects Fu Yunzi, could it be that you want to renege on this debt? Renege on this debt? Do I dare to renege on a debt with senior eccentric Qiong? Fu Yunzi naturally did not really mean to renege on the inner Dan. It was only that the loss of this kind of precious item hurt him greatly, and he was instinctively reluctant to part with it. But today, now that senior eccentric Qiong said it like that, his face alternated between red and white. After fiercely stomping his foot, he tossed a white sphere to the other person, then turned away with an expression of physical pain written on his face, unwilling to look. That sphere was the inner Dan of a demonic flood dragon. Senior eccentric Qiong grabbed the inner Dan with a raise of his hand. After closely inspecting it, he beamed with joy, but he still muttered, "It seems that its quality is not too good, and its spiritual qi is not really sufficient. It looks like it's just passable. I'll have to make do with it." This sentence caused the Daoist priest's face to turn red when he heard it. He almost vomited blood and died with anger, and he hurriedly departed from this individual to a faraway place, lest his Dao heart die from depression. Daoist friend Li will send representatives with 2 chunks of iron essence within 20 years. He. Still Daoist friendly, that is straightforward. I have nothing else to say. Senior eccentric Qiong nodded his head with satisfaction, then returned to the masked moon sect's side, very pleased with himself. This round of gambling had many twists and turns, truly causing the various bystanders from different sects to feel very amazed. In the end, seeing martial ancestor Li and Fu Yunzi's attempts to try to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, everyone gloated. Who told them to gamble with this senior eccentric Qiong anyways? No matter what, this time's expedition to the forbidden area had ended. The leaders of the various sects, having received all of their own disciples' spiritual medicines and letting them be checked by the spiritual beasts once, all said their goodbyes one by one and left, bringing their followers with them. Those from the masked moon sect were the first to leave, and so after they had said goodbye and stepped onto the heavenly moon divine boat one after the other, Han Li couldn't help but glance at the celestial Nangong in their midst. However, that woman, from boarding the boat to its eventual departure, never did glance back at him, causing Han Li to feel wronged in his heart. However, Han Li could also be considered a person with a strong state of mind, and in no time he had recovered to normal and continued to watch the other sects leave. When she was leaving with the Spirit Beast Mountain disciples, Han Yunji glanced at Han Li and gave him a benevolent smile. This actually caused Han Li to feel somewhat warm in his heart. Yellow Maple Valley, as the host of the forbidden area, naturally would have to be the last to leave. Thus, when the other 6 sects all left, only the Yellow Maple Valley sect remained all alone outside of the forbidden area. However, martial ancestor Li didn't just take his followers and leave. Instead, he raised his head and gazed in the direction of the forbidden area silently. However, all the other people knew that this martial ancestor, having just lost a bet, could not be happy in his heart. Thus, nobody ignorantly went up to urge him on. They could only stand and watch behind him. After half a day, Martial Ancestor's mood seemed to be somewhat better. Although he did not turn around, he finally opened his mouth. His first sentence was directed at Han Li, the disciple that turned in the most spiritual medicines. What is your name and how many years has it been since you entered the valley? When the other people heard this, they couldn't help but reveal an expression of envy. To have one's name known by this high-ranking martial ancestor meant that in the future one would definitely have great benefits. Han Li started slightly and, not daring to delay, immediately said with respect, "Named Han Li, this disciple entered the valley nearly 3 years ago." Han Li. Martial Ancestor Li slowly repeated Han Li's name, as if he were considering something. He didn't actually reply immediately. Instead, he caused all the people behind him to turn and look at each other. They didn't know what this Martial Ancestor elder's intention was. But Martial Ancestor Li's next sentence caused Han Li's heart to shiver, and he raised 120% of his attention. "Han Li, tell me the process that you went through to obtain these spiritual medicines. I want to hear it," asked Martial Ancestor Li seemingly arbitrarily. Although Han Li was alert in his heart, he had long before made preparations for being interrogated by others concerning this matter. As he was not panicked, he calmly said, "Yes, Martial Ancestor. This matter is actually very much due to a fluke. On that day, although Disciple had hidden in the ring-shaped mountain, regrettably no real rewards were to be had. However, on the afternoon on the 4th day, Disciple actually found 2 people fighting over a few sprigs of chalcedony within a very remote cave. One was the barefooted, silver sword-carrying giant sword sect disciple, and the other was a heavenly imperial fortress person with scars covering his face. Disciple thus secretly hid in. Just like that, Han Li vividly began to describe a tale of taking advantage of the 2 people's conflict. In addition, he did his best to exaggerate his unexpected luck, causing the Chen brother and sister as well as the other disciples to feel incredibly jealous, their envious intent extremely apparent. Martial Ancestor Li, upon hearing Han Li's account, silently nodded his head, feeling that only in this way could it possibly happen. Otherwise, how could a disciple with a low cultivation technique like Han Li possibly harvest so many spiritual medicines? It seemed like the other person truly was incredibly lucky and that it had been a complete coincidence. Believing that he had figured out the story behind this matter, Martial Ancestor Li did not want to continue wasting time interrogating. However, after pausing for a while, he suddenly said to Han Li with a solemn expression, "Han Li, your services towards the sect this time were not small. Although I did not win the bet, I must still reward you greatly. I plan to receive you under my tutelage and you can be one of my few disciples. Are you willing?" Hearing this, Han Li instantly froze and didn't know how to respond for some time. And when the other Yellow Maple Valley people heard this, they first received a great shock, then tenaciously glared at Han Li, revealing an expression of disbelief. This was too inconceivable. They hadn't heard wrong, had they? This Martial Ancestor Elder would actually receive this person as a disciple so easily? This person, whether discussing qualifications or cultivation technique, was extremely average. One could truly not tell if this person had any qualities that stood out, allowing him to be noticed by Martial Ancestor Li. Chapter 212 A Sudden Understanding. Chapter 212. A sudden understanding. Normally, a lower-layer cultivator being accepted by a core formation cultivator as a disciple would definitely be an extremely bizarre matter, a situation that one could not even dream about. However, when Han Li was in shock after he heard these words, he instinctively detected that something was not right. Based on his aptitude and magic technique, how could this kind of a good fortune fall upon his shoulders? As for the explanation that it was a great reward for his supposed great services to Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li believed it even less. If this martial ancestor had won the bet and, in a moment of excitement, accepted him because of this success, it might have actually been somewhat sincere. But even though he had clearly lost in a total mess, he still wanted to accept him as a disciple. This was enough to make Han Li think. While Han Li was running through all these mental gymnastics, Martial Ancestor Li began to become displeased. When he had said that he would accept Han Li as his disciple, he originally thought that the other person would definitely be incomparably ecstatic and immediately agree readily. But who expected that Han Li actually stood blankly in the same spot, his expression one of amazement. He actually didn't immediately respond, which caused Martial Ancestor Li to feel somewhat resentful. However, on the outside, Martial Ancestor Li naturally still had to maintain the poise of a martial ancestor, so he indifferently said, Han Li, if you aren't willing to take me as your master, you only need to clearly say it. I will not force you. I can separately bestow a few magic tools upon you as compensation. When Han Li heard this, he knew that although the other person's words were pretty, he definitely was not happy in his heart. Han Li was very clear even without thinking hard what the consequences of offending this martial ancestor would be. In addition, for a Qi condensation disciple like him to refuse a core formation cultivator's acceptance of a disciple excessively defied common sense. Perhaps after he refused the offer he would attract even more troubles. Thinking to this point, he gritted his teeth. No matter what the other person's attempts towards him were, he would first deal with the situation in front of him. Disciple is obviously delighted to be able to kowtow under martial ancestor's tutelage. It is this disciple's honor. Earlier it was just that disciple was too happy and completely forgot to speak. Please forgive disciple martial ancestor. Han Li said with a hurried tone, his face blushing strongly as he pretended to regain his focus after being exhilarated. Then Han Li very tactfully kowtowed a few times to martial ancestor Li, immediately performing the ritual of formally becoming a disciple. Very good. From today onwards you are my Li Huiyan's disciple. This jade lightsaber magic tool can be regarded as a greeting present. A smiling, exuberant expression appeared on Li Huiyan's face, and he reached his hand out to support Han Li. Then he handed him a long greenish jade saber. Judging from the spiritual light flickering on it, it definitely was a top-grade magic tool. Han Li solemnly received the long saber with his two hands, then kowtowed again to express his respect before standing up again, pretending to be unable to contain his joy. The other disciples watched dumbstruck, fires burning in their eyes. Their gazes towards Han Li were extremely peculiar, wishing that the person to receive the magic tool was themselves instead of Han Li, whom they had long considered to be unpleasant to their sight. Although Han Li was unclear about the thoughts inside other people's hearts, the provocative gazes individually landing on his body allowed him to roughly guess it, and he couldn't help but bitterly laugh in his heart. If it was possible, he actually hoped that the attention of this martial ancestor could have been placed on another person instead of himself, an unlucky bastard. One had to know that he still remembered very clearly the lesson he had learned from his previous master, Dr. Imo. Even better, today another master with even greater ability and many schemes had come. This caused Han Li to be speechless. When after a period of time your foundation establishment succeeds, I will come take you to my place personally and receive you as an official disciple. It doesn't matter if your foundation establishment has not yet occurred. I will also give you some pointers on your cultivation technique. Martial Ancestor Li instructed Han Li. Yes, master. Han Li, naturally having no more opinions, very obediently complied. Okay, the time is not early, let's return to Yellow Maple Valley, declared Martial Ancestor Li after glancing at the color of the sky. Next, everybody once again climbed onto Martial Ancestor Li's silver python and after a few days of flight, returned to Yellow Maple Valley. As soon as they had entered the valley, Martial Ancestor Li Huayuan brought 2 stewards with him and went ahead to the official hall. The other people dissipated one by one, returning to their own homes, awaiting the prizes that would be awarded a few days later. Within a small cottage in the Yellow Maple Valley's 100 Medicine Garden, the little senior martial uncle Ma opened his eyes wide, staring at Han Li as if he had seen a ghost. He muttered in his mouth non-stop. This is impossible. Not only did you not die, you also picked up a fortune in the forbidden area, turning in 20 or so spiritual medicines in an instant, and you were accepted by Martial Ancestor Li as an in-name disciple. Yes, senior martial uncle Ma. Isn't my good fortune deep and my good luck stunning? Han Li said, smiling yet not smiling as he sat opposite the little old man as if he were very pleased. The little old man's facial expression returned to normal upon hearing Han Li's words, but he began to gaze at Han Li with a strange expression in his eyes. His gaze caused Han Li to feel somewhat apprehensive, unsure of what the other person's intentions were. Little fellow Han, your harvest from this time's expedition to the forbidden area truly is not small. It has far exceeded all of my expectations, said the little old man with a long sigh. I also did not expect it. Han Li leisurely responded. But do you know the real purpose for why Junior Marshal Uncle Li accepted you as an in-name disciple? TL. The change in Marshal Ancestor Li's title here is mostly due to Senior Marshal Uncle Ma's seniority and status as compared to Marshal Ancestor Li. The somewhat sympathetic tone revealed in the little old man's next sentence caused Han Li to jolt, but immediately after he began to rejoice. However, he was still strongly resisting the movements in his heart. He pretended to be confused and asked in astonishment, Senior Marshal Uncle Ma, could it be that Marshal Ancestor Li's accepting of disciples has another reason? Senior Marshal Uncle? Hehe. Since Junior Marshal Brother Han Li has already kowtowed to Junior Marshal Uncle, you can just call me Senior Marshal Brother Ma. I no longer dare to respond to the title Senior Marshal Uncle, said the little old man slowly and methodically, gently shaking his head. Cough. Why does Senior Marshal Uncle Ma laugh at Junior Marshal Nephew, who doesn't know that seniority in the cultivation world is assigned by cultivation technique? As long as I have not yet entered the foundation establishment stage for one day, Senior Marshal Uncle Ma is naturally still my senior, said Han Li very sincerely, and immediately poured a cup of medicine flower tea for the little old man, handing it to the other person. Not bad, not bad. You indeed can be taught. It seems like you have not yet lost your wits because of this matter, so I will tell you now beforehand. In reality, even if I don't say it, you will know in 3 to 4 more days, said the little old man faintly, nodding his head in satisfaction. Hearing this, Han Li was slightly startled, but he concentrated his attention on hearing the other person's next utterance. One had to know that he had always been on edge with regards to the matter of Marshal Ancestor Li's sudden acceptance of him as a disciple. Thus, he naturally would not pass up an opportunity to get the inside story beforehand. What rewards do you think you can get having turned in this many spiritual medicines? The little old man suddenly asked, changing the subject. It should be exchangeable for 2 foundation establishment pills. I had asked around earlier. If one turns in around 10 spiritual medicines, one can exchange them for 1 foundation establishment pill. Han Li responded obediently. He knew that the other person would definitely have a reason for asking this kind of a question. In a few days, when the rewards are granted, you will only have the portion of 1 foundation establishment pill. You can stop dreaming about getting 2, said the little old man somewhat mockingly. What? How could it be this way? Could there be people who embezzle the rewards? Han Li almost bounced up, an expression of disbelief on his face. There isn't any embezzlement. No one dares to do that. Only your rewards have decreased. All the others should be receiving their entire reward. Otherwise, who would be willing to participate in the next trial by blood and fire? The little old man explained with a slanted mouth. Could the reason be due to Marshal Ancestor Li? Han Li asked seriously after tilting his head and thinking for a moment. You can't be considered to be too stupid since you found the heart of the matter so quickly. It really is because Marshal Ancestor Li accepted you as a disciple that it would be this way. The little old man nodded, admiration flashing through his eyes. This sect has an unwritten practice. If there is any clear master-disciple relationship, the master has the right to take half of the disciple's tribute to the sect as a gift to thank the master. Of course, this is limited to the first time and cannot be repeated. The spiritual medicines you harvested in the forbidden area can be considered to be a kind of tribute to the sect. Thus, I reckon that the reason why Marshal Ancestor Li so zealously accepted you as a disciple is most likely because he wanted your 10 or so herbs as a gift. The spiritual medicines that are passed on are halved, and so your rewards are naturally also halved, so you should not hope for 2 foundation establishment pills anymore, the little old man explained thoroughly to Han Li. Han Li knitted his eyebrows, but he revealed no traces of anger or dissatisfaction, only lowering his head soundlessly. This caused the little old man to feel somewhat shocked and sense that something was off. He naturally did not know that not only was Han Li not angry, he actually let out a long sigh and relaxed the heart that had always been tight. It turned out that this new master had wanted his spiritual medicines. This had really been outside of his expectations, but it also caused Han Li to begin to relax. To Han Li, who was about to refine these pills, one foundation establishment pill could not amount to much. As long as he could succeed in refining these pills, he couldn't care less about the loss of merely one. The little old man didn't know Han Li's attitude. Seeing that Han Li didn't make a sound, he thought that Han Li was holding in a stomach of stuffiness but was good at controlling it and didn't let it leak out. Thus he lightly laughed and began to comfort Han Li. Although you get one less foundation establishment pill, you exchanged it for being accepted as martial ancestor Li's in-name disciple. You haven't suffered a huge loss, so it's not too bad. One has to know that your talent is not very good. Even if you were to use 2 foundation establishment pills, your hopes of successfully entering the foundation establishment stage are not too high. It's more worth it to use one in exchange for gaining martial ancestor Li as an influential backer. This way, even if in the future you are still in the qi condensation stage, pretty much no one in the sect will dare to provoke you. You should know that although martial ancestor Li was not sincerely accepting you as his disciple, you are still carrying his influence. Which regular disciple or steward would give you trouble lightly. In addition, as far as I know, Junior Marshal Uncle Li is very protective of his face. When Han Li heard this, he was somewhat moved in his heart. When the little old man had sent him the 2 bottles of pills before he went to the forbidden area, he could already tell that the other person was someone with a cold exterior but a warm heart. This person's character truly was not bad. But with these words, Han Li remembered them in his heart even more. It seemed as if the other person was worth building a deep relationship with. Although Han Li thought this in his heart, outwardly he still pretended to be barely moved by what the little old man said, and after bitterly laughing a few times, he finally opened his mouth to speak and carelessly spoke with him for a bit. This senior martial Uncle Ma, seeing that Han Li had seemingly recovered from this setback, was very happy in his heart, and not long after he said his goodbyes and left. The 100 Medicine Garden naturally was once again under Han Li's care. Chapter 213 Preparation. Chapter 213. Preparation. Although the journey to the forbidden area had only taken 10 days, Han Li felt as if several years had passed. Thus he lied down on his bed in the 100 Medicine Garden for a long while, basking in comfort and longing. Not only did he finally return with his life intact from this trip he gambled his life with, he had also perfectly accomplished his goals. Now he could indulge in a truly worry-free and sound sleep. It seemed that all of the struggles from the mortal world were far away from him in a flash as he slept. Han Li slept until the afternoon of the 2nd day before awakening. After Han Li woke up, he quivered with excitement. He immediately started to set up his plans for the future. His first matter of business would naturally be to mature the 3 main medicines as soon as possible and properly preserve them. As for the other auxiliary medicine ingredients, he would naturally leave them for last. However, complete preparation for all of this was not a matter of 10 days or half a month. According to Han Li's estimates, at the very minimum he would need several years before being completely ready to start refining the pills. As a result, Han Li wasn't in a hurry with his spiritual medicines. Instead, he arranged his harvest from the forbidden area. The result was that he obtained over 10 mid-grade spirit stones, several hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, a large pile of magic tools of all grades, several chunks of the centipede demonic beast's outer shell, several materials from the inky flood dragon, and a bunch of rubbish. However, apart from these items, there were 2 items that Han Li were most interested in. A figurine holding a bow and arrow and a lustrous silver book page. This figurine was mainly carved from wood, with complete ears, nose, mouth and eyes. It seemed gentle as if it were alive. Furthermore, it was dressed from head to toe in an extremely realistic metal armor suit with a bronze bow in hand. This was the magic tool that Han Li previously acquired from his elders. It was the high-grade magic tool, Puppet Bowman. After he obtained the magic tool, Han Li did not make use of it. That was because this magic tool required a secret soul-splitting technique. The puppet required a sliver of spiritual sense to enter it in order to control it. This soul-splitting technique was not possible until one reached Foundation Establishment. It should be known that only cultivators at Foundation Establishment or higher have the sufficient spiritual sense to endure the pain of dividing one's soul. With the mere spiritual sense of a qi condensation cultivator, before even completing the soul-splitting, the person would have already fallen into demise and gone mad. It is often said that an immortal's spiritual sense could be used to look in all directions and to scan through items. However, this isn't the true significance of splitting one's soul. Originally, spiritual sense was nothing more than a small external technique. However, after cultivating the secret technique to split one's soul, it would be equivalent to having one, even several separate individual divine senses, with each divine sense capable of controlling several tools. The more times one divided their soul, the more magic tools they could control simultaneously. It should be known that when Qi condensation disciples normally confronted an enemy, at most they could use 2 magic tools at the same time. If they used any more, they would no longer be able to control them with ease. After all, who didn't have 5 or 6 magic tools on hand? If they were to throw them all at their opponent, it would definitely be ineffective and would cause the opponent to be baffled for a moment. After Han Li fiddled with the figurine for a good while, he placed it down and took a look at the silver book page. This silver book page was from the spoils Han Li obtained from the barefoot man of the giant sword sect. The top was bumpy, textured with many peculiar decorative designs. It seemed very mysterious. Han Li pondered over it for the majority of the day without even a clue and could only set it aside for the time being. Like that, in the following days, Han Li studied the silver book page while waiting for news from the upper echelon. He was seeing whether or not what the old man had said was true, that his reward had been reduced. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Marshal Uncle Wang and an unfamiliar steward went to find Han Li and only brought a single Foundation establishment pill as a reward. What they said was basically the same as what the small old man had said. Martial Ancestor Li had taken away the spiritual medicines under the pretext of his disciples' filial tribute to his master. After Han Li heard this, he coldly chuckled to himself, but his exterior appearance didn't reveal the slightest complaint. Seeing this, the 2 stewards, who originally believed that they would have to waste time explaining clearly, let out a sigh of relief. Then they left, saying goodbye with beaming smiles. After Han Li saw the pair's departure, he laughed at himself for a moment and put away his newly obtained Foundation establishment pill. Now he could take the time to shut himself away and consume the Foundation establishment pills after he refined them. After all, for each day he couldn't refine medicine pills, Han Li would be unable to peacefully enter seclusion. Like that, month by month passed by. 3 years of time flashed by and Han Li's pill refining preparations were finally completed. Within this rather lengthy period of time, several matters had occurred. After Junior Marshal Sister Chen consumed her rewarded Foundation establishment pill, she bitterly cultivated for an entire year. In the end, she succeeded in establishing her foundation and entered Foundation establishment. However, her elder brother's luck wasn't very good. Although it was his 2nd time consuming the Foundation establishment pill, he had failed to make a breakthrough and lingered just outside of Foundation establishment. It was said that this great young master of the Chen clan had lost complete confidence in the immortal path and simply left the sect, returning to his clan to handle affairs. Furthermore, Han Li's reputation in Yellow Maple Valley had gradually risen, and he could now be considered a minor celebrity. With regards to the tale of his great stroke of luck in the Forbidden Area, obtaining a large number of spiritual medicines and becoming the in-name disciple of Martial Ancestor Li, it had fluttered about through the sect on the 1st year of his return, causing other low-level disciples to burn with great envy. But by the 2nd year, this matter had gradually settled down. However, there was still a small incident during this time. That old man Yi, who reneged on over half of the agreed items, suddenly sent over the rest of the long-overdue items without exception. There was even a bit extra. This caused Han Li to greatly experience firsthand the ease and confidence brought by having a greatly influential backer, and he could not help but be secretly pleased by his position. It seemed that his position of being an in-name disciple of Martial Ancestor Li had quite a few truly good benefits. Till, having an influential backer, literally, the shade is plentiful underneath a large tree. However, with regards to paying his respects to his master, Han Li truly had no words to say. Apart from being assigned as an in-name disciple to the man and receiving a personally transcribed copy of the Azure Essence Sword Arts from him, Han Li did not hear anything else from him in these 3 years. It seemed that he had completely forgotten about Han Li long ago. Apart from a few unspoken complaints, Han Li was quite satisfied with his current situation. He currently was wholeheartedly throwing himself into the first steps of refining the Foundation establishment pills. He naturally did not wish for anyone to disturb him. However, his life of near seclusion had finally come to a close. About 3 days ago, Han Li finished maturing the last auxiliary spiritual medicine he required and thus possessed all his ingredients. All he needed was one last thing. After several days of ordering and packing, Han Li packed his ripened spiritual medicines in a neat order and headed toward Yulu Hall. Yulu Hall was exactly the same as Han Li had last seen it several years ago. Naturally, those who were guarding the transportation formation had already been replaced with another 2 Foundation establishment disciples. However, the procedure was the same along with the same intolerant gazes, causing Han Li to laugh inwardly. Regardless, he still entered Yulu Hall without any trouble. Walking along the signless passage, Han Li saw that ugly man who caused him much unhappiness. He was currently sleeping inside the stone room. Han Li wrinkled his brow. After muttering to himself for a moment, he took out a small bell magic tool. Then he walked up to the ugly man and lightly shook the bell next to his ear. This small bell wasn't much to Han Li's ear, but it caused the ugly man to act as if his buttocks were on fire. He immediately jumped and loudly yelled unclearly, "What's happening? Who is it? What are you up to?" The ugly man was still clearly half asleep. For the moment he actually didn't use coarse language toward Han Li. Han Li didn't see this as rude and immediately mentioned his title as an apprentice to his master. This one is martial ancestor Li Huiyuan's disciple and wishes to borrow earth fire for his own use. Will your distinguished self open the door? Martial ancestor Li? The ugly man had clearly heard of martial ancestor's famous name and immediately jumped. He hurriedly and repeatedly said several praises and turned around, walking to the stone door. After he had just walked 2 steps, he immediately thought of something and then turned around, sizing up Han Li with a doubting gaze. When Han Li saw this, he clearly understood the other man's intention. After a moment of hesitation, he took out the Azure Essence Sword Arts Li Huiyuan had delivered to him and presented it to the ugly man. On it was martial ancestor Li's personal signature. He did not think that this ugly man not only knew of martial ancestor Li's name but also recognized a bit of his handwriting. After he looked at the book for a bit, he respectfully returned it to Han Li. He then said with a smiling face, "I don't know whether this junior martial brother wishes to refine tools or refine pills." "I will certainly arrange it for junior martial brother." Han Li was originally relying on martial ancestor Li's name to see whether or not he could get a few special considerations with regards to earth fire. Seeing that the ugly man tactfully took the initiative to say these words, Han Li said with a relaxed expression, "This one plans to refine a few pills and hopes that a room can be arranged with rather mild and stable earth fire. I trouble your esteemed self." Previously, Han Li asked the small old man about the approximate circumstances of the earth fire grounds and knew that this location was where the rooms for earth fire was arranged for use. Thus he had said those words. "That is easy to do. This one will immediately arrange it for junior martial disciple. However, the service charge," the ugly man replied, seeming embarrassed. When Han Li heard this, he faintly smiled. He unexpectedly took out a mid-grade spirit stone and handed it over to the ugly man, leisurely adding, "This one will naturally pay the amount of spirit stones in accordance to the norm. Because the time to refine these pills will be long, this mid-grade spirit stone can be considered an advanced payment. If it is too much, then I'll take back the difference." You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.